Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. February in the Cascades seemed like a good idea when I planned it from my apartment in Seattle. My sister had just gotten engaged. My job at the insurance company was draining every ounce of energy I had, and turning 34 in a cubicle felt like a slow death. I needed to prove something to myself, I guess. That I could still do hard things. That I was more than spreadsheets and conference calls. The weather forecast showed clear skies for the weekend, and I had hiked Snow Peak Trail twice before during summer months. 6 miles in, 6 miles out. Nothing I could not handle. I packed my gear on Friday night, told my roommate Alicia I would be back Sunday evening, and left before dawn on Saturday morning. The trailhead parking lot was empty when I arrived, which should have been my first warning. But I just thought I was lucky to have the mountain to myself. The first 3 miles were exactly what I needed. Cold air burning my lungs, the crunch of packed snow under my boots, and absolute silence except for the occasional bird. Pine trees lined both sides of the trail like frozen sentinels, their branches heavy with white powder. I stopped around 10 in the morning to eat a granola bar and check my phone. No signal, but I had downloaded the offline trail map. Everything looked perfect. The sky was that impossible shade of winter blue, so bright it almost hurt to look at. I remember thinking this was the clearest my head had felt in months, maybe years. I took a few photos, adjusted my backpack straps, and kept moving. By 11, I noticed the first clouds gathering on the western ridge. They looked far away, nothing urgent. I kept hiking. That was my second mistake, and the one that nearly cost me my life. The storm came faster than anything I had ever experienced. One moment I was walking under scattered clouds, and 40 minutes later, the sky turned the color of wet concrete. The temperature dropped so suddenly that my exposed cheeks went from cold to numb in what felt like seconds. I stopped to pull on my balaclava and extra gloves, fumbling with the zipper on my pack, as the first snowflakes started falling. They were not the gentle, floating kind you see in holiday movies. These came down hard and fast, driven sideways by a wind that seemed to appear from nowhere. Within 15 minutes, I could barely see 20 feet ahead. The trail markers, those little orange flags tied to branches that had been guiding me all morning, disappeared into a wall of white. I pulled out my phone to check the offline map, but my fingers were already stiff inside my gloves, and the screen kept registering phantom touches from the moisture. I managed to get my bearings. I was about 4 miles from the trailhead, maybe 4.5. I needed to turn back immediately. Turning back sounds simple when you say it like that. But when visibility drops to almost nothing and every direction looks identical, simple becomes impossible. The trail I had been following was gone, buried under fresh snow that was accumulating faster than I could process. I tried to retrace my footprints, but they were filling in behind me, softening into vague depressions that could have been anything. Rocks, roots, animal tracks. The wind made it hard to think. It was not just cold, it was loud. A constant roaring in my ears that drowned out everything else. I picked a direction that felt right and started walking, telling myself that as long as I kept moving downhill, I would eventually reach the road. That is basic mountain survival. Water flows down, trails follow water, roads follow trails. I just had to stay calm and keep moving. But after 20 minutes of walking, the ground started sloping upward again. I had gone the wrong way. I was heading deeper into the wilderness, not out of it. And that is when I looked down and noticed the footprints. At first, my brain tried to make sense of them in a logical way. I thought maybe I had walked in a circle without realizing it, that these were my own tracks from minutes earlier. But the prints were too fresh, the edges too crisp, and they were not behind me, they were beside me. A second set of boot prints running parallel to mine, maybe 3 feet to my left. I stopped walking and stared at them. The snow was coming down so heavy that any tracks should have been half buried within minutes, but these looked like they had just been made. I turned around slowly, scanning the white void behind me. Nothing. Just snow and trees and that horrible howling wind. I called out, asking if anyone was there, and my voice sounded small and swallowed by the storm. No response. I looked back at the footprints. They were slightly larger than mine. The tread pattern different. Deeper grooves, a blockier heel. Someone else was out here with me. Someone who had been walking right next to me without making a sound. The rational part of my brain, the part that had kept me alive so far, tried to offer explanations. Maybe another hiker had gotten caught in the storm too. Maybe they were lost like me and had spotted my tracks and decided to follow them. That would be smart, actually. 2 people have a better chance of surviving than 1. But if that were true, why had they not called out to me? Why had they stayed just out of sight, matching my pace? Close enough to leave prints beside mine, but never close enough to see. I started walking again, faster this time, and I made myself look down every few steps. The prints kept appearing. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. Perfectly parallel to mine. Whoever this was, they were not falling behind or pulling ahead. They were staying exactly even with me, moving when I moved, stopping when I stopped. I tested it once, paused mid-step with my right foot still raised, and I swear I heard the faintest crunch in the snow to my left, like someone else had frozen in the same position. Then nothing, just the wind. I lowered my foot and kept going, and the prints continued beside me as if they had never stopped. I do not know how long I walked like that. Time stops making sense when you are cold enough and scared enough. It could have been 30 minutes or 2 hours. The snow kept falling, the wind kept screaming, and those prints kept appearing beside mine with mechanical precision. At some point I realized they were not just parallel anymore. They were angling inward, slowly, degree by degree, guiding my path to the left. I had not noticed it happening, but when I stopped to check my phone again, the compass showed I was now heading northwest instead of south, deeper into the backcountry, further from the road. Whoever was out there was not just following me, they were herding me. I felt a surge of anger cut through the fear, hot and sudden. I was not going to die out here because some sick person wanted to play games. I forced myself to stop walking and think. The wind was coming from the west, which meant if I kept it on my right cheek, I would be heading south. Simple. I adjusted my direction and started moving again, deliberately ignoring the footprints now. I would not look at them. I would not let them guide me anywhere. But the prints changed too. They were no longer beside me. They were in front of me now, cutting across my path at a diagonal, forcing me to either step over them or veer left to avoid them. Every time I corrected my course, new prints appeared ahead, blocking me, redirecting me. It was like trying to walk through a maze that was being built around me in real time. I stopped again, and this time I screamed into the storm, a raw, wordless sound that tore at my throat. I demanded that whoever was out there show themselves. I called them a coward. I said things I'm not proud of, desperate things, begging things. The wind swallowed every word. And then, for just a second, the snow thinned enough that I could see maybe 50 feet ahead. There was a shape standing between 2 pine trees. A person. Tall, wearing dark clothing, completely motionless. I could not make out a face, just the outline of a body, a hood pulled up, arms hanging at their sides. We stood there looking at each other, or at least I think we did, and then the snow thickened again and they were gone. Something broke inside me after that. Not courage, I do not think I had any left by then, but the paralysis that had been building in my chest. Seeing them, actually seeing a real human shape standing there watching me, made it concrete. This was not my imagination. This was not hypothermia playing tricks on my brain. Someone was out here with me, and they did not want to help. They wanted something else. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out the small canister of bear spray I always carried on hikes. It was not much, but it was something. I held it in my right hand with my thumb on the trigger and started walking again, this time moving as fast as I could without running. Running in deep snow is almost impossible anyway, and I needed to conserve energy. My legs burned. My lungs ached. I kept the wind on my right cheek like a lifeline and refused to look at the ground anymore. I did not want to see the prints. I did not want to know how close they were getting. I just focused on putting one foot in front of the other, counting my steps to keep from screaming. I had counted to somewhere around 300 when the trees opened up and I nearly walked off the edge of a ravine. I caught myself at the last second, grabbing a branch that scraped through my glove and tore the skin underneath. Below me was a drop of maybe 40 feet, rocky and steep, with a frozen creek at the bottom glinting dully through the snow. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. I looked to my left, then to my right, trying to find a way around. The ravine stretched in both directions as far as I could see, which was not far, but far enough to know I could not just walk around it quickly. This was where they had been guiding me. This was the dead end. I spun around, expecting to see that dark figure emerging from the white, but there was nothing behind me except snow and silence. The footprints were there, though, a whole trail of them leading right up to where I stood, stopping maybe 10 feet away from me. Fresh, crisp, patient. Whoever this was, they had brought me here on purpose, and now they were waiting to see what I would do. I made a decision in that moment that probably saved my life. Instead of panicking, instead of trying to run along the edge of the ravine where the snow was deep and the footing was uncertain, I did the last thing they would expect. I went down. There was a section to my right where the slope was less steep, more of a sharp incline than a sheer drop, with exposed rocks and roots poking through the snow. I shoved the bear spray back in my pocket, turned around so I was facing the slope, and started climbing down backward, gripping whatever I could find. The rocks were slick with ice and my gloves made it hard to get a good hold. Twice my foot slipped and I slid several feet before catching myself, my jacket scraping against stone. My heart lodged somewhere in my throat, but I kept going. Halfway down I heard something above me. Not the wind, something sharper. A sound like boots crunching on snow, fast, moving toward the edge of the ravine. I did not look up. I just moved faster, my arms shaking from the effort, my fingers numb even inside my gloves. When I finally reached the bottom, I landed hard on the frozen creek and felt the ice crack beneath my boots, but it held. I scrambled to my feet and looked up at the top of the ravine. There was a figure standing at the edge, looking down at me. The snow had thinned just enough that I could see them clearly for the first time. A man, I think, based on the build. Broad shoulders, tall frame, that same dark hooded jacket. He was not moving, just standing there with his hands at his sides, watching me. I could not see his face beneath the hood, but I felt his eyes on me like a physical weight. For a long moment, neither of us moved. Then he took one step back from the edge and disappeared into the white. I stood there shaking, waiting for him to reappear somewhere else, waiting for him to find another way down. But the minutes passed and nothing happened. The storm continued to rage above me, but down in the ravine, the wind was blocked by the walls, and for the first time in hours I could hear myself think. I pulled out my phone with trembling fingers, still no signal. But the compass still worked, and I knew that creeks flow downhill, and downhill meant civilization. I started walking along the frozen water, following its winding path through the ravine. And I did not stop until the walls began to shrink and the trees started to thin, and I saw, in the distance, the gray line of a road cutting through the snow. A pickup truck found me stumbling along the shoulder about 20 minutes later. The driver was an older man named Earl who worked for the county road maintenance crew. He said I looked like a ghost when he pulled over, pale and shaking and barely able to form words. He wrapped me in a blanket from his truck bed and cranked the heat up as high as it would go while I sat in the passenger seat and cried. I tried to tell him what happened, about the footprints and the figure and the ravine, but I was shivering so hard that my teeth kept chattering and the words came out jumbled and broken. He just nodded and drove me straight to the ranger station at the base of the mountain. The rangers took my statement, gave me hot coffee, and called search and rescue. A team went up the next morning after the storm cleared. They found my tracks leading off the main trail, found where I had descended into the ravine, found the frozen creek I had followed to the road. But they did not find any other footprints. The snow had covered everything. Or maybe there was nothing to find. I do not know. The ranger who spoke to me afterward said it was possible I had experienced mild hypothermia, that the cold can cause hallucinations and paranoia and confusion. She said it in a gentle voice, like she was trying to be kind. I nodded and thanked her and did not argue. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know those prints were real because I watched them appear beside mine, step by step, for what felt like hours. I know that figure was real because I saw him standing at the edge of that ravine, watching me, waiting. I filed a police report when I got back to Seattle, and they said they would look into it, but nothing ever came of it. No witnesses, no evidence, no suspect. Just another strange incident in the backcountry that could not be explained. I never went back to Snow Peak Trail. I have not gone hiking alone since that day, and I do not think I ever will. Sometimes at night, when the wind picks up outside my apartment window, I still think about that figure in the storm. I think about what would have happened if I had not climbed down that ravine. I think about where he was trying to lead me, and what was waiting there if I had followed. And I think about this, that somewhere out there, maybe right now, he is standing in the trees at the edge of some empty trailhead, watching another car pull into the parking lot, watching another woman lace up her boots and check her phone and head off alone into the white, and she has no idea he is there. Night shifts at a 24-hour laundromat teach you things about people that daylight never reveals. What happened to me on a Thursday in February 2018 still makes me check the locks twice before settling behind the counter. I had been working at Sudsy's Coin Wash on Belmont Road in Columbus, Ohio, for about 8 months by then. A gig I picked up after dropping out of community college the spring before, when paying rent became more urgent than earning credits. The place was nothing special. 12 industrial washers, 8 dryers, fluorescent lights that buzzed like angry insects, and a small office in the back where I spent most of my shift watching Netflix on my phone and occasionally helping customers with jammed machines. My shift ran from 11 at night until 7 in the morning, and most nights I saw maybe 4 or 5 people total. That Thursday, the weather forecast had warned about a polar vortex pushing temperatures down to -15 degrees, the kind of cold that kills homeless people and cracks car batteries in half. Around 2 in the morning, the laundromat was completely empty. The wind outside howled against the plate glass windows so hard I kept expecting them to shatter inward. I had just finished mopping the floor near the folding tables when I noticed a woman standing outside the front door, her face pressed close to the glass, her breath making little clouds of fog that disappeared almost instantly in the brutal air. She was wearing a thin jacket, not even close to appropriate for that weather, and no gloves. Her fingers were red, almost purple at the tips, and she was shivering so violently I could see her whole body trembling even through the door. She made eye contact with me and raised one hand in a weak wave, then pointed at the door handle. Company policy was clear. After midnight, the doors stayed locked and customers had to use the buzzer system. But looking at this woman, maybe in her late 40s with graying hair plastered to her forehead and desperation carved into every line of her face, I knew I could not leave her out there to freeze. I walked over and unlocked the door, and she practically fell inside, bringing a wave of frozen air with her that made me gasp. She thanked me in a voice that was barely a whisper, her words cracking like ice breaking on a pond. Her name was Renee, she said, and her car had broken down about a mile up the road. She had been walking, trying to find somewhere open, anywhere with heat. Her phone was dead. She held it up to show me the blank screen, and she just needed to warm up and call her brother to come pick her up. It all made perfect sense. I told her she could sit in one of the plastic chairs near the dryers, where the residual heat made that corner the warmest spot in the building. I even offered her the cup of coffee I had been nursing, which she accepted with trembling hands. Watching her wrap her fingers around that styrofoam cup, I felt good about my decision. This was basic human decency. You do not let someone die of hypothermia because of a company policy written by people who had probably never worked a night shift in their lives. For the next 20 minutes or so, things were calm. Renee sat quietly, sipping the coffee, slowly regaining color in her cheeks and fingers. She asked if she could use the phone in my office to call her brother, and I said of course, leading her to the back. The office was small, barely bigger than a closet with a metal desk, a rolling chair, a safe bolted to the floor where I deposited the coin collections, and a corded phone that looked like it belonged in a museum. She dialed a number, spoke briefly to someone. I could hear a male voice on the other end but could not make out the words, and then hung up. Her brother was on his way, she told me, maybe 30 minutes out. She thanked me again, and I noticed that she was looking around the office as she spoke, her eyes moving slowly across the safe, the desk drawers, the small security monitor that showed grainy footage of the main floor. At the time, I thought nothing of it. She was probably just curious or bored or still disoriented from the cold. I walked her back to her chair by the dryers and returned to my spot behind the counter. About 15 minutes later, the buzzer rang. I looked up at the security monitor and saw a man standing outside, hands shoved deep in his coat pockets, shoulders hunched against the wind. He was tall, probably 6'3" or 4", with a shaved head and a thick beard that had frost clinging to it. I assumed this was the brother, arriving faster than expected. I glanced over at Renee, and she was already standing up, walking toward the door. But something about the way she moved caught my attention. She did not seem surprised or relieved the way you would expect someone to be when their ride finally shows up after being stranded in deadly cold. Her pace was measured, almost casual, and she kept her eyes fixed on me rather than on the man outside. I pressed the button to unlock the door, and the man stepped inside, stamping his boots on the mat and blowing into his cupped hands. He nodded at me once, a quick jerk of his chin, but did not say thank you or offer any greeting. He walked straight past the counter and stood next to Renee near the dryers, and the two of them began speaking in voices too low for me to hear. I tried to go back to my phone, scrolling through social media without really seeing anything on the screen. But I could not focus. Something about the dynamic between these two people was making my chest tight, sending little prickles of unease down my spine. They were not acting like siblings. There was no hug, no expression of relief, no "thank God you made it" moment. They stood close together, almost shoulder to shoulder, their heads bent toward each other like conspirators. Every few seconds, one of them would glance in my direction, quick, furtive looks that they probably thought I did not notice. The man had not taken off his coat, had not sat down, had not done any of the things a person does when they arrive somewhere to wait. He was standing with his weight balanced on both feet, his posture rigid, like someone ready to move fast if needed. I started running through explanations in my head. Maybe they had a complicated relationship. Maybe he was angry about having to drive out in this weather. Maybe I was being paranoid because it was 3 a.m, and I had been alone for hours. But none of those explanations quieted the alarm bells that were now ringing steadily in the back of my mind. The man broke away from Renee and started walking toward me. His boots were heavy, work boots with steel toes, and each step echoed against the linoleum floor like a slow drum beat. He stopped on the other side of the counter, close enough that I could smell cigarette smoke and something else underneath it, something sour like old sweat. Up close, I could see his eyes were pale gray, almost colorless, and they held no warmth whatsoever. He asked me if I had a bathroom he could use. I told him yes, pointing toward the short hallway that led to the restrooms near the back of the building. But he did not move in that direction. Instead, he leaned forward on the counter, his thick forearms pressing against the surface, and asked if the bathroom was near that office he had seen on his way in. I felt my throat tighten. The way he said it, that office, he's made it clear he had been paying attention, cataloging the layout of the building since the moment he walked through the door. I told him the bathroom was on the left, the office was on the right, and the office stayed locked, He smiled at that, a small curving of his lips that did not reach those dead gray eyes, and then finally turned and walked down the hallway. I watched him disappear around the corner, and immediately Renee appeared at the counter like she had been waiting for that exact moment. She leaned in close, closer than was comfortable, and I could see a small scar running through her left eyebrow that I had not noticed before. She asked me if I was here alone tonight. The question hit me like a bucket of ice water. I lied without hesitation, told her my manager was in the back doing inventory and would be out soon. Something flickered across her face. Frustration, maybe, or recalculation, and she glanced toward the hallway where the man had gone. She asked another question then, her voice still friendly but with an edge underneath it now, wanting to know what time my shift ended and if someone else would be coming in to relieve me. I told her 7, told her my coworker was always early, told her whatever lies I could think of to make this place seem less isolated than it actually was. She nodded slowly, processing this information, and then walked back toward the dryers without another word. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my temples. These people were not here by accident. They were not stranded travelers waiting for a ride. They were here for something specific, and I was starting to understand exactly what that something was. The man came back from the hallway, but he did not return to where Renee was sitting. Instead, he walked directly to the office door and tried the handle. Just like that. No pretense, no excuse. He rattled it once, twice, then looked back at me with those flat gray eyes and asked if I could open it because he thought he left his phone in there when his sister made that call earlier. The lie was so transparent, it was almost insulting. I told him no, told him the office stayed locked and only the morning manager had the key. That was another lie. The key was in my pocket, had been there all night, but I delivered it with as much conviction as I could muster. He stared at me for a long moment, and I saw his jaw tighten, the muscles bunching beneath his beard. Then he turned and walked back to Renee, and the two of them had another whispered conversation. I used that moment to pull out my phone, keeping it below the counter where they could not see it. My hands were unsteady as I typed, my fingers clumsy on the screen. I pulled up the number for the local police precinct. Not 911 because I did not know if this qualified as an emergency yet, but the non-emergency line I had saved months ago after a drunk customer threatened to break our windows. I kept my eyes on them while the phone rang, watching as the man walked back toward the office door. This time he did not bother with the handle. He planted his shoulder against the door and pushed, testing its strength, the wood groaning under the pressure. Renee was standing now too, positioned near the front entrance, and I realized with a sickening lurch that she was blocking my only way out. The phone clicked and a dispatcher answered, her voice bored and tired. I spoke as quietly as I could, told her my location, told her I had 2 people in the building who were trying to break into the back office, told her I was alone and scared. She asked me to stay on the line, told me officers were being dispatched, told me to stay calm and not to confront them. I almost laughed at that last part. Confrontation was the furthest thing from my mind. All I wanted was to survive the next however many minutes until help arrived. The man slammed his shoulder against the office door again, harder this time, and I heard the frame crack. Renee's head snapped toward the sound, then back to me, and our eyes met across the fluorescent-lit room. She knew I had made a call. She had to know. And the look on her face, cold, calculating, utterly devoid of the desperation she had performed so convincingly an hour ago, told me that the situation was about to change very fast. Renee said something sharp to the man, a single word I could not make out, and he stopped ramming the door. For a moment, everything was still. The buzz of the fluorescent lights, the distant rattle of the wind against the windows, the muffled voice of the dispatcher still talking in my ear. All of it seemed to fade into the background as the two of them stood there, frozen in what looked like indecision. Then the man reached into his coat pocket, and my entire body went rigid with fear. But what he pulled out was not a weapon. It was a phone. He looked at the screen, said something to Renee, and she cursed loud enough for me to hear it clearly across the room. Sirens. Faint at first, barely audible over the howling wind, but growing louder with each passing second. The man shoved his phone back in his pocket and strode toward the front door, not running but moving with purpose, his boots hammering against the floor. Renee followed right behind him, pausing only to look back at me one last time. There was no anger in her expression, no frustration at being thwarted, just a kind of blank assessment, like she was filing my face away for future reference. Then she pushed through the door and disappeared into the frozen darkness outside. The police arrived about 3 minutes later, 2 cruisers with their lights painting the snow-covered parking lot in alternating blue and red. I let them in with hands that would not stop trembling, and I told them everything. They searched the area but found no trace of Renee or the man. No abandoned car a mile up the road like she had claimed. No footprints in the snow leading anywhere useful, the wind having already erased whatever trail they left behind. The officers took my statement, examined the damage to the office door. The frame was cracked nearly in half. One more good hit, and it would have given way completely, and told me I had done the right thing by calling when I did. One of them, a woman with short gray hair and a calm, steady voice, said this was not the first time they had seen something like this. Teams of 2, she explained. One to play the victim and gain entry, the other to show up later and do the heavy lifting. They target isolated businesses during extreme weather, counting on the cold to make people sympathetic and careless. She said I was lucky. She said it could have gone much worse. I knew she was right, but knowing it did not make the shaking stop, did not make the image of Renee's final look fade from my memory. I quit that job 2 weeks later. Gave my notice the very next morning when my manager arrived and saw the splintered door frame, the police report on the counter, and me sitting in the corner with a cold cup of coffee I had not touched in hours. He understood, told me he would have done the same. I found work at a warehouse after that, day shifts only, surrounded by co-workers and forklifts and noise, the kind of job where you are never truly alone. It has been 6 years now, and I still think about that night more often than I would like to admit. Every time the temperature drops below 0, every time I see a news report about the homeless dying in the cold, every time someone knocks on a door late at night, I am right back in that laundromat, watching Renee press her face against the glass with those purple fingers and that performance of desperation that fooled me completely. I do not blame myself for letting her in. I think most people would have done the same thing, faced with a freezing woman begging for help in the middle of the night. But I learned something that Thursday in February, something that has stayed with me ever since. Kindness can be a door, and there are people in this world who spend their lives looking for someone willing to open it. My commute home from the warehouse usually takes about 40 minutes, but that night in January 2023, it was closer to an hour because of the ice. I had just turned 34 a week before, and my wife kept telling me I needed to find a job closer to home, something that did not require driving through rural stretches of road at 11 at night. She was right, of course. She usually is. But the pay was good, and we had just bought our first house, so I kept making that drive 5 nights a week through back roads that barely got any county maintenance during winter. That particular Wednesday, the temperature had dropped to maybe 15 degrees, and my Ford's heater was fighting a losing battle against the cold, seeping through the windows. I remember being tired, the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that comes from loading trucks for 10 hours straight. All I wanted was to get home, kiss my wife, and collapse into bed. I was about 20 miles from home, driving through a stretch of road that cuts between old farmland and dense patches of woods, when I saw the figure on the shoulder. At first I thought it was a deer, the way the shape just appeared in my headlights. But then I saw arms waving, and I realized it was a person, a woman, maybe in her 40s, wearing a dark coat that was way too thin for that kind of weather. She was standing next to what looked like an old Chevy sedan. The hood popped open, and she was flagging me down with both hands like her life depended on it. Now, I grew up in a small town. My parents taught me to help people when they need it. And out here, on a road like this with no cell service and temperatures that could kill you in a couple hours. Leaving someone stranded was not something I could do. So I pulled over about 30 feet ahead of her car and put my hazards on. I sat there for a second, watching her in my rearview mirror as she jogged toward my truck. Something in my gut tightened, but I told myself I was being paranoid. She came up to my passenger window and I rolled it down halfway. The cold hit my face immediately, sharp and biting. Up close, I could see she was younger than I first thought, maybe early 30s with dark hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. Her nose was red from the cold, and she was shivering hard, her teeth actually chattering when she spoke. She told me her car had died about an hour ago, and she had been waiting for someone to pass by. Said her phone was dead and she needed a ride to her brother's place, which was just a few miles down the road. She pointed vaguely into the darkness ahead, past where my headlights reached. I asked her if she wanted me to take a look at her car first, maybe try to jump it, but she shook her head fast and said it was no use, that the engine had been giving her trouble for weeks and it finally gave out for good. The way she said it, quick and dismissive, made me pause, but she looked genuinely cold, genuinely desperate, and I could not just leave her out there, so I unlocked the door and told her to get in. She slid into the passenger seat and immediately put her hands up to the heating vents, rubbing them together. She smelled like cigarettes and something else, something sour that I could not quite place. I asked her where exactly her brother lived, and she gave me directions that took us off the main road, onto a smaller one I had never used before. I knew the area well enough to know there were a few houses scattered out that way, old properties with long driveways hidden behind trees, so it did not seem impossible. But as I turned onto this narrower road, I noticed how the pavement got worse almost immediately. Patches of ice everywhere. No tire tracks ahead of us, no sign that anyone had driven through here recently. The woods closed in on both sides, branches hanging low and scraping against my truck as I drove. I slowed down to maybe 20 miles an hour because I could barely see where I was going. My headlights just got swallowed by the darkness ahead. And that was when she told me to keep going, that it was just a little further. Her voice had changed, not scared anymore, calm, almost flat. I glanced at her and she was not looking at me. She was staring straight ahead, her hands no longer rubbing together for warmth, just resting on her thighs. The shivering had stopped too, which struck me as strange because the heater in my truck was not that good, and she had been freezing just minutes ago. I asked her how much further, trying to keep my voice casual, and she just said soon. That was it. Soon. No other details, no landmarks to watch for, nothing. My grip on the steering wheel got tighter. I started thinking about how far we had come from the main road. Maybe 2 miles, maybe more. I had not seen a single house, not a single light through the trees. Just darkness and ice and this woman sitting next to me, who suddenly did not seem like the same person I had picked up. I thought about my wife at home, probably asleep by now, not knowing where I was. I thought about how no one would find me out here if something happened. That thought hit me hard, and I felt my chest get tight. Then I saw something that made my whole body tense up. On the left side of the road, maybe 50 feet ahead, there was a figure standing in the tree line. Just standing there, perfectly still, watching us pass. It was a man, I could tell by the build, wearing dark clothes that blended into the shadows. I only saw him because my headlights caught a flash of something reflective on his jacket, maybe a zipper or a button. I did not say anything, just kept driving, my eyes flicking between the road and my mirrors. And then I saw another one. On the right side this time, further back, but definitely there. Another person standing among the trees, facing the road. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I looked at the woman and she was still staring forward, her face completely blank, like she was waiting for something. I knew right then that I had driven into something bad, something planned, and I needed to get out of there before it was too late. I did not think, I just acted. I slammed on the brakes and the truck skidded on the ice, fishtailing for a second before I got it under control. The woman grabbed the dashboard and finally looked at me, and her expression was not surprise or fear. It was anger. Pure, cold anger, like I had ruined something she had been working on. She opened her mouth to say something, but I was already throwing the truck into reverse. I hit the gas and we lurched backward, the tires spinning before they caught. She grabbed for my arm, her fingers digging into my jacket, yelling at me to stop, to wait, that I was making a mistake. But her voice was different now, urgent and harsh, nothing like the helpless woman I had picked up on the roadside. I shook her off and kept reversing, my eyes darting between the mirrors, trying to stay on the road. The branches scraped against the truck like fingers trying to hold us in place. I saw movement in my peripheral vision, shadows shifting between the trees, getting closer. She tried to grab the steering wheel then, lunging across the center console. I shoved her back with my elbow, harder than I meant to, and she hit the passenger door with a grunt. For a second our eyes met, and I saw nothing there. No humanity, no remorse, just frustration that her trap was falling apart. I reached across her and yanked the door handle, pushing the door open with my free hand while still trying to steer with the other. The cold air rushed in, and she grabbed onto the seat, screaming at me now, calling me names I will not repeat. I gave her one more shove and she tumbled out onto the icy road, rolling into the darkness. I did not wait to see if she was okay. I pulled the door shut and kept reversing until I found a spot wide enough to turn around. The whole time I could see figures emerging from the woods in my headlights, 3 of them, maybe 4, running toward the truck. They were close, too close. But I got the truck turned around and I floored it, the engine roaring as the tires fought for traction on the ice. I did not look back. I kept my foot on the gas and my eyes locked on the narrow road ahead, praying I would not slide off into a ditch or wrap the truck around a tree. The steering wheel jerked in my hands every time I hit a patch of ice, but I held on tight and kept going. It felt like forever before I finally saw the main road up ahead, that familiar stretch of pavement that would take me home. When my tires hit solid asphalt again, I let out a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a sob. My whole body was shaking, not from the cold but from the adrenaline still pumping through me. I drove way over the speed limit the rest of the way home, constantly checking my mirrors for headlights behind me, expecting to see that old Chevy sedan following me. But there was nothing, just empty road and darkness. When I pulled into my driveway, I sat in the truck for a long time with the engine running, trying to calm down enough to go inside and face my wife without scaring her to death. I did not tell her everything that night. I could not. She was half asleep when I crawled into bed, and I just held her and stared at the ceiling until the sun came up. The next morning I called in sick to work and drove back out to that stretch of road in the daylight. I told myself I needed to see it again, needed to prove to myself that it really happened the way I remembered. The woman's car was gone. There was no sign anyone had ever been there. No broken glass, no tire marks in the slush, nothing. I drove slow down that side road where I had taken her, the one that led into the woods. In the daylight it looked almost peaceful, just a quiet country road with bare trees on either side. But about a mile in, I found what I was looking for. There was a clearing off to the right, hidden from the road by a wall of brush, and in that clearing I could see tire tracks. Lots of them. The ground was all torn up, like multiple vehicles had been parked there recently. I did not get out of my truck to look closer. I did not need to. I knew exactly what that place was. It was where they had been waiting for me. I went to the police that same afternoon, sat in the station for 2 hours telling my story to a deputy who looked at me like I was making it all up. He wrote everything down, asked me a few questions, and said they would look into it. That was almost 2 years ago now. I never heard back from them, not once. I called a few times in the first couple months asking if there were any updates, if they had found anything. They always said the same thing, that there was no evidence of any crime, no reports of similar incidents in the area, nothing they could do. I tried to find news stories about carjackings or robberies on rural roads in our county, anything that might connect to what happened to me. I found nothing. It was like it never happened at all. But I know what I saw. I know what those people were planning to do. Sometimes at night when I cannot sleep, I think about what would have happened if I had kept driving down that road, if I had not seen those figures in the trees, if I had trusted that woman just a little bit longer. I think about the clearing with all those tire tracks, and I wonder how many people drove into those woods and never drove out. I do not take that route home anymore. I switched to a longer way that adds 20 minutes to my commute, but it stays on well-lit roads with more traffic. My wife knows the full story now. She cried when I told her, held on to me for a long time, made me promise to find a different job. I am still working on that, but some nights when I am driving home late and I see someone on the side of the road with their hazards on, I feel this sick twist in my stomach. I want to help. That is who I am, who I was raised to be. But I keep driving every single time I keep driving, and I hate myself for it a little bit, because maybe that person really does need help. Maybe their car really did break down and they are freezing and scared and alone. But I cannot stop. I will never stop again, because I know now that there are people out there who count on your kindness. They use it like a weapon, and the only reason I am here writing this is because I got lucky. I saw them before they were ready for me, that is it. That is the only reason I made it home that night. Just luck. And that thought keeps me awake more than anything else. "17 hours into a haul across the Dalton Highway in February, you start questioning every decision that brought you to this point. My graduating class back in 2009 had gone off to college, to office jobs, to lives with central heating and weekends off. And there I was, gripping a steering wheel at 2 in the morning while the Arctic tried its best to kill me. I drove freight for Kenworth Logistics out of Fairbanks, running loads up to Prudhoe Bay during the winter season when the ice roads opened, and the money got good enough to make a man forget common sense. On this run, I was hauling drilling equipment worth more than I would make in 5 years, creeping along at 20 miles an hour, because the whiteout had turned the world into a wall of static. My rig was a Peterbilt 379 that I had named Rosemary after my grandmother, and she was the only thing between me and a frozen death in a ditch. The heater blasted on full, the wipers fought a losing battle against the snow, and somewhere behind all that white nothing, the sun would not rise for another 6 hours. I had made this run maybe 40 times over 3 winters, and I had never seen conditions this bad. The radio had been giving me trouble since I passed Coldfoot, crackling in and out like someone was playing with the dial from the other side. I kept trying to reach dispatch, kept trying to raise any of the other drivers who might be out on the road that night, but all I got was bursts of static punctuated by silence. The isolation up there was something people who have never driven those roads cannot understand. There is nothing for miles in every direction except tundra and ice and the occasional frozen creek bed. No cell service, no rest stops, no farmhouses with their lights on. Just the road, your headlights, and the howling wind that rocked your trailer like it was trying to tip you over. I had a satellite phone for emergencies, but when I checked it, the screen showed no signal, which was unusual because those things were supposed to work anywhere. I told myself the storm was interfering with the satellite, told myself it would clear up in an hour or 2. That was when I first saw the figure standing on the shoulder of the road, maybe 200 feet ahead, right at the edge of where my headlights could reach. I eased off the accelerator and let Rosemary slow down on her own, not wanting to brake hard on ice that I could not see beneath the packed snow. The figure was not moving, just standing there facing the road, and as I got closer I could make out more details. A dark parka with a fur-lined hood, no visible face, hands hanging at the sides. No vehicle anywhere nearby, no snowmobile. Nothing to explain how a person could be out here in the middle of a whiteout at 2 in the morning, 60 miles from the nearest outpost with a warm building. My first thought was that someone had broken down and walked until they could not walk anymore, that I was looking at a stranded driver minutes away from freezing to death. I started to pull over, my foot hovering over the brake, already running through the procedure in my head. Get them in the cab, crank the heat, radio for help once the signal came back. But something made me hesitate. The person was not waving, not flagging me down. not doing any of the things you would expect from someone desperate for rescue. They just stood there, motionless, like a mannequin someone had planted in the snow as a sick joke. I crept past at maybe 5 miles an hour, close enough that my headlights should have lit up their face, but the hood was angled down and all I could see was shadow. My side mirror caught the figure as I passed, still motionless, still facing the road like they were waiting for something. I told myself to stop, told myself that leaving someone out here was the same as leaving them to die, but my hands would not turn the wheel. There was something wrong with the way they stood, something unnatural about that perfect stillness in a wind that was gusting hard enough to rock my trailer. I watched the mirror as the figure shrank behind me, swallowed by the whiteout, and I felt a guilt that sat heavy in my chest. I grabbed the radio and tried again, hoping to report the sighting to someone, anyone, but all I got was that same dead static. The satellite phone still showed no signal. I was completely alone out there, and I had just driven past what might have been a dying person because something in my gut told me not to stop. I replayed the image in my head over and over. The dark parka, the fur-lined hood, the hands hanging limp at the sides, and tried to convince myself I had made the right call. About 20 minutes later, the engine temperature gauge started creeping toward the red. Rosemary had never overheated on me before, not once in 3 years, and I knew immediately that something was wrong. I pulled over to the shoulder and killed the engine, listening to the wind scream against the cab while I waited for the temperature to drop. The protocol was simple. Let it cool, check the coolant, restart, and monitor. I had done it 100 times on other rigs, though never in conditions like this. Never when stopping meant exposing myself to air cold enough to freeze exposed skin in under a minute. I zipped my parka all the way up, pulled on my insulated gloves, and grabbed the flashlight from under the seat. The moment I opened the door, the cold hit me like a physical wall, stealing the breath from my lungs and making my eyes water instantly. I climbed down and walked to the front of the rig, my boots crunching on packed snow, the flashlight beam barely cutting through the swirling white. The coolant reservoir looked fine. The hoses were intact. I could not find any obvious reason for the temperature spike, which meant it was probably a sensor issue, something electrical glitching in the cold. I was about to climb back into the cab when I noticed the footprints. They were on the passenger side of the truck, a single line of boot prints in the fresh snow, leading from somewhere behind me toward the trailer. My flashlight followed them along the length of the rig, and they stopped right at the back doors of the trailer, like whoever made them had walked up and then just vanished. The snow was still falling hard enough that any prints would be covered within minutes, which meant these were fresh, made sometime in the last 20 minutes, while I had been sitting in the cab waiting for the engine to cool. I stood there staring at them, my breath coming out in thick white clouds, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There was no one around. I had not heard anything, had not seen any headlights or movement. The road behind me was empty. The road ahead was empty, and the only sounds were the wind and the ticking of my cooling engine. But someone had walked up to my trailer while I sat inside, completely unaware, and then disappeared without a trace. I thought about the figure on the road, the one I had passed 20 minutes ago, and a cold that had nothing to do with the weather settled into my bones. I walked toward the back of the trailer, flashlight raised, half expecting someone to jump out at me from behind the wheels. The footprints led right up to the double doors and stopped there, but the seal on the trailer was still intact. The metal lock I had secured back in Fairbanks was exactly where I had left it, untouched and frozen solid. Whoever had walked up here had not tried to break in, had not tried to steal whatever was inside. They had just walked up, stood at the doors, and then what? I circled the trailer slowly, checking every shadow, every gap between the wheels, but there was no one. The wind howled and the snow swirled, and I was completely alone. I thought about following the footprints backward, tracing them to wherever they had come from, but the idea of walking away from my rig into that white nothing made my chest tight with fear. Instead, I hurried back to the cab, climbed inside, and locked both doors. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my temples. I tried the radio again, desperate to hear another human voice, But the static was even worse now, a harsh crackling that sounded almost like interference from another signal. The engine had cooled enough to restart, so I fired up Rosemary and pulled back onto the road, pushing the speed as high as I dared in conditions that demanded caution. Every few seconds I checked my mirrors, watching for headlights behind me, watching for movement in the white wall that surrounded the truck. Nothing. Just snow and darkness and the faint glow of my own taillights reflecting off the storm. I drove for maybe 10 miles, my grip on the wheel so tight my knuckles ached, before I noticed something that made me ease off the gas again. The trailer was swaying. Not the normal rocking you get from wind gusts or uneven road surface, but a rhythmic, deliberate swaying, like something inside was shifting its weight from side to side. I knew what I was hauling: drilling equipment, crates of machine parts, heavy industrial materials strapped down to pallets. None of it should be moving. None of it could move unless the straps had come loose, or unless someone was inside the trailer, pushing against the load. I watched the mirror and saw the trailer sway again, a slow pendulum motion that had no natural explanation, and I felt every hair on my arm stand up beneath my coat. I was not going to stop. That was the one thing I knew for certain. Whatever was happening back there, whoever was back there, they wanted me to pull over again. They wanted me outside the cab, exposed, vulnerable. The figure on the road had been bait, the engine trouble had been a trap, and now this swaying was another attempt to make me stop. I pushed the accelerator down and felt Rosemary surge forward, the speedometer climbing past 30, then 35, faster than anyone should drive on an ice road in a whiteout. The trailer kept swaying behind me, more violently now, like whoever was inside could feel me accelerating and was trying to throw off my balance. I gripped the wheel with both hands and kept my eyes locked on the narrow cone of visibility ahead, praying I would not hit a patch of black ice or a drift that would send me spinning off the road. The next checkpoint was Dead Horse, maybe 40 miles ahead, and if I could just make it there without stopping, I would be safe. There would be other people, other trucks, a place with lights and warmth and witnesses. I just had to keep driving and not look back. Then the banging started. It came from the roof of the cab directly above my head, a heavy, rhythmic pounding, like someone was up there slamming their fist against the metal. I jerked in my seat and nearly swerved off the road, my heart hammering so hard I could barely breathe. The banging continued, 3 hits, then a pause, then 3 more, a pattern that was too deliberate to be anything accidental. I tried to tell myself it was ice falling from an overpass, debris from the storm, anything but what it obviously was. But there are no overpasses on the Dalton Highway. There is nothing above you but sky and snow, and the occasional raven. Someone was on top of my truck, pounding on the roof while I drove through a whiteout at 40 miles an hour, and I had no idea how they had gotten there or what they wanted. I floored the accelerator and pushed Rosemary to 50, then 55, the trailer fishtailing behind me, the banging above me getting faster and more insistent. The radio crackled suddenly, and for one heart-stopping moment I thought I heard a voice, low, distorted, impossible to understand, before it dissolved back into static. I do not know how long I drove like that, speeding through a whiteout with someone on my roof and something in my trailer, both hands welded to the wheel, eyes burning from not blinking. It could have been 20 minutes or it could have been an hour. Time stopped meaning anything. The banging would pause for long stretches and then start again, sometimes directly above me, sometimes toward the back of the cab, like whoever was up there was crawling around, testing different spots. At one point I heard a scraping sound near the passenger window, metal on metal, and I looked over just in time to see something dark flash past the glass. A hand, maybe, or a boot, gone before I could focus on it. I screamed, actually screamed out loud in the cab, and swerved hard enough that the trailer jackknifed for a terrifying second before I corrected. The road ahead was still nothing but white. The mirrors showed nothing but white, and the only proof I had that any of this was real was the pounding above me and the wild swaying behind me and the taste of copper in my mouth from biting my own tongue. Then, like a miracle, I saw lights. Faint at first, just a yellowish glow in the distance that I thought might be a hallucination, but they grew brighter as I pushed toward them. Dead Horse, the outpost. I could see the outline of buildings, the orange glow of sodium lamps cutting through the storm, the shapes of other vehicles parked in a lot. I laid on the horn and did not let go, blasting it over and over as I barreled toward the checkpoint, not caring if I woke every person within 10 miles. The banging on the roof stopped the moment the lights came into view. Just stopped, like someone had flipped a switch. The swaying in the trailer settled into the normal rhythm of road vibration. By the time I pulled into the lot and slammed the brakes, skidding to a stop in front of the main building, everything was quiet. I sat there for a long moment, engine running, doors locked, hands still gripping the wheel, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. Workers came out of the building drawn by my horn, and I watched them approach with flashlights, their faces confused and concerned. When I finally opened the door and stumbled out into the cold, I could barely speak. I just pointed at the roof, then at the trailer, and managed to say one word. Someone. They searched everything. A crew of 6 men with flashlights and crowbars went over every inch of my rig, while I sat inside the main building wrapped in a blanket, drinking coffee that I could not taste. They found scratches on the roof of the cab, long, deep gouges in the paint that had not been there when I left Fairbanks. They found a vent panel on the underside of the trailer that had been pried open, the screws stripped, and the metal bent inward like someone had forced their way through. The cargo inside was undisturbed, still strapped down exactly as I had loaded it, but there were wet boot prints on the floor of the trailer and handprints on the walls where someone had braced themselves against the swaying. No one was inside when they opened the doors. Whoever had been there was gone, vanished into the storm before the truck even came to a full stop. The police took my statement and told me that I was not the first driver to report something like this on the Dalton. There had been others over the years. Trucks found abandoned with no sign of the driver, rigs that arrived at checkpoints with damage no one could explain, reports of figures standing on the road in conditions no sane person would survive. They never caught anyone. They never found any bodies. They just had stories, dozens of them going back decades. I quit hauling ice roads after that night, turned in my notice to Kenworth the day I got back to Fairbanks and never looked back. I drive local routes now, short hauls around the lower 48 where there are gas stations every 20 miles, and cell service never drops. The money is worse, but I sleep at night, which is more than I could say for the first 6 months after that run. I still think about it, though. I think about the figure standing on the shoulder of the road, motionless in a wind that should have knocked them flat. I think about the footprints that led to my trailer and stopped, about the banging on my roof and the hand, or whatever it was, that scraped past my window at 50 miles an hour. I think about the vent panel that had been pried open from the outside, and I wonder how long that person had been riding under my trailer before they climbed up. I wonder what would have happened if I had stopped when the trailer started swaying, if I had gotten out to check the cargo like any reasonable driver would. The police told me I did the right thing by keeping moving, that the outpost lights probably saved my life. I believe them. But some nights, when the wind picks up and the dark presses against my windows, I can still hear that rhythmic banging above my head, and I have to check the locks 3 times before I can close my eyes. Around 2 a.m. on a Thursday in February, I woke up because of the silence. That sounds weird, but anyone who has lived through a real winter knows what I mean. When you fall asleep with the heater humming and the refrigerator buzzing in the background, your brain gets used to that noise. It becomes white noise, almost like a lullaby. But when everything goes dead at once, that sudden absence of sound hits you harder than any loud bang. I sat up in bed, already feeling the cold creeping into the room. My phone was on the nightstand, and when I checked it, the screen showed 2:17 a.m. and a battery at 63%. No service bars. The power had gone out, and judging by how fast the temperature was dropping, it had been out for a while. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders and just sat there for a moment, trying to decide if I should get up or wait it out until morning. I had rented this place for 2 weeks to get some writing done away from the city. It was a small house about 40 minutes outside of Portland, Oregon, tucked at the end of a gravel road with maybe 3 other properties scattered along the way. My nearest neighbor was probably half a mile down. I had turned 34 the month before and decided I needed to finally finish the novel I'd been working on for 3 years. A friend of a friend owned this cabin and let me have it cheap for the off-season. It had seemed like such a good idea when I booked it. Quiet, isolated, peaceful. But sitting there in the pitch dark with no heat and no way to call anyone, peaceful was not the word that came to mind. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, pointing it around the bedroom. Everything looked normal. My laptop on the desk, my suitcase in the corner, the window showing nothing but black and the faint reflection of my own face staring back at me. I decided to check the rest of the house, mostly to make sure no pipes had burst or anything like that. The owner had warned me that the plumbing could be finicky in extreme cold, and the last thing I needed was to deal with water damage on top of everything else. I swung my legs out of bed and immediately regretted it. The floor was freezing, even through my thick socks. I found my boots near the door and shoved my feet into them without bothering to lace them up. The flashlight on my phone cut a narrow beam through the darkness as I walked down the short hallway toward the kitchen. The house was small, just a bedroom, a bathroom, a combined living room and kitchen area, and a tiny mudroom by the back door. It took me maybe 30 seconds to walk the whole thing. The fridge was silent, the stovetop cold, and when I flipped a light switch out of habit, nothing happened. I stood in the kitchen for a moment listening. Outside, I could hear the wind pushing against the walls, but inside, there was nothing. Just my own breathing and the soft creak of the floorboards under my weight. That was when I decided to check the windows and doors. Not because I was scared at that point, but because it seemed like the responsible thing to do. If the power was out across the area, that meant no street lights, no porch lights, nothing. Total darkness outside. And I was a woman alone in a house I barely knew, in a place where I did not know anyone. It just made sense to double-check that everything was locked up. I started with the front door, which was secure. Then the 2 windows in the living room, both latched. The bathroom window, too small for anyone to fit through anyway, was locked. I saved the back door for last because it was in the mudroom, and the mudroom was the coldest part of the house. When I got there, I shined my light through the small window set into the door, expecting to see nothing but snow. And there was snow, a lot of it. It had been falling steadily since the evening before, but something about what I saw made me stop and look closer. The snow on the back porch had been disturbed, not like an animal had walked through it. More like someone had brushed it away from the door, clearing a path right up to the handle. I stood there staring at it for I do not know how long. My brain was trying to come up with explanations. Maybe the wind had done it. Maybe some snow had slid off the roof and created that pattern. But the more I looked, the less those explanations made sense. The snow had been pushed aside in a deliberate arc, almost like someone had used their arm or a sleeve to wipe it away from the door. And there were marks in the snow on the porch steps too. Not quite footprints because the snow was too powdery and had probably filled them in partially, but impressions. Depressions where someone had stepped. I felt my chest get tight, and I took a step back from the door, still holding my phone up with the flashlight pointed at the window. The lock on the door was a simple deadbolt, and I checked it twice to make sure it was engaged. It was, but that did not make me feel any better. Someone had been on that porch recently, probably within the last hour or two, based on how little snow had accumulated over the cleared area. Someone had walked up to my back door in the middle of the night during a blackout and tried to get a clear look at the handle. I backed out of the mudroom slowly, keeping my light aimed at the door like it might suddenly burst open. My mind was racing. I thought about calling 911, but when I checked my phone again, there was still no signal. Not even one bar. The house was in a bit of a dead zone to begin with, and whatever was happening with the storm must have knocked out the nearest cell tower or something. I thought about my car parked out front. I had the keys in my purse in the bedroom. I could grab them, run outside, and drive to the nearest gas station or anywhere with people. But that would mean going outside, into the dark, into the snow, where someone might be waiting. I did not know what to do. I turned off my flashlight to save battery and just stood there in the kitchen, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. The windows let in the faintest glow from the snow outside, just enough to see the outlines of furniture. I listened as hard as I could, trying to hear anything over the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. For a few minutes, there was nothing. Just the wind outside and the occasional creak of the house settling. I started to wonder if maybe I was overreacting. Maybe some drunk guy had wandered up to the wrong house and left when he realized his mistake. Maybe it was the property owner checking on the place and I just had not heard him knock. I was actually starting to calm down a little when I heard it. A soft sound from the back of the house, from the mudroom. It was not loud. It was not a bang or a crash. It was the quiet, careful sound of someone testing a door handle. A slow turn, then a pause, then another turn. Like whoever was out there was trying to see if the lock would give without making too much noise. I stopped breathing. I pressed myself against the kitchen counter and did not move. The sound stopped. I waited, counting the seconds in my head. 10, 20, 30. Nothing. Then I shifted my weight slightly to get a better angle toward the mudroom, and the floorboard under my foot let out a loud creak. The sound from the back door stopped instantly. That was when I understood. Whoever was out there was listening. They had heard me move, and now they were waiting to figure out where I was in the house. I felt sick. This was not some random drunk or a confused neighbor. This was someone who knew I was inside and was trying to get in without alerting me. I stayed frozen against the counter, barely breathing, for what felt like an eternity. My legs were shaking from holding still for so long. Then I heard footsteps outside, but not retreating. They were moving along the side of the house, crunching softly through the snow. Whoever it was, they were circling the building. I tracked the sound as it moved from the back toward the front, past the living room windows. I wanted to look, to see who it was, but I was terrified that if I moved toward the window, they would see the movement and know exactly where I was standing. So I just listened as the footsteps passed by, slow and deliberate, like someone taking their time. Like someone who was not in any hurry at all. The footsteps stopped somewhere near the front of the house. I waited, straining to hear anything. A full minute passed with nothing. Then 2 minutes. I was starting to think maybe they had left when I heard the front door handle rattle. Not as gently as the back door. This time it was more forceful, like they were done being subtle. The door shook in its frame but held. I had locked it, thank God. And it was a solid wooden door with a good deadbolt. But the sound of someone actively trying to force their way in while I stood helpless in the dark was something I will never forget. I made a decision then. I moved as quietly as I could toward the bedroom, feeling my way along the wall with one hand. I did not turn on my flashlight because I did not want to give away my position. In the bedroom, I grabbed my car keys from my purse and the small kitchen knife I had been using to cut apples earlier that day. It was not much, but it was something. I crouched down beside the bed, putting my back against the wall so no one could come up behind me, and I waited. The rattling at the front door stopped after maybe 30 seconds. Then silence again. I do not know how long I sat there on the floor in the dark. It could have been 20 minutes or it could have been 2 hours. Time stopped making sense. Every tiny sound made my heart jump. The house creaking, the wind gusting, even my own breathing sounded impossibly loud. At some point, I heard the footsteps again, this time moving away from the house. I heard them crunch through the snow, getting fainter and fainter until I could not hear them at all. But I did not trust it. I kept thinking it was a trick, that whoever it was had just moved further away to wait for me to let my guard down. So I stayed exactly where I was, gripping that stupid little knife, watching the faint gray rectangle of the bedroom window for any sign of movement. The sky eventually started to lighten, just barely, that first hint of dawn turning the black into a dark blue. I had never been so grateful to see the sun coming up in my entire life. I stayed on that floor until there was enough light to see clearly, until I could look out the window and confirm that there was no one standing in the yard. When I finally got up, my whole body was stiff and aching from sitting in the same position for so long. The power was still out, but there was enough daylight now that I did not need my flashlight. I walked through the house, checking every window, every door. The front door showed scratches around the lock that had not been there before, deep gouges in the wood where someone had tried to pry it open. The back door was the same, with fresh marks around the deadbolt. I went outside through the front, staying close to the house, and walked around to check the perimeter. The snow told the whole story. There were footprints everywhere, circling the entire house multiple times, stopping at every window, clustering around both doors. Big footprints, probably a man based on the size. I followed them with my eyes as far as I could, and they led off toward the tree line behind the property and disappeared into the woods. I did not follow them. I went back inside, grabbed my stuff as fast as I could, and I was in my car and driving away within 10 minutes. I did not even lock the door behind me. I just left. I drove straight to the police station in the nearest town and told them everything. They sent someone out to the property, but by the time they got there, fresh snow had covered most of the footprints. They found the scratches on the doors and took some pictures, filed a report. The officer told me it was probably someone who knew the house was usually empty in winter and assumed no one was there. Maybe someone looking to steal whatever they could find, or just looking for a place to get out of the cold. They never caught anyone. I called the property owner and told him what happened, and he was shocked, said nothing like that had ever happened before. I did not go back to finish my 2 weeks. I did not ask for a refund. I just wanted to forget about it. But here's the thing that still keeps me up at night sometimes 3 years later. Whoever was out there, they were not just trying random doors. They cleared the snow from the handle before they tried it. They listened for my movements inside. They circled the house, checking every possible entry point, patient and methodical. And when they could not get in, they just walked away into the woods like it was nothing. I never saw a face, never heard a voice. I have no idea who it was or why they chose that house on that night, and I guess I never will. Greenleaf Copy and Print sat at the dead end of a strip mall on Route 17, one of those forgotten little shops that survived on loyalty and stubbornness more than actual foot traffic. I had been working there for about 8 months when this happened, running the front counter, helping customers with business cards and banners, occasionally taking passport photos for people who always seemed annoyed at how they turned out. My manager, Rich Oberlin, a stocky guy in his 50s who inherited the place from his father, called me around noon that Wednesday, asking if I could cover the closing shift. Stacy, the regular evening girl, had called in with some kind of throat infection that made her voice sound like gravel in a blender. At 24, still chipping away at student loans from a communications degree that had yet to prove useful, I grabbed every extra shift I could. The weather forecast mentioned snow, but nothing that sounded particularly threatening. When I pulled into the parking lot at 3 in the afternoon, the sky had that heavy, bruised look that upstate New York gets before something nasty rolls through. I should have paid more attention to that. By 5:30, what the radio called a significant winter weather event had buried the parking lot under a thick white blanket. The snow fell in dense curtains, reducing visibility to almost nothing, and the few cars that crept along Route 17 looked like ghosts drifting through fog. Rich checked in by phone, his voice cutting in and out through spotty reception, reminding me that the shop had never closed early in 18 years of operation. Small town reputation and all that. I told him I would stick it out until 9, already calculating the overtime in my head. The nail salon next door shut off its lights around 6, and I watched the owner sprint to her car with her coat pulled over her head, tires spinning briefly before she disappeared into the white. After that, I had the entire strip mall to myself. The heating system kept the front area comfortable enough, though I knew the back rooms, the storage area, and the old break room that nobody used anymore ran about 10 degrees colder. For 2 hours, I sat behind the counter with a paperback novel, listening to the wind rattle the plate glass windows and watching snowdrifts climb higher against the doors. Not a single customer. Not even a phone call. Just me and the hum of fluorescent lights and the storm howling outside like something hungry. Around 7:15, I decided to make myself some coffee in the break room. The shop had a small layout that I knew by heart. The front counter and customer area took up maybe a third of the space, with the big copiers and printing equipment filling the middle section. Behind that, a narrow hallway led to the storage room on the left, the break room on the right, and a back door at the very end that opened onto a small loading area behind the building. That back door had been stuck for years, painted shut according to Rich, and nobody ever bothered fixing it since we received all our deliveries through the front. I grabbed my empty mug and walked past the row of silent machines, their display screens dark and waiting. The break room was nothing special, just a mini fridge, a microwave crusted with old spaghetti stains, a wobbly table with 3 mismatched chairs, and a coffee maker that had probably been there since the Clinton administration. I flipped the light switch, and the single bulb flickered twice before catching. The room felt colder than usual, which I blamed on the storm, and the fact that the heating vents back here had never worked properly. While the coffee brewed, I leaned against the counter and scrolled through my phone, half reading a news article about the storm causing accidents on the interstate. The smell of cheap coffee filled the small room, mixing with that particular mustiness that old buildings develop over decades. That was when I heard it for the first time. A soft thump from somewhere deeper in the building, coming from the direction of the storage room. I stopped scrolling and listened, holding my breath without really meaning to. Nothing. Just the coffee maker gurgling through its final cycle and the muffled roar of wind outside. I told myself it was probably something falling off a shelf, maybe a stack of paper boxes that had been piled too high. The storage room was packed with years of accumulated inventory that Rich never bothered to organize. I poured my coffee, added 2 packets of sugar, and headed back to the front counter. The hallway seemed darker than before, though I knew that was just my imagination playing tricks. When I passed the storage room door, I noticed it was slightly ajar, maybe 2 inches of black space visible between the door and the frame. I could have sworn it had been closed when I walked by earlier. I hesitated for a moment, then reached out and pulled it shut until I heard the latch click. Old buildings shift and settle, especially in extreme cold. Doors drift open sometimes. I repeated that to myself as I walked back to the front, gripping my warm mug a little tighter than necessary. The next hour passed without incident, and I started to relax again. I finished a chapter of my book, checked the weather radar on my phone, and watched the snow continue to pile up outside. The drifts against the front door had reached nearly 2 feet, and I started to worry about whether my old Subaru would even make it out of the parking lot when closing time came. Around 8:20, I got up to stretch my legs and decided to walk the perimeter of the shop, partly out of boredom, and partly because something at the back of my mind kept nagging at me about that storage room door. The front area looked exactly as it should. The counter clean, the display racks undisturbed, the windows showing nothing but swirling white. I moved past the copiers and printers, running my hand along their smooth surfaces, listening to the building creak and groan under the weight of accumulating snow. When I reached the hallway, I stopped. The storage room door was open again, not just slightly ajar this time, but wide open, revealing the darkness inside like a mouth waiting to swallow something. I stood there for what felt like a full minute, staring into that black rectangle. The storage room had no windows, no source of natural light, and the single bulb inside was controlled by a pull chain that hung from the ceiling about 6 feet in. I could see the vague outlines of shelving units and stacked boxes, but nothing moved, nothing made a sound. My heart had started beating faster, and I became very aware of how alone I was, how far from any other person. The rational part of my brain kept insisting there had to be an explanation. Maybe the latch was broken. Maybe the door frame was warped from age and temperature changes. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, aiming the beam into the storage room. Boxes of printer paper, toner cartridges, old promotional signs that Rich refused to throw away, rolls of vinyl for the banner printer. Everything looked undisturbed, coated in a thin layer of dust that sparkled in the light. I took 2 steps inside, reaching up for the pull chain, and that was when I noticed the footprints. They were faint, barely visible in the dust on the concrete floor, but they were definitely there. A trail of shoe prints leading from the back corner of the room toward the door where I now stood. Someone had walked through here recently. Someone wearing what looked like work boots size 10 or 11 from the shape of them. And the prints only went one direction, toward the front of the store, which meant whoever made them was still inside the building. My first instinct was to run straight for the front door and get out, but something stopped me. The snow outside had to be 3 feet deep by now, and my car was parked at least 50 yards away. If someone was in here with me, and if that someone meant harm, I would be wading through knee-deep snow in the dark while they watched from the warm interior. I backed out of the storage room slowly, keeping my phone light aimed ahead of me, trying to control my breathing. The break room door was closed exactly as I had left it earlier. The back door at the end of the hallway, the one Rich said was painted shut, looked the same as always, but when I walked closer, holding my breath, I noticed something that made my legs feel weak. The door frame near the latch had fresh scratches in the paint, bright white marks against the dull cream color, and the door itself sat slightly crooked in the frame. Someone had forced it open from the outside. The snow on the small concrete pad behind the building would have covered any tracks within minutes, which meant this person could have entered hours ago, long before the storm got bad enough to trap us both inside. I retreated to the front counter as quietly as I could manage, my sneakers barely making a sound on the thin commercial carpet. My mind raced through the layout of the shop, trying to figure out where someone could hide. The storage room seemed clear, at least the main area. The break room was too small to conceal anyone for long, but there was another space I had forgotten about, a narrow utility closet built into the wall between the copier area and the hallway, where Rich kept cleaning supplies and a few old machines that no longer worked. The door to that closet blended almost seamlessly with the wall paneling, easy to miss if you did not know it was there. I'd only opened it twice in 8 months, once to grab a mop when a customer spilled coffee, and once when Rich asked me to find a specific replacement part for one of the printers. I stared at that section of wall from behind the counter, my phone clutched in one hand, trying to remember if I had noticed anything unusual when I walked past earlier. The closet door had a small brass handle, tarnished almost black with age, and from this distance I could not tell if it was fully closed or slightly open. I did not want to find out. I needed to call for help, but when I looked at my phone, the signal had dropped to a single flickering bar. The storm must have been interfering with the cell towers, or maybe the snow was just too thick for anything to get through. I tried calling 911 anyway, pressing the phone hard against my ear, but all I got was static and silence, not even a ring. My second thought was the landline on the counter, an old beige phone that Rich kept for backup and rarely used. I picked up the receiver and heard nothing, just dead air. The phone lines must have gone down with the storm, buried under ice and snow somewhere between here and town. I was completely cut off, alone in a building with someone who had broken in and hidden themselves for hours, watching me go about my evening without any idea they were there. The thought of it made my skin prickle with something between fear and revulsion. I pictured myself making coffee, reading my book, checking my phone, all while a stranger lurked somewhere in the shadows, studying my movements, waiting for something. Waiting for what exactly? That question terrified me more than anything else because I had no way of knowing the answer. A sound broke the silence, and this time it was unmistakable. Not a thump or a creak, but a slow, deliberate footstep coming from the hallway. Then another. Someone was walking toward the front of the store, not even trying to be quiet anymore. I ducked behind the counter, pressing my back against the wooden panel, and grabbed the only thing within reach that could serve as a weapon, a heavy-duty paper cutter with a long metal blade. The footsteps stopped somewhere near the copiers, maybe 20 feet from where I crouched. I could hear breathing now, slow and even, the sound of someone completely calm. My own breath came in shallow gasps that I tried desperately to muffle with my hand. Through a small gap between the counter and the wall, I could see a sliver of the shop floor, just enough to catch movement if anyone walked past. For a long moment, nothing happened. The breathing continued, steady as a metronome, and I realized with horrible clarity that this person knew exactly where I was. They had probably watched me duck behind the counter. They were standing there in the middle of my workplace, in no hurry at all, enjoying the fact that I was trapped and terrified and completely at their mercy. Then headlights swept across the front windows, bright and sudden, cutting through the snow like a miracle. A truck had pulled into the parking lot, its engine rumbling loud enough to penetrate the glass. I heard the footsteps behind me move quickly, retreating back toward the hallway, no longer slow or deliberate, but fast and urgent. Without thinking, I stood up and screamed, waving my arms at the truck outside. Not even words really, just raw noise coming out of my throat. The truck stopped about 30 feet from the door, and I saw a figure climb out, bundled in a heavy coat, wading through the snow toward the entrance. Behind me, I heard the back door slam, the one that was supposed to be painted shut, and then nothing. I ran to the front door and shoved it open against the snowdrift, cold air hitting my face like a slap, and nearly tackled the man coming toward me. His name was Earl, I learned later, a driver for a tow company who had been looking for a place to wait out the worst of the storm before continuing on to a call. He said I looked like I had seen death itself, pale and shaking and barely able to form sentences. I told him someone had been inside with me, that they had broken in through the back, and he helped me search the building while keeping his own tire iron ready. We found the utility closet door standing wide open, and inside, shoved behind a broken laminator, there was a backpack that did not belong to anyone at the shop. Earl pulled it out carefully, using his gloved hands, and we looked inside together. A change of clothes, a hunting knife with a 6-inch blade, a roll of duct tape, a small flashlight, and a burner phone with no contact saved. There was also a folded piece of paper with the shop's hours written on it, along with a note in messy handwriting that said, "Wed night, one girl alone." Earl called the police from his truck radio, and they arrived about an hour later after the plows had cleared enough of Route 17 to get through. The officers took the backpack as evidence and told me I was lucky, though they used a different word that I will not repeat here. They found boot prints in the snow behind the building, leading toward the woods about a quarter-mile away, but the storm had filled them in before they could follow the trail. They never caught whoever it was. I quit the job 2 days later and moved back to my parents' house in Connecticut for a few months, until I could stop jumping at every unexpected sound. Sometimes I still think about that note, about how someone had been watching the shop long enough to know the schedule, to know that Wednesday nights meant one employee working alone until 9. I think about the hours I spent reading my book and drinking coffee, while a stranger with a knife and duct tape waited in the dark, 10 feet away from me, breathing slowly and watching through the crack in a closet door. And I wonder what would have happened if Earl had decided to wait out the storm somewhere else. Living alone had never bothered me before that winter. At the time, my name was Clara, and I had rented a remote house miles away from the nearest town to save money and clear my head. Work was remote, life was quiet, and isolation felt like a luxury instead of a threat. Snowstorms were common in that region, and I had stocked up the way everyone told me to. The forecast mentioned heavy snow, nothing unusual, and I remember feeling almost excited for the forced stillness. That morning, the world outside was already muted, wrapped in thick white silence. Wind dragged loose snow across the yard like smoke. Inside, the house creaked the way old places do when temperatures drop. By late afternoon, the storm had grown teeth. Snow piled against the doors faster than I could shovel, and the road disappeared completely. Phone signal flickered in and out, and the power died without warning, plunging every room into an early dusk. The heater shut down, leaving only the faint tick of cooling pipes. Candles became my new light sources, their flames bending whenever the wind slammed the siding. I kept telling myself this was normal, just a rough storm passing through. Still, the silence between gusts felt too deep, like the house was holding its breath. Every sound carried weight in a way it never had before. The first impact came just after dark. A dull thud against the outer wall, low and heavy, followed by another closer to the back of the house. Ice chunks falling from the roof made sense, and so did wind-driven debris, so that's what I told myself. The noises repeated, irregular but deliberate enough to pull my attention every time. Each hit seemed to test a different section of the house. I paced from room to room listening, trying to map where the sounds came from. The storm howled loudly enough to blur everything together, yet those impacts stood out, sharper somehow. I avoided the windows, uneasy about what I might see beyond the glass. Eventually, curiosity won. One candle in hand, I approached the living room window, wiping condensation from the inside with my sleeve. Snow covered most of the glass, pressed high and thick, but something darker caught my eye. A shape stood out where the snow thinned, uneven and unsettlingly familiar. The impression looked like fingers splayed wide, pressed flat against the outside of the window. Before I could fully process it, the mark vanished as snow slid back into place. Moments later, another impact struck the opposite side of the house. That's when the realization set in that whatever was out there wasn't random, and it wasn't staying in one place. Night pressed in hard after that. Candles burned lower, and the cold crept across the floors in slow, numb waves. The impacts kept coming, spaced out just enough to prevent any rhythm, like whoever or whatever was outside didn't want me getting used to it. Wind alone couldn't explain how the sounds shifted from wall to wall. At one point, the noise came from right beside the front door, close enough that I could hear snow sliding down afterward. I stood in the hallway listening, counting breaths without realizing I was doing it. The house felt smaller with every passing minute. Even the ceiling seemed closer, as if the storm were pressing everything inward. Another window showed signs not long after. Frost scraped away from the outside in a rough oval, followed by a second hand-shaped mark beside it. The fingers were long, uneven, and left clear grooves in the snow, deep enough to show pressure. They didn't linger, never staying long enough for me to study them properly. Each time I tried to get closer, the marks faded, replaced by fresh snowfall as if nothing had been there. The storm worked like a curtain, hiding movements between gusts. Whoever was circling the house knew that. The idea settled in slowly and refused to leave. The banging changed tone after that, growing more controlled, less chaotic. One strike landed near the kitchen, followed by another near the bedroom, spaced as if someone were walking the perimeter. My phone finally lost signal completely, leaving me with a dead screen and no outside connection. The temperature inside dropped fast enough that I could see my breath. Layers of clothing barely helped, and my focus narrowed to staying warm and alert. Footprints never appeared in the yard, but the snow kept shifting near the foundation. Something out there was close enough to disturb it, yet hidden well enough to stay unseen. Eventually, exhaustion forced a decision. The safest room was the pantry, small and buried toward the center of the house. Blankets, canned food, and one remaining candle came with me as I shut the door. The impacts continued for hours, sometimes closer, sometimes distant, until the storm's roar swallowed them entirely. At some point, the sounds stopped altogether, leaving only wind and settling ice. Morning light filtered faintly through the cracks when the blizzard finally eased. No marks remained outside, no damage, no tracks, just untouched snow. Roads reopened days later, and I left as soon as possible, never returning, still unsure who had been waiting for the storm to trap me inside. Morning didn't arrive the way it usually does. There was no clean sunrise, just a gradual thinning of darkness as the storm loosened its grip. I stayed in the pantry longer than necessary, listening for anything that didn't belong. When I finally opened the door, the house felt wrong in a different way. Too quiet, like a space after a loud argument. The air inside was bitterly cold, and every step sent sharp cracks through the floorboards. I moved room to room slowly, candle held out in front of me, checking windows, doors, corners. Everything looked intact, no broken glass, no forced entry. That somehow made it worse. Outside light revealed more than I wanted. Snow had piled almost to the windows, smooth and undisturbed except in a few places where it looked handled. Near the living room window, the surface wasn't wind-shaped. It was flattened in patches, uneven, like someone had leaned there and then stepped back. The impressions were faint but intentional, pressed deeper than drifting snow would allow. I scanned the yard as far as I could see through the remaining haze, half expecting movement. Nothing stirred. No tracks led away, no signs of departure. The storm had erased everything except those subtle disruptions near the house itself. I forced the front door open with effort, snow resisting like it wanted me to stay inside. Cold air rushed in, sharp and metallic, carrying that empty post-storm stillness. I stood there for a long moment, listening again, exposed and shaking for reasons beyond the temperature. The walls that had felt like protection hours earlier now seemed thin and unreliable. Whatever had been outside had chosen not to come in, and that choice bothered me more than if it had tried. The thought that someone had tested the house and decided against entering stayed with me, heavy and unresolved. Once the roads were cleared later that day, I packed what I could and left before night had a chance to settle again. I didn't wait for explanations or reassurance from anyone else. The house returned to being just a structure in the snow, silent and empty. Even now, years later, I replay that day in fragments. The timing of the impacts, the way the marks appeared and vanished, the precision of it all. I still don't know who was outside or why the storm mattered so much to them. I only know that something used the weather as cover, and I was never meant to see it clearly. Winter mornings near my place were usually quiet enough that I could hear my own boots compressing the snow. At that point in my life, I was living alone in a small rental on the edge of town, working irregular hours and using long walks to clear my head. The trail behind my neighborhood wasn't anything official, just a worn path locals used to cut through the trees. That day, the air had that sharp, dry cold that makes your nose sting with every breath. I remember debating whether to go out at all because the ground was slick and the sky looked heavy. Still, I needed the movement, the routine, something normal. I zipped my coat up to my chin and headed toward the tree line, expecting nothing more than silence and frozen branches. About 15 minutes in, I noticed someone ahead of me on the trail. That alone wasn't strange, but the way they were dressed caught my attention immediately. No gloves, no hat, and a thin jacket that looked more like something you'd wear in early fall. Their steps were slow and uneven, almost dragging, leaving shallow marks in the snow. Every few seconds they paused, as if listening for something behind them. I slowed my pace without fully realizing why, keeping a steady distance. The woods around us were dense, darker than usual, the kind that swallows sound. I remember thinking how exposed that person must be to the cold. Yet they didn't seem bothered. The path split near a fallen tree, with the main trail curving back toward the neighborhood. Instead of following it, the person ahead veered toward an area marked with old warning signs nailed to trunks. Most locals avoided that section because it bordered protected land, and the terrain dropped off sharply. The person didn't hesitate, stepping over the thin rope barrier like it wasn't there. I stopped completely, my breath fogging the air, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to call out, maybe warn them, but my voice wouldn't come. The quiet felt heavier than before, like the forest was holding it in. After a long moment, I turned back, uneasy and annoyed at myself for letting a stranger rattle me. Weeks passed and the memory faded into something I only thought about when I walked that way again. Then one evening, flashing lights lit up the road near my place, painting the snow in red and blue. Law enforcement vehicles were parked along the trail entrance and officers were moving in and out of the trees. Later, word spread that they were searching the restricted area because of an unrelated investigation. Nobody mentioned a person on the trail or anything unusual found that day. Still, standing at my window, watching the lights flicker against the forest, that image of the underdressed figure came rushing back with uncomfortable clarity. It felt like a piece of something larger I had brushed against and never understood. The following days changed how I moved through that part of town. The trail stayed open, but the casual rhythm it once had was gone. I found myself scanning the tree line more than the ground, noticing things I'd ignored for years. Broken branches piled in odd places, faint tracks that didn't match boots or animals, scraps of fabric snagged on thorns. I kept replaying the way that person had crossed into the restricted area so calmly, like they'd done it before. There was no sense of urgency in their movements, no rush to get somewhere warm. That detail bothered me more than anything else. Cold like that usually forces decisions, but they had moved with patience, almost intention. Eventually, curiosity pushed me to ask around. At a small local diner, I overheard two older men talking about the police activity. They spoke in hushed tones, mentioning thefts, illegal dumping, and something about makeshift shelters deep in the woods. One of them joked about people hiding where nobody wanted to look. I sat there stirring my coffee long after it went cold, realizing how close that hidden area was to my daily routine. I thought about how easily I'd followed the stranger's path with my eyes, how natural it felt to watch them drift away from safety. It unsettled me to admit how close I'd come to stepping past those signs myself. Sleep didn't come easily for a while after that. Every creak outside my window sounded amplified. Every gust of wind felt deliberate. I started locking my doors earlier than usual and stopped using the trail altogether. Once, during another walk closer to town, I spotted a piece of rope half buried in snow that looked identical to the barrier near the restricted area. I couldn't say for sure it was the same, but seeing it there sent a jolt through me. It made me wonder how many markers I'd missed before, how many times I'd crossed paths with things just outside my awareness. The idea that danger didn't announce itself weighed heavily on me. Eventually, the police presence disappeared, and life resumed its usual pace. No official statements reached us beyond vague reassurances. Still, that winter walk stayed with me, reshaping how I thought about familiar places. I learned that proximity doesn't equal safety, and routine can blind you to quiet warnings. Even now, years later, I avoid wooded shortcuts during colder months. I don't know who that person was or why they were there, and maybe I never will. What I do know is that noticing them changed something permanent in me, a subtle shift toward caution that hasn't faded with time. Spring eventually softened the edges of that winter, but it didn't erase what had happened. I remember the first time the snow fully melted and the ground turned to mud, exposing things that had been hidden for months. From the road, I could see where the forest floor had been disturbed in the restricted area, darker patches where people had clearly been moving back and forth. It made the whole thing feel more real, less like a strange memory, and more like a near miss. I realized how thin the line was between a normal habit and a dangerous situation. All it took was one step off a familiar path. Not long after that, a short article appeared on a local news site. It talked about arrests connected to illegal activity tied to the forest, mentioning stolen property and individuals using the area to stay out of sight. The report was vague and careful, probably to avoid panic, but it confirmed enough to make my chest tighten. They included a photo taken from the edge of the woods, showing debris and a narrow footpath that looked exactly like the one I'd seen that day. I stared at that image for a long time, tracing the route with my finger. It finally clicked that the person I'd followed with my eyes hadn't been lost or careless. They'd known exactly where they were going. That realization brought an unexpected mix of relief and dread. Relief that I hadn't called out, hadn't followed, hadn't tried to be helpful. Dread because it meant I'd unknowingly been close to something deliberate and hidden. I started sharing the story quietly with a few friends, framing it as a strange coincidence rather than anything dramatic. Most of them brushed it off, saying things like that happen everywhere. But a couple went quiet, especially those who also used trails near their homes. It was unsettling to see that same shift of awareness pass to them, the same pause before they spoke. In the end, the solution was simple and practical. I stopped using that trail altogether and adjusted my routines. I found busier routes, places with open sightlines and people around. The forest is still there, unchanged, and I still pass it sometimes on my way to work, but I don't feel drawn to it anymore. That single winter walk taught me that familiarity can be misleading, and not every quiet place is empty. I don't know what would have happened if I'd taken a few more steps forward that day. What matters is that I didn't, and that choice still feels like the right one. Working remotely during a harsh winter had become my routine by then, especially with deadlines piling up and the days getting shorter. At that point in my life, I was living alone in a small 2-story house, trying to save money and keep my head down. Snow had been falling on and off for days, the kind that muffles everything outside and makes the house feel sealed off from the world. That evening, my job kept me glued to my desk, headset on, juggling calls and reports while the heater hummed non-stop. I remember feeling oddly grateful for the isolation, like the storm had given me an excuse to disappear for a while. The house was quiet in a way that felt heavy, not peaceful, but I brushed that thought aside. I told myself it was just winter doing what winter does, pressing in from all sides. Nothing about that night seemed special yet, just another long shift at home. The first sound slipped past my headphones like a mistake, something soft and brief that didn't belong to the audio in my ears. I paused the call, lifted one side of the headset, and listened, expecting the heater or the pipes. What I heard instead was closer, like a faint scrape, the kind you'd get from fabric brushing a wall. I stood up and checked the hallway, finding everything exactly as I'd left it. Every door on the ground floor was closed, lights off, shadows sitting where they should. Back at my desk, I chalked it up to fatigue and put the headset on again. Minutes later, another noise came through, heavier this time, like a slow step being placed carefully. My focus started slipping, but I forced myself to finish the task in front of me. I didn't want to admit how alert I'd become to every tiny sound. As the night dragged on, those subtle noises kept returning, always just quiet enough to make me question whether they were real. Sometimes it sounded like a door shifting slightly, sometimes like something brushing past furniture. Each time I checked, the house looked normal, almost staged in its stillness. Near the end of my shift, I got up to refill my mug and noticed the door to the guest room standing open. I clearly remembered closing it earlier because the draft from the window made it rattle. The bathroom door down the hall was open too, angled in a way I never leave it. Standing there, mug forgotten in my hand, I felt a creeping sense of unease settle in my chest. I walked through the house, closing each door again, paying attention to the sound of the latches clicking. When I returned to my desk, the silence felt louder than before. Sleep didn't come easily after I logged off, and the house felt wrong in a way I couldn't put into words. The next morning, still bothered, I checked the security camera app on my phone, more out of curiosity than fear. The footage from the previous night showed subtle movement during my working hours, shadows shifting and doors changing position on their own. At one point, the guest room door eased open slowly, like someone careful was controlling it. There was no clear figure, no obvious person, just motion where there shouldn't have been any. I replayed the clips again and again, scanning for an entry point, a window, anything that made sense. Every lock had remained secured the entire time, according to the system. Sitting there with my phone in my hand, I realized those sounds hadn't been my imagination at all. I spent the rest of that morning walking through the house with a notepad, writing down what the cameras had actually captured. Each clip showed the same rooms I had checked in person, yet the timing didn't line up with my memory. The hallway light flicked on briefly at one point, even though I hadn't touched the switch all night. In another clip, the door to the storage closet shifted inward, stopped, then slowly returned to its original position. No sudden movements, no rush, just patience. That detail bothered me more than anything else. Whatever caused it wasn't careless or accidental. It behaved like it knew the house, like it understood how little force was needed to avoid making noise. Later that day, I called a friend named Lucas to come over, mostly because I didn't want to be alone with my thoughts. We went over the footage together on my laptop, frame by frame, pausing and rewinding until my eyes hurt. Lucas tried to joke at first, suggesting drafts or pressure changes from the cold, but his tone changed as the clips kept playing. He pointed out how consistent the movement was, always during my work hours, always stopping when I stood up from my desk. We checked every window, every vent, even the attic access, finding nothing disturbed. The snow outside was untouched except for my own footprints from earlier that morning. Seeing his confidence fade made the situation feel heavier, more real. That night I worked again, though I didn't put my headphones on this time. Every sound felt amplified without them, from the heater cycling to the faint tick of the walls contracting. I positioned my desk so I could see the hallway clearly, keeping the doors in view. Hours passed without incident, and part of me started hoping the previous night had been a one-time thing. Near the end of my shift, a soft click echoed through the house, unmistakable and deliberate. The bathroom door, which I had locked, eased open by a few inches and stopped. I didn't move, barely breathing, watching it like staring at an animal that might bolt if startled. After a long minute, it closed again, gently, leaving the latch exactly where it had been. The next day, I contacted a security technician to review the system in person. He confirmed there were no glitches, no remote access, and no signs of tampering. Before leaving, he suggested adding motion sensors inside the house, something I agreed to immediately. After they were installed, the unexplained activity stopped completely. No more sounds, no doors shifting, no movement on camera. Even so, I didn't relax. I moved my workspace into the living room and kept interior doors open from then on. To this day, I still don't know what caused those hours of quiet movement while I worked. All I know is that whatever it was seemed aware of me, and once it realized I was watching back, it never returned. That week ended with a strange kind of quiet settling into the house, the kind that doesn't feel earned. Work returned to normal. Deadlines came and went, and the cameras showed nothing but empty rooms and steady timestamps. Even so, habits had changed without me really choosing them. Lights stayed on longer than necessary, and I caught myself listening before stepping into any room. The motion sensors never triggered, not once, which should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like a held breath that never fully released. Friends told me I was overthinking it, that stress and isolation can mess with perception. Deep down, I knew stress hadn't opened locked doors or shifted shadows on a screen. Normalcy had come back too cleanly. Winter dragged on, and the snow eventually melted, exposing the yard exactly as it should be. No disturbed soil, no marks along the siding, nothing to point at and say, "That's it, that's the reason." I reviewed the footage one last time before archiving it, forcing myself to watch without jumping ahead. There was a pattern to it, subtle but consistent, always centered around the same hallway and the same interior doors. Never the front door, never the back. It felt less like an intrusion and more like a presence navigating familiar territory. That thought stayed with me longer than I wanted to admit. Houses, after all, remember things better than people do. Eventually, a practical decision replaced speculation. The house went up for sale, and I told myself the move was about space and convenience. Packing up felt like closing a chapter that refused to explain itself. On the final day there, every door stood open, sunlight reaching into corners that had stayed dark before. Walking through those empty rooms, the place looked harmless, almost ordinary. No sounds followed me, no last gesture, no sign of whatever had shared those hours with me. The cameras came down, one by one, and I left them behind with the keys on the counter. The silence didn't follow me out. Now, living somewhere else, working similar hours, winter doesn't carry the same weight it used to. Headphones still come off now and then, just to check the space around me, a habit I doubt will fade. Nothing like that has happened again, and maybe that's the closest thing to an answer I'll get. Some things don't need a name or a face to leave a mark. All I know is that during those hours, something moved through my home without ever showing itself. When I stopped pretending it wasn't happening, it stopped happening too. That's the part I still think about late at night. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. I grew up in a small town in Kentucky. One of those places where everyone knows your name, your business, and your family history 3 generations back. It was 1976, and I had just turned 17. My world revolved around school, church, and the occasional drive-in movie with my best friend Ellie. My father ran a modest hardware store on Main Street, and my mother was the type of woman who ironed pillowcases and insisted on saying grace before every meal, even at breakfast. It was a quiet, predictable life. That was until I got involved with Caleb Turner. Caleb was the son of Judge Raymond Turner, the kind of man who walked into a room and silence followed him. Everyone in town either feared or respected him. Caleb, though, wasn't like his father. He was charming in a way that made girls forget their upbringing. He had this lazy smile, sun-bleached hair, and a way of talking that made you feel like you were the only person in the world. We started seeing each other in secret that summer. I didn't tell anyone, not even Ellie, mostly because I knew what people would say, that I wasn't good enough for him. When I found out I was pregnant, I was sitting on the edge of my bed, holding a drugstore test I'd bought 2 towns over just to avoid being recognized. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Caleb was the first person I told. I was scared, sure, but part of me believed he'd take care of it, that we'd figure it out together. He didn't say much at first, just sat there staring at the floor, biting the inside of his cheek. The next day he came back and told me his family would take care of everything. I didn't know then just how literal he meant that. Within a week, everything in my life changed. My parents were told I'd had a breakdown. That's the word they used, breakdown. I was suddenly unwell, and it would be best if I stayed somewhere quiet to recover. They sent me to stay with some distant cousin of my mother's in a rundown farmhouse nearly 50 miles away. No phone, no car, no way to contact anyone. My father didn't even drive me there, Caleb's uncle did. He didn't say a word during the entire ride. I remember staring out the window the whole way, watching the trees blur past, and feeling like I was being erased. The farmhouse was old and smelled like dust and mothballs. The woman I was sent to stay with, Aunt Margaret, though I'd never met her before, was in her late 60s, wore orthopedic shoes and always kept her curtains drawn. She never asked questions, never offered comfort. Her house had no television, no radio, and the only books were religious pamphlets and an old Bible with pages so thin they crinkled when you touched them. I spent most of my days staring out the back window, watching the empty fields shift with the wind, waiting for something, anything to happen. It was like time had stopped. At night, I'd lie awake and listen to the sounds of the old house, wood creaking, wind slipping through cracks, distant coyotes. I wasn't allowed to go into town. Aunt Margaret said it was for the best. I had no idea what people back home were being told. Ellie never wrote, neither did my parents. Weeks went by, then months. My belly grew, and with it the silence around me. I felt like a ghost trapped in someone else's story. Sometimes, I'd talk to the baby just to hear my own voice. I remember whispering, "I don't know what they're doing to us, but I promise I'll get you out." Then one morning, I heard voices outside. I peeked through the front window and saw Judge Turner's black Buick parked in the dirt driveway, dust still swirling around the tires. He didn't come in. Instead, he spoke with Aunt Margaret on the porch, low and calm. She kept nodding, eyes fixed on the ground. After he left, she brought me a suitcase and said I needed to pack. "They found a better place," she said. No details, no answers. I asked where we were going. She didn't answer, just pointed to the suitcase and walked out of the room. That night I didn't sleep. I kept thinking, what if I disappeared completely? The next day, Caleb showed up. It was the first time I'd seen him in months. He looked thinner, paler, like he hadn't been sleeping either, but he wouldn't look me in the eye. He just stood by the door while Aunt Margaret handed him the suitcase. Then he muttered something about a clinic in Ohio and that they would pay for everything. I told him I didn't want to go anywhere. I begged him to tell my parents the truth. That's when he finally snapped. Said it was too late for all that things had already been handled. I didn't know what that meant exactly, but the way he said it chilled me to the bone. I didn't go to the clinic. That night, while Aunt Margaret was asleep, I grabbed the suitcase she packed for me and snuck out the back door. I walked for what felt like hours, following the road with nothing but the moonlight and the sound of gravel crunching under my shoes. Eventually, I found a gas station with a payphone. I had no money, but the clerk, this skinny kid with long hair and a kind face, let me make a call. I dialed the only number I could remember by heart, Ellie's. When she picked up, I barely got the words out. All I said was, "It's me. I need help." Ellie showed up 6 hours later, driving her brother's beat-up Chevy Nova. When she saw me, she burst into tears. She told me everyone thought I'd been committed to some private facility out west, that my parents had been told not to visit, and that I'd asked for space. Caleb apparently had gone back to school like nothing happened. I stayed with Ellie and her family for a few weeks, hidden in the basement. Her parents were quiet about it, but I could tell they knew something wasn't right. They never asked questions. They just let me stay. Eventually, I found a women's shelter in Louisville that helped girls like me. I gave birth there, to a little girl with a head full of dark hair. I named her Hope. It wasn't until years later that I found out the full story. One of Caleb's cousins, drunk at a wedding, told someone what had really happened, how the Turners had fabricated a mental breakdown, falsified medical papers, and even paid off a doctor to back it all up. They'd planned to handle it quietly, send me away, give the baby up without my consent, and pretend I never existed. I was just a liability to them, an inconvenience. I never saw Caleb again. Last I heard, he became a lawyer like his father. I changed my name, moved out of Kentucky, and raised Hope on my own. She's in college now, smart, strong, and full of fire. She doesn't know the whole story yet. One day I'll tell her, but not because I want her to feel sorry for me. I'll tell her so she knows how far some people will go to protect power, and how far you have to go to protect yourself. To this day, there are folks back in that town who still think I had some kind of breakdown. Maybe that's for the best. Let them think I disappeared. The truth is, I survived. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts, witches, or backwoods cults. Or at least I didn't. I'm 28. I live alone in a rental house in Jackson, Mississippi. And until a few weeks ago, my biggest worries were rent and a weird noise my car makes in reverse. I like hiking on weekends, mostly to clear my head. A few friends and I, all people I've known since college, planned a trip out to a wooded area about an hour and a half east of Jackson. It's public land, not marked as anything special, just quiet and remote. It was me, Jordan, Will, and Rachel. Nothing fancy, just a day hike with snacks, photos, and no cell service. I wish we'd turned around the second we saw that first cross. We'd wandered off trail, which we tend to do when the marked paths get boring. That's when Rachel noticed what looked like an animal's skull nailed to a tree. At first, we thought it was part of someone's weird hunting ritual or some kind of southern folk art. But then, we started noticing more things. Dozens of handmade wooden crosses stuck crooked into the ground. Strips of dirty clothing tied to low-hanging branches. Some items were really old, almost rotted. There were little cloth dolls, too, and what looked like melted candles stuck in the dirt. The whole area had this heavy, quiet feel to it, like the trees were pressing in. We didn't say it out loud, but we were all creeped out. I took a bunch of photos, close-ups of the crosses, the bones, even a hoodie that looked like it had dried blood on it. Will told me to knock it off, but I didn't think much of it. I figured I'd post them later on a hiking subreddit, maybe as one of those found something weird in the woods type of threads. None of us were brave enough to go any deeper into the grove. There was a tree in the center, thicker, older, covered in what looked like carvings and more bones nailed into the bark. We all just stood there, staring at it. Then Jordan said, "We should go, now." and without another word, we left. That should have been the end of it. But that night after I got home, I posted 3 of the photos online. Nothing identifying, just the objects, nothing with people or locations. A few hours later, after midnight, I got the first text. No words, just a photo. At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. It was my driveway, taken from across the street. My car was in it, and the porch light was on. That photo had been taken minutes before I saw it. I looked outside immediately. Nothing, just darkness and silence. I didn't sleep that night. Every time a car passed or a branch moved outside, I'd get up and check the windows. I even turned off all the lights and sat on the couch with my phone in hand, waiting. Nothing else happened until 3:12 a.m. I remember the exact time because I was staring at the clock when the next text came through. Another photo. This time it was closer. My front window. You could see the curtain half drawn, and behind it, the soft glow of my TV. I was in that room when it was taken. My stomach dropped. I ran to the window and flung it open, yelling into the night, but there was no one there. I checked every lock in the house twice. The next morning I called Jordan. I didn't want to sound paranoid, so I just asked if he'd noticed anything weird since the hike. He hesitated. Then he said he'd gotten a message too, but his was just a blank screen. No image, no text. Rachel and Will hadn't gotten anything, at least not yet. We all felt uneasy, like maybe we'd wandered into something we weren't supposed to see. I deleted the post and the photos immediately, but it felt too late. That day, I installed a security camera above my door, even though I live in a decent neighborhood. It didn't make me feel any safer. That night, I didn't get a text. I thought maybe it was over. But in the morning, when I checked the footage from the camera, there was a person. At 2:47 a.m., someone walked up to my front steps and just stood there for nearly 5 minutes. They never knocked, never rang the bell, just stood there. The footage was grainy, but I could see a hood, dark jeans, and what looked like something hanging from their neck, maybe a necklace or a bone. At one point, they turned and looked straight at the camera, but their face was completely obscured by shadow. I called the police, showed them the footage. They took a report, but nothing ever came of it. By the end of that week, Rachel texted us saying her cat had gone missing. She was crying on the phone, said she found her back door open that morning, but she always locks it. She lives alone too, and now she won't stay in the house without her brother over. Will hasn't said much since. He's not the type to show emotion, but he looked shaken last time we talked. He said he's been hearing things at night, branches breaking, soft knocking. We all agree on one thing. Whatever that place was, we shouldn't have touched it, shouldn't have photographed it, and we definitely shouldn't have posted it online. I started keeping the lights on at night, even in rooms I wasn't using. I felt watched, constantly. Every time I took out the trash or went to my car, I'd feel like someone was just out of view. The texts didn't stop, but they changed. No more photos, just single words. Repent. Return. Watch. Sometimes, nothing at all. Just the sound of the notification at 2 or 3 in the morning. I stopped opening them. I changed my number, but it didn't matter. The messages kept coming from random, untraceable numbers. It was like they weren't meant to be replied to, just reminders that someone was still out there. A few days later, I came home to find something nailed to the tree in my backyard. It was a small, crude wooden cross with what looked like feathers and string wrapped around it. I have no idea how someone got back there. I have a locked gate and my backyard is fenced in all the way around. I called the police again, but like before, they just took the report and left. That night I slept in my car, parked 2 blocks over. I didn't want to be near the house. I didn't want whoever was doing this to know I was still there. Then, one day, it just stopped. No more texts, no figures on the camera, no weird noises outside. The air around the house even felt different. Lighter somehow. I never found out who sent the photos or who left that cross. None of us did. Jordan moved out of state. Rachel stopped hiking altogether. Will deleted every social media account he had. We don't really talk much anymore. I think we're all trying to forget it, like ignoring it will make it go away for good. But I know better. I still think about that tree sometimes, the carvings, the bones, the way it looked like it had been used for years. I don't hike off trail anymore. Hell, I barely leave town. And every now and then, late at night, I'll think I hear a soft knock somewhere in the house. I freeze every time. I never check. I don't want to know. That's the worst part, not knowing what we saw, what we disturbed, or why it followed us. I've learned that some places are forgotten for a reason, and some things, they don't want to stay buried. I grew up in a small town in Nebraska that barely shows up on a map. The kind of place where everyone knows your name and your family's business. I'm 28 now, but what happened when I was 14 still sticks to the back of my mind like something unfinished. Back then, Halloween was the biggest thrill of the year. It wasn't about candy anymore. It was about messing with old Mr. Delvin. He lived in the weathered brick house at the edge of our road, right before the cornfields swallowed the pavement. He was in his 70s, always wore these high-waisted slacks with mustard stains on his undershirt, and hated kids. Especially me and my brother, Nate. Every Halloween, it became a tradition, us versus Delvin. In 5th grade, we threw toilet paper all over his porch. 6th grade, we put a fake snake in his mailbox. By 8th grade, we were planting fake severed arms in his yard, lighting stink bombs under his windows, and Nate even rigged up a speaker to scream randomly from the bushes. Every time, Delvin would storm out with his flashlight, waving it like a sword, yelling threats in his croaky voice. But nothing ever came of it. He never called our parents or the cops, just muttered something about paybacks coming. We figured he was just all bark. That year, Halloween fell on a Saturday. It was unusually warm, which made it perfect for staying out late. Nate and I had planned our grand finale of pranks for weeks. But when we walked past Delvin's place at sunset, we noticed something weird. His house was decorated, like, actually decorated. Paper skeletons taped to the windows, an inflatable pumpkin in the yard, flickering lights on the porch. It looked cheap, like someone had just bought a Halloween kit and thrown it all together. But that was the thing. Delvin had never put out decorations. Ever. Nate nudged me and said, "He's trying to show us up. We can't let that slide." We waited until 10:30 p.m. In when most trick-or-treaters were gone and the streets were quiet, Nate had brought a bag full of gear. Nothing dangerous, just his usual chaos. Smoke bombs, a motion-activated sound box, and a plastic baby doll painted with fake blood. We crept up through the back of Delvin's property, staying low behind the row of bushes that bordered his yard. Everything was dark now, except for the faint orange glow from the porch, but there was no sound, no TV, no rustling. Not even the usual radio static he always had playing. It felt staged. I remember whispering, "This feels off," and Nate just grinned, tossing me the sound box and saying, "That's the point, let's mess it up." We didn't know he was the one messing with us. We split up like always. Nate went around toward the shed near the back fence while I stayed closer to the house. I was trying to find a good spot to hide the sound box when I noticed something odd. The inflatable pumpkin on the porch was slowly deflating, like someone had stabbed it. But there was no one there. I figured maybe it had a slow leak. Still, it made the whole scene feel wrong. I ducked behind a bush, watching for Nate's flashlight flicker. That's when I heard the shed door creak open, followed by a loud clang like something heavy slamming shut. Then, nothing. Silence. No footsteps. No Nate. I waited a full minute, then another. I whispered his name, but there was no answer. I got up and crept toward the shed. It looked normal from the outside, old and rotted at the bottom like most things on Delvin's property. But now, the padlock on the door was snapped shut. Nate didn't have keys. I tapped on the door softly. "Nate?" I whispered. Nothing. I knocked harder. Still silence. That's when I noticed the camera. A small, battery-powered trail cam mounted high on the corner of the shed, blinking red. And right underneath it, nailed to the wood, was a piece of cardboard that read, "Tricked." That's when it hit me. This was the prank. On us. Delvin had flipped the script. My stomach dropped and I swear I could feel my skin buzzing. I backed away, scanning the yard, half expecting him to come barreling out from the shadows. But there was no one. Just silence. A silence that didn't feel empty, but watchful. I pulled on the shed lock. It wouldn't budge. I even tried hitting it with a rock, but it just clanked uselessly. From inside, I thought I heard something. Faint shuffling, maybe a muffled voice like Nate was gagged or trying to move. That's when panic really set in. I ran back to the road. I remember standing there, frozen under the street lamp, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. I had two options. Go for help, which meant waking up my parents or possibly getting the cops involved, and admitting we were the ones who'd been harassing Delvin for years. Or I could go back and try to break him out myself before sunrise. I stared at that dark house, then back at the road. No cars, no lights, just me, the cold breeze, and a growing sense that we were in way deeper than we'd ever meant to be. I decided I couldn't just leave him. I ran back, heart racing, and checked every window and door of Delvin's house, praying something would be unlocked. Nothing. The windows were sealed shut, the front door bolted. I was sweating despite the chill, my hands shaking. Finally, I circled around again and found a narrow window near the basement that looked weak, like the wood was rotting. I jammed the edge of Nate's screwdriver, thankfully still in the prank bag, between the frame and pride until it cracked open just enough to squeeze through. The second I dropped inside, I regretted it. The air was thick, stale, and reeked of mildew and something metallic. The basement was cluttered with piles of old tools, stacked furniture, and a dozen dusty Halloween decorations, props, masks, fake limbs, some still wrapped in plastic. It was like Delvin had been stockpiling Halloween for years. I tiptoed up the stairs, holding my breath, careful not to make them creak. I made it to the kitchen. No lights. But someone had left a flashlight on the table, still warm when I picked it up. That told me Delvin had just been there. I crossed the house quickly and unlocked the back door. Then I ran to the shed, used the same screwdriver to wedge open the hinge bolts from the outside. Took longer than I wanted, but finally, it opened. Nate was sitting on the floor, pale, knees pulled to his chest. The inside of the shed wasn't empty. There were photos. Dozens of them pinned to the wall, photos of us going back years, dressed up on Halloween, walking past his house, even pictures taken through our bedroom window. Nate had duct tape on his wrists, but Delvin hadn't hurt him. He'd just locked him in there with all those pictures, left him alone in the dark. The message was clear. I've been watching. I let it build. This is your punishment. We didn't say anything. We just ran. After that night, we never touched Delvin's yard again. He never spoke to us, never called the cops, and never mentioned it, not once. But every Halloween after, he put out the same cheap decorations. And we knew it wasn't for the holiday. It was a reminder, a trap we'd fallen into once, and just maybe a warning that he was still paying attention. I still drive past that house when I visit home, and every time I do, I feel it. That same buzz in my skin. That same question. What would have happened if I hadn't come back for Nate? I've never posted anything like this before, but after what happened last year, I just need to get it out. Maybe someone's been through something similar. I'm 20 now, but this all happened when I was 18, senior year of high school. I live in a small town in Illinois where everyone kind of knows everyone, and nothing stays secret for long. That's part of what made all of this so much worse. I was dating someone new at the time. Her name was Brooke, and things were honestly going great. But then I reconnected with someone from my past, a girl named Megan, who I hadn't talked to since middle school. Megan and I used to date back in 7th grade, if you can even call it that. We'd hold hands during lunch and text nonstop after school. Nothing serious, we were kids. But she reached out to me on Instagram one night out of nowhere. She said she saw one of my posts and just wanted to say hi. It started casual. We exchanged a few messages, laughed about old times, and I told her I was dating someone. She didn't seem to care, just said she was happy for me, and that she'd love to catch up sometime. I figured it was innocent. I mean, we were kids back then and I didn't think she still had feelings. At first, it really did feel harmless. We texted here and there, nothing flirty, just catching up on life. She had moved to a nearby town about 30 minutes away, was working part-time, and sounded like she had her life together. But over time, the messages started coming more often, then longer, then at weird hours, like 2 or 3 a.m. I didn't reply to those, obviously, but I'd wake up to paragraphs about how she missed the way we used to talk, how she never got over me, and how seeing me with Brooke made her feel physically sick. That was the moment I knew something was off. I showed Brooke the messages. She laughed it off at first, but deep down I could tell it bothered her. Things escalated fast after that. Megan started showing up in places she had no reason to be. One Saturday, Brooke and I went to this little diner we always go to, and Megan just happened to be there, alone, sitting in a booth across from ours, pretending not to notice us. She didn't order anything. She just sat there, staring. I tried to ignore it, but Brooke was shaken. Later that week, Brooke started getting weird DMs from a burner account. No profile picture, no name, just nasty messages saying stuff like, "He'll leave you like he left me," or "You're just a placeholder." At first, we thought it was some random troll, but then the account started sending personal photos, stuff I had only ever sent to Megan back when we were kids. That's when it really hit me. Megan must have kept those photos for all those years, stuff from middle school. Embarrassing, dumb things I never thought would resurface. She had edited them to look recent and started leaking them into group chats at school. Not just to Brooke, but to other classmates too. I got messages from people I hadn't talked to in months, some pretending to be concerned, others just gossiping. In a small town like ours, that kind of thing spreads like wildfire. People whisper in hallways, laugh behind your back, and suddenly I wasn't just the guy with a stalker ex. I was that guy from the pics. I felt exposed in a way I can't even describe. It was humiliating. Brooke tried to stay strong through all of it, but I could see the stress wearing her down. She stopped posting on social media, barely talked at school, and eventually asked if we could take a break. I don't blame her. She didn't sign up for any of this. Megan, meanwhile, kept ramping things up. I started noticing her car parked near my house at night, a black Nissan Altima. Once I walked out around 11 p.m. to take the trash and saw it idling across the street with the lights off. It pulled away when I stepped off the porch. Another time, someone knocked on my bedroom window around 2 a.m., but when I looked outside, there was no one there, just that same car parked half a block down. I tried going to my parents, but they didn't really take it seriously. My dad just said, "Girls get emotional, it'll pass," and my mom told me to block her. But it wasn't that simple. She'd just make new accounts, different usernames, same twisted messages. Eventually, I started losing sleep. I'd stay up most nights checking the front window, scrolling through my DMs to see if she'd sent something else. Every time my phone buzzed, my stomach dropped. I was scared, man. Not of her hurting me, but of the fact that she seemed capable of anything. Like she had no line anymore, no shame. And nobody else saw it for what it was. The school didn't help much either. When I brought it up to the counselor, they said since it was all online and off campus, there wasn't anything they could really do. That just made it worse. Megan knew no one would stop her. She got bolder. One day I found a note on the windshield of my car in the school parking lot. It was written in red Sharpie. "I see the way you look at her, you never looked at me like that." That's when I started parking off school grounds. I stopped talking to people. I even deleted my social media for a while. But somehow she always found a way to remind me that she was still watching. The last straw was the night she showed up at Brooke's house. Brooke called me crying, saying someone had been knocking non-stop on her bedroom window, and then disappeared when her dad came out with a flashlight. She swore she saw Megan's face in the window just before she ducked. That night, I drove straight over there and called the police from the driveway. They took the report, but without evidence, there wasn't much they could do. Megan denied everything, obviously, and claimed we were harassing her. I don't know how she flipped it like that, but after that, Brooke's parents made her block me too. They didn't want anything to do with the mess anymore. After that night, it just stopped. No more DMs, no more fake accounts, no more parked car. Megan vanished completely from my life like none of it had ever happened. I don't know if someone finally talked to her, or if she just got bored, or if she moved on to someone else. I never found out. But the damage was done. Brooke and I never really got back together. A few classmates still whisper about the Megan thing even now, like it's some inside joke. I just keep my head down. I don't talk about it much offline because people either don't believe me or they think I'm exaggerating. I've checked Megan's Instagram a few times since. Not proud of it, just curious. Last I saw, she got engaged to some guy from another town. Smiling, happy, completely normal-looking life. Part of me wonders if he knows. If she told him anything about how obsessive she got. Or maybe she really did change. Maybe I was just a chapter she lost control of. Either way, I'll never understand how someone I barely dated as a kid could mess up my life so badly years later. It doesn't make sense to me. To this day, I don't know what triggered her to go that far. It's like something snapped and she just fixated on me. Like I owed her something. I still get anxious when I see a black Nissan Altima. I still hesitate to accept follow requests from accounts I don't recognize. It's been almost 2 years now, and I wish I could say I've moved on completely, but I haven't. Sometimes I still wonder if she's watching, if she's waiting for something, or if one day I'll just wake up and it'll all start again out of nowhere, just like it did the first time. I moved to rural Missouri in early spring of last year, hoping for a quieter life after a long and messy divorce. I'd just turned 38, and between the paperwork, the lawyers, and the emotional drain of splitting everything down the middle, I needed out. So I cashed in what I could and bought a modest 2-bedroom house on a couple acres just outside a town called Cassville. It wasn't much, but it had good bones and a huge backyard, which I figured I could fix up over time. I work remotely doing CAD design for construction companies, so I didn't need to be near any big city. The slower pace, the space, and the silence were exactly what I thought I wanted. About 2 weeks after I moved in, I decided to build a privacy fence along the back edge of the property. Nothing fancy, just some pressure-treated posts and horizontal slats, enough to give me some separation from the patch of woods behind the lot. The ground was soft from recent rain, so I figured it'd be an easy job. I borrowed an auger from the guy down the road, a retired mechanic named Bill, and started digging post holes one Saturday morning. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt out there. Birds chirping, coffee in hand, the sound of the auger breaking soil. I hit something in the 4th hole. At first, I thought it was a thick root, so I got down on my knees and dug with a hand trowel, but it wasn't a root. It was bone, long, curved slightly with a clean break on one end. At first I thought it might have been a deer femur or something, until I uncovered what looked very clearly like part of a skull. Not a full one, just the upper portion, but enough to tell it wasn't from any animal I recognized. The soil was packed tight around it, but the way the pieces were clustered made me freeze. It didn't look like one bone. It looked like a buried body. I covered it back up almost immediately and went inside. I wasn't sure what protocol was for something like this, but I figured the sheriff's department would know. I called the non-emergency line, explained what I'd found, and within an hour, Sheriff Dalton himself showed up. Middle-aged guy, clean-shaven, wore his uniform like he'd stepped out of a catalog. He was polite but distant, more like someone checking off a box than someone genuinely curious. I showed him the spot, even pointed out where the bone was, but he didn't seem all that interested. He barely looked at it before saying, "Probably just a cow or a hunting dog. People used to bury animals all over these lots back in the day." I asked if he was going to have it tested or send someone out, and he just shook his head. Wouldn't be the first time someone mistook animal bones for human. Something about the way he dismissed it didn't sit right with me. I mean, I'm no expert, but I've seen my share of animal bones. This was different. Too smooth, too rounded, and the way the pieces were shaped felt unmistakably human. But I didn't push it. He was the sheriff, and I was just the new guy in town. After he left, I sat on my porch for almost an hour, trying to convince myself it really was nothing. Still, I couldn't bring myself to keep digging that day. I packed up the tools and figured I'd wait until the following weekend, just to give myself some mental space. On Monday morning, something strange happened. I was working in the kitchen when I saw a dark SUV pull into my driveway. At first, I thought it was Amazon or someone lost, but it wasn't. It was Sheriff Dalton again, this time out of uniform, wearing jeans and a flannel, holding 2 coffees in a cardboard tray. I opened the door, and he gave me this easy smile, like we were old friends. Said he was in the area, and thought I might want to talk more about the backyard. I invited him in, mostly out of politeness, and he handed me a coffee like it was some kind of peace offering. We sat at my kitchen table, and after a bit of small talk, weather, fishing, local diner specials, he leaned in a little and asked if I'd thought about selling. I blinked, caught off guard. He said something like, "I've always liked this patch of land. Wouldn't mind picking it up myself if you're ever thinking of moving again." I laughed awkwardly and said I'd only just moved in, and he nodded like he expected that. Then he added, "But if you are thinking about it, I could offer cash, off the record. Wouldn't need to go through any of that real estate red tape." His tone was casual, but something in his eyes felt too focused, too rehearsed. The rest of the conversation blurred. I remember feeling this pressure in my chest, like my instincts were screaming at me to not take the offer. When he finally left, I stood at the window and watched him drive away, and that's when I noticed something else. There was dirt on the wheel wells of his SUV. A lot of it. Fresh, like he'd been somewhere off-road recently. I wouldn't have thought twice about it, except that it was the exact same red-tinted mud from my backyard. The kind that sticks like clay and takes days to dry. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the house sounded louder. I kept replaying the way the sheriff looked at me, the dirt on his car, the forced friendliness. I finally got up around 2 a.m. and went out with a flashlight to look at the fence line again. I stood over the spot where I'd dug before and just stared at it, half expecting something to be missing. Sure enough, the ground was different. Not by much, just a slight change in the way it was packed, a faint indentation, but it was enough to know someone had been there. I hadn't touched it since Saturday, and I sure as hell hadn't gone out there after the sheriff's visit. So who had? I decided right then I wasn't letting this go. The next morning I called a friend from college, Jason, who worked in Springfield as a forensics tech. I told him just enough to raise concern, but not enough to implicate anyone. He agreed to come by that weekend with some equipment to check the soil and maybe take a sample. I felt better just knowing someone I trusted would be involved, but the relief didn't last long. 2 days before Jason was supposed to arrive, I came home from the grocery store to find my front door slightly open. Nothing was stolen, nothing broken, but my laptop, which had been on the dining table, was gone. And that was the only thing missing. I didn't report it. Honestly, I didn't know who I could trust. If the sheriff really was involved in something, what was I going to do? Call his office and have them send him back out? I felt like I was suddenly in over my head, like I'd stumbled onto something I was never meant to see. That weekend, Jason still came, but by then the hole had been filled in completely. Not by me. The dirt was packed harder than before, and someone had even tossed a few rocks on top, like they wanted to make it look older. Jason took a soil sample anyway, but nothing ever came of it. He said there weren't enough trace elements to determine anything conclusive. Could have been anything, he said, but I could tell he didn't believe that either. A month later, I put the house back on the market. I didn't tell anyone why. I sold it to an older couple who wanted to retire someplace quiet. I still feel guilty sometimes, but I just wanted out. I never heard from Sheriff Dalton again, and I never saw his SUV in the area after I left. I've moved twice since then, and I still don't feel completely at ease. Every time I see a patrol car, I get that tight feeling in my chest again. I don't know what was buried in my backyard or who put it there, but I know it wasn't a cow. And I know for a fact that some people will do a hell of a lot to keep things buried. I moved into that apartment during my second year of college because it was the only place in town I could actually afford without a roommate. It was a small fourplex on the edge of town, tucked behind an abandoned gas station and some empty lots. The rent was cheap and the landlord didn't ask too many questions, which back then felt like a win. My unit was on the second floor, and I was told the apartment above mine had been vacant for over a year. "No one's touched it since the last guy left," the landlord said, like it was supposed to reassure me. Honestly, I didn't think much about it. I just wanted somewhere quiet to focus on school. At first, it really was quiet. The walls were thin, yeah, but since no one lived upstairs, I didn't have to worry about late-night stomping or loud music. That's why the first time I heard footsteps above me, I was confused more than anything. It was close to 2 a.m., and I was up late cramming for a bio exam when I heard slow, deliberate steps crossing the ceiling. I remember actually pausing my music to make sure I wasn't imagining it. But the steps kept going, just a few, then silence, like someone pacing or shifting their weight. The next night, it happened again. Same time, same kind of sound. I even knocked on the ceiling with a broom handle like an idiot, hoping maybe someone was squatting up there and would knock back or something. Nothing. I texted the landlord the next day and he just replied with, "Still vacant, probably pipes," which didn't make sense because I knew what pipes sounded like. This was different. He didn't seem concerned though, so I let it go, at least for a few days. But once I noticed it was happening more often, always past midnight, always the same uneven pacing, I started to feel weird. Like the air in my place changed whenever the noise started. Heavier. It wasn't just the noise. I started waking up with this weird feeling that someone was watching me. I don't even know how to describe it exactly. I'd just snap awake, heart pounding, completely sure I wasn't alone. I'd check my apartment every time. Doors locked, windows shut, no signs of a break-in. But that feeling, it wouldn't go away. One night, after hearing what sounded like something drop upstairs, something heavy, I grabbed a flashlight and decided to check out the stairwell door that led to the top unit. I hadn't looked at it since I moved in. It was supposed to be locked up tight, but when I got there, the doorknob was just hanging loose, and the frame around the lock was splintered like someone had kicked it in. I stood there for a minute, just staring at the door. My first instinct was to go back inside, lock everything, and pretend I never saw it. But curiosity got the better of me. I nudged the door open with my foot. It made this awful creaking sound, like it hadn't been touched in years. The stairwell was pitch black and smelled like dust and mildew. I remember shining my flashlight up the steps, and the beam caught something odd right away. What looked like scuff marks on the walls, as if someone had been dragging their hands or maybe something else along them. I started going up slowly, step by step, trying not to breathe too loud. The top door was already cracked open, not wide, but enough that I could see part of the floor beyond it. I pushed it gently, and it swung inward with this low, dragging noise. The place was completely dark, no electricity, no furniture, except for one thing. An old, torn-up mattress lying in the center of the floor, directly above where my bedroom would be. I stepped in just far enough to shine the light on it. That's when I saw the stains. Dark, reddish-brown blotches soaked deep into the fabric, like they'd been there a long time. My stomach turned instantly. It wasn't just dirty. It looked like blood, a lot of it. I didn't want to look any closer. I backed out of there fast, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I practically ran back to my apartment, slammed the door, locked every bolt, and pushed a chair under the doorknob. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my living room with the lights on, just listening. At around 3:30 a.m., the footsteps started again. But this time, they didn't stop at pacing. I swear to God I heard something drag across the ceiling like fabric or a limb. and then 3 loud thuds directly above me, like someone had dropped to their knees on the floor. The worst part? The sound didn't echo like it was coming from a hollow, empty room. It sounded dense, close, like whoever was up there was barely separated from me. I wanted to call the police, but I kept hesitating. What would I even say? Hey, I broke into the upstairs apartment and found a bloody mattress, and now I think someone's walking around up there. I felt crazy. I felt trapped. And when I finally worked up the courage to go back up the next morning with my phone ready to record everything, the door was shut again. The lock was completely fixed, like nothing had ever happened. I know what I saw. I even have a picture on my phone of the door frame cracked and the knob hanging off. But when I showed it to the landlord that same day, he just looked at me like I was messing with him. Said the door had been reinforced months ago. No way it could have broken like that. When I asked if someone had been in there recently, he shrugged and said he didn't have keys for that unit anymore. Nobody's supposed to be in there, he repeated, and then told me I was probably stressed out from school and should try getting more sleep. I left his office feeling more alone and freaked out than ever. That night, I slept on the couch with every light on again. Nothing happened. No footsteps, no dragging. Silence. Same thing the night after. It was almost like whatever had been going on just stopped. But the quiet wasn't comforting. It felt worse somehow, like something was waiting. I started avoiding my apartment as much as I could, staying late at the library, crashing at a friend's place when possible. I didn't want to be there, not alone. The feeling of being watched never really left, even during the day. I'd catch shadows moving out of the corner of my eye. I stopped sleeping properly, stopped focusing in class. 2 weeks later, I came back from a weekend out of town to grab more clothes. Everything in my place looked normal, until I went into my bedroom. Right above my bed, in the exact spot I used to hear the noises, there were 3 perfect dents in the ceiling drywall. Small, circular, spaced like knees would be if someone had dropped down hard. I stared at them for a long time. They hadn't been there when I left. I didn't even unpack. I left that night and never slept there again. Ended my lease early and never looked back. I didn't tell anyone else about it. Who would believe me? It's been over a year since then, and I still think about that place all the time. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone was squatting up there. Maybe I imagined half of it. But none of it adds up. The broken lock that was suddenly fixed, the bloody mattress, the dents in the ceiling, the silence that felt too intentional, and that horrible, heavy feeling that someone was always just right above me. I don't know what was in that apartment. I don't want to know. All I can say is something was wrong with that place, and whatever it was, it knew I was there. I'm not really sure why I'm posting this. I guess part of me still needs someone to tell me I didn't imagine it, that what happened at that cabin was real, and I'm not just losing my mind. This all went down in late September last year. I had just finalized my divorce a few weeks prior, and honestly, I just wanted to be somewhere quiet. No traffic, no emails, no awkward friends trying to check in on me. I found this listing for a hunting cabin in Montana, way off-grid. No neighbors, no cell service, no distractions. It was perfect. The photos showed a 1-bedroom place tucked between trees, with a small porch and a fireplace. I booked it for 2 weeks, packed my truck, and drove out there without really telling anyone where I was going. I just needed the silence. The first few days were exactly what I wanted. It got cold at night, but the firewood was stocked, and I spent my time cooking, reading, and hiking around the area. There was a trail behind the cabin that led down to a small stream, and I'd go there with a thermos of coffee in the mornings. It was peaceful in that kind of way that feels rare when you've been living in cities your whole life. But around day 4, little things started to feel off. Nothing dramatic at first, just things like my bag of trail mix being lighter than I remembered, or a cold draft at night even though I swore I'd locked the door. I chalked it up to being in my own head. I was alone and going through a lot emotionally, so maybe I just wasn't tracking things properly. But then I noticed the muddy footprints, not inside the cabin but on the porch. They looked fresh too, like someone had stepped there recently. It hadn't rained in a couple of days, but the ground out back near the stream was still damp, and the prints looked like they came from someone circling the cabin, not just passing through. I stared at them for a while, trying to come up with some explanation that didn't involve another person. Maybe an animal, but they were clearly boot prints. Human. That night I barely slept. I kept hearing these random creaks on the roof, almost like someone walking up there real slow. The wind would pick up now and then, and I kept telling myself it was branches shifting or an animal looking for warmth, but it didn't sound like that. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. One of the cans I'd left in the kitchen, some chili I hadn't touched yet, was gone. Not misplaced, not moved, just straight up gone. I know it sounds small, but when you're completely alone in the woods and something disappears from inside your cabin, it hits different. I searched everywhere just in case I was being forgetful, but it wasn't there. That was the moment it clicked for me. Someone had to be getting in. I locked the door every night. I started double-checking the windows too. But this person, whoever it was, wasn't just passing through. They were watching, waiting. That day I drove into the nearest town, about 40 minutes out, to buy a cheap trail camera. I told myself it was just to catch some wildlife on tape, maybe a bear or raccoon that was snooping around. But deep down, I knew I was hoping to catch something else. I got back before dark and installed the camera, tucking it into the trees facing the cabin, angled just right to catch anything or anyone approaching from the back trail. That night, I didn't light the fireplace. I sat in the dark with a blanket and my flashlight, listening. The sounds on the roof came back, but quieter this time, like they knew I was awake. There was also something else, this soft rustling, like leaves being disturbed, but not by the wind. I didn't sleep at all. When the sun came up, I practically ran outside to grab the camera. I was shaking trying to get the SD card into my laptop. Most of the clips were normal. Some squirrels, a deer passing by, nothing unusual. But around 2:47 a.m., there was one clip that made my heart drop. A man. Standing in the tree line, just standing there, completely still, facing the cabin. He was wearing a dark hoodie and I couldn't make out his face. He didn't move. He didn't come closer. He just stood there for nearly 5 minutes, watching. Then the footage cuts. I watched it over and over, hoping it was some trick of the light or an illusion. But it wasn't. Someone had been out there, just watching me. After that, I wanted to leave, but something made me hesitate. Maybe it was stubbornness, or maybe I didn't want to admit that I was scared. I started locking the bedroom door from the inside, keeping a knife on the nightstand. I even placed little markers near the door, like small sticks leaned up in a pattern, just to see if anyone moved them. And they did. The next morning, one of the sticks was gone. The second can of chili was gone too. And the worst part? There was a smear of mud on the inside handle of the front door. That means whoever it was had been inside, while I was sleeping. That was the moment I started to feel sick to my stomach. I packed that day. I didn't even care about getting my deposit back. I shoved everything into the truck, locked the cabin, and left. But before I did, I checked the camera one last time. The last clip it recorded, just before sunrise, was of the same man, closer this time. He was maybe 20 feet from the cabin, standing at the edge of the trees. Same hoodie, same stillness. Only this time, he was holding something. I don't know what it was, some kind of tool or stick or I don't know. But he was gripping it like he was ready to use it, and he was staring directly at the lens. I drove straight back to Missoula, didn't even stop for gas until the tank light came on. I kept checking the rearview mirror like I expected to see someone following me. I don't know why, but I didn't go to the police. I think part of me felt stupid, like they'd never take it seriously. Nothing was technically stolen besides some food, and I didn't have a clear face shot of the guy. Plus, what could I even say? A man stood in the woods watching me every night. I'd sound insane. I sent the cabin owner an email telling him the place felt unsafe, but I didn't go into detail. I didn't want him thinking I was unstable or trying to cause trouble. I just wanted to forget it. But I couldn't. For weeks after, I kept waking up at 2:47 a.m., no matter how tired I was. Sometimes I'd have nightmares that I was still there, stuck in that cabin with the man standing at the window just watching. I moved apartments, changed my locks, even got a dog. But that feeling of being observed never really went away. The idea that someone could be so close, so quiet, and so patient, it still messes with me. That level of calm creeps me out more than anything. He wasn't trying to break in. He was just waiting. For what? I don't know. And I really don't want to know. I've told a couple friends about it, but I always leave out parts. I never show them the footage. It just feels wrong, like giving that guy more power somehow. I don't even know if he lived nearby or if he just saw me arrive and decided I'd be interesting to follow. The weirdest thing is how it all just stopped. After I left, there were no more signs, no more weird sounds, no strange people around my new place. It's like whatever that was, it belonged to that cabin. Or maybe to that piece of land. I'll never rent anything that isolated again. Lesson learned. Anyway, that's what happened. I don't have some crazy twist or a satisfying answer. I still think about it more than I should, and sometimes I wonder if he's done it to someone else since then. Or if maybe I was the only one who ever noticed. Either way, I'm done with cabins, done with isolation. And if you're reading this and thinking about booking some remote getaway to clear your head, just make sure you're the only one out there. I'm 32 now, but this happened when I was 25, right after I had moved back to Arkansas to help my dad after his stroke. I had just quit my job in Nashville and was trying to adjust to life in a much quieter, slower place. Most of my days were spent running errands, helping with his meds and driving around to pick things up. I wasn't thrilled to be back in the small town I'd tried so hard to leave, but family is family. That night, I was coming back from a friend's place about an hour out from my dad's house. I had taken a longer, older route through the hills to avoid construction on the main road. That back road, Hickory Creek Road, is one I knew well, or at least I thought I did. It was close to 11 p.m. The sky was pitch black, no streetlights out there, just stars and trees closing in on the narrow two-lane road. My phone had no signal, which didn't bother me much at first. I was used to dead zones in that area. I had the windows cracked open and was listening to an old playlist when I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. No big deal at first. But then the truck behind me started speeding up, got closer, then felt comfortable. I could tell it was an older pickup, maybe late 80s, early 90s by the boxy shape and the way its headlights shook when it hit bumps. It started flashing its high beams at me in short bursts. I thought maybe my taillights were out or something, so I tapped my brakes to signal back. But the flashing didn't stop. In fact, it got more aggressive, longer bursts, one after the other. The truck didn't try to pass me either, even when the road opened up a bit. I was going 5 over the limit just to keep distance, but it stayed right on me, never falling back. There was something about the way it moved. It didn't swerve or hesitate like a distracted driver. It felt intentional, like whoever was driving had nothing better to do than tail me. After about 15 minutes of this, my nerves were shot. I remember gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles ached. I was too far from home to just turn around, and I didn't want to pull over in the dark middle of nowhere. That's when I saw the glowing green lights of a gas station up ahead, one I'd stopped at maybe once before. It was an old rundown Shell station that usually closed around 10, but I didn't care. I just needed to get somewhere with lights, with people, even if only on camera. As I pulled in, I glanced in the mirror. The truck that had been behind me for miles wasn't there anymore. At first, I figured maybe he turned off somewhere and I didn't notice, but that didn't make sense. There hadn't been any side roads for at least 2 miles. I pulled up to one of the pumps, still half expecting to see headlights swing into the lot behind me. But nothing. Just silence. The place was closed, of course. Lights were on inside, but the door had a chain and the sign said back at 6 a.m. Still, the overhead lights by the pumps were bright enough that I felt a tiny bit safer. I got out, trying to act normal, pretending to check my tires just to calm my nerves. Every few seconds I looked back at the road, waiting for that truck to reappear. I ended up sitting in my car for a few more minutes, engine running, doors locked. My heartbeat had slowed down a bit, but I still couldn't shake that crawling feeling on the back of my neck, like I was being watched but from nowhere in particular. I finally decided to just drive home. As I was pulling out, I noticed something strange. On the side of the lot just outside the glow of the pump lights, there were fresh tire tracks, deep ones, like someone had pulled in, idled for a bit, then turned around and left. I got out of the car and followed them with my eyes. They led back to the highway, the same direction I had just come from. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept replaying it over and over in my head, trying to rationalize it. Maybe the guy was drunk and confused. Maybe he thought I was someone else. But then something kept bothering me. The next morning, I couldn't let it go. I called the gas station and asked if they had security cameras. The guy on the phone, his name was Marcus, I think, said yeah, they had footage. And when I explained what happened, he offered to check. I drove back there around noon, still shaken but needing answers. When I walked in, Marcus looked confused. He told me something that made my stomach drop. He said the camera by the pumps showed my car pulling in at exactly 11:08 p.m. But here's the part that doesn't make sense. 5 minutes earlier, at 11:03, that same old truck had already pulled in. Same shape, same lights. Even the flickering left headlamp I remembered. It idled at the edge of the lot for a full 2 minutes, then backed out and drove away. There was no footage of it ever following me. According to the cameras, it was gone before I ever got there. I asked Marcus if he was sure, if there was maybe a gap in the footage or a blind spot. He rewound it again, played it back frame by frame. My car pulls in, empty road behind me. No truck, no headlights, just me. I felt sick to my stomach. That truck was inches from my bumper the whole way there, flashing lights like crazy. I saw it. I felt it. There was no way I imagined that. And yet somehow, it had been there before me. I stood in that gas station lobby with a pit in my chest, trying to make sense of it. Marcus just kinda shrugged and said, "This isn't the first time someone's asked me to check footage like this." That line stuck with me more than anything else. The way he said it, like this wasn't rare, like that truck had followed others too. I pressed him, but he didn't say much else. Just that sometimes people stop in and ask about weird trucks or figures in the lot, and sometimes the cameras show things that don't line up. He said most people just leave and don't come back. I guess I'm one of them now. I thanked him and got in my car, and before I pulled out, I looked around the lot one more time. No tire tracks this time, no flickering headlight in the trees, but I still felt like something was out there, watching. I've taken that same road maybe 3 times since then, always during the day and never alone, but I never saw that truck again. Still, to this day, I can't explain it. How it could have been behind me, riding my bumper for miles, and then be at the station before I even arrived. No license plates, no driver ever seen, no record of it behind me. I know what I experienced. I felt it. The pressure, the fear, the way the lights blinded me through the rearview mirror like someone trying to warn me or intimidate me. I just don't know which. I've told this story a few times over the years, but I usually leave out the security footage part. People already give me weird looks when I tell them the truck disappeared. But sometimes I go back to that night and think, what if the truck wasn't trying to hurt me? What if it was trying to stop me from getting somewhere? Or maybe, what if it was trying to get there first? I don't have answers, just memories, and the kind of fear that doesn't go away with time. Just thought I'd share in case someone else out there's seen it too. An old pickup, no plates, always flashing its brights. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. Nora and I left Denver on a Wednesday afternoon in November of 2022, heading south toward Albuquerque, where her sister lived with her husband and 2 kids. We had been married 6 years by then, and this Thanksgiving trip had become something of a tradition for us, a chance to escape our routines and spend a few days with family before the chaos of December set in. I had just clocked out from the warehouse where I had worked since finishing school back in 2014, and Nora picked me up right at the gate so we could hit the road without wasting any time. She was the planner between the two of us, the one who mapped out rest stops and calculated arrival times down to the minute, and she had a whole system for these drives. Cooler packed with sandwiches and fruit, thermos of black coffee, a playlist of true crime podcasts queued up on her phone. I loved watching her in those moments before a trip, the way she double-checked everything and made little notes in the margins of her printed directions. That afternoon she was wearing my old college sweatshirt and had her hair pulled back in a messy bun, and I remember thinking how lucky I was to have found someone who still made me smile after all those years together. She kissed me on the cheek as I slid into the driver's seat and told me we would be at her sister's place by sunrise. We crossed into New Mexico around 9 that evening, the landscape growing darker and more sparse with every mile south of Raton. The highway cut through hills and valleys that seemed to swallow the light, and there were stretches where the only thing visible was the white line at the edge of the road and the faint glow of distant ranch lights. Nora had dozed off somewhere around 10, her head tilted against the passenger window with my jacket rolled up beneath her cheek. I kept the radio on low, some local station playing old country songs interrupted by static whenever we passed through a dead zone. The temperature outside had dropped into the low 30s, and I could feel the cold seeping through the gaps in the car's old weather stripping. We were driving a Subaru Outback that had belonged to my father before he passed, and it had close to 200,000 miles on it but still ran like a dream. Around 11:30, somewhere on a lonely stretch of I-25 between Raton and Las Vegas, New Mexico, I noticed a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror approaching fast. A dark pickup truck pulled up alongside us, and the driver started honking his horn while gesturing frantically toward the back of our car. I slowed down and rolled my window part way, squinting against the cold wind that rushed into the cabin. The man in the truck was yelling something I could not quite make out, but he kept pointing at our rear tire and making a slashing motion with his hand. Nora stirred awake beside me, blinking in confusion as she tried to understand what was happening. I told her someone was flagging us down, said it looked like we might have a flat or something dragging underneath. She rubbed her eyes and leaned forward to peer out the windshield at the truck that had now pulled ahead of us. The driver had his hazards on and was slowing to a stop on the wide shoulder about 50 yards up the road. I remember hesitating for just a second, something in my gut telling me to keep driving, but the logical part of my brain took over. If we really did have a flat tire, driving on it would destroy the rim and leave us stranded in an even worse spot. I pulled off behind the truck, our headlights illuminating the back of a mud-splattered Dodge Ram with New Mexico plates. The man stepped out and walked toward us, and I could see now that he was tall, maybe 6'3" or 4", wearing a denim jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. I told Nora to stay in the car and keep the doors locked while I checked things out. She nodded, still half asleep, and I stepped out into the freezing night air with my phone flashlight ready. The man met me halfway between our vehicles, and up close I could see he was somewhere in his 40s, with a thick neck and hands that looked like they had spent decades doing hard labor. He had a friendly enough smile, the kind that crinkled the corners of his eyes, and he told me he had been driving behind us for a few miles and noticed sparks coming from our back left tire. I thanked him and walked around to check, crouching down to get a better look. The tire seemed fine to me, fully inflated, no visible damage, no loose hubcap or anything that would cause sparks. I stood up and turned to tell him it looked okay, and that is when I saw he had moved much closer than before. He was standing maybe 3 feet away now, his smile gone, replaced by an expression I still cannot describe properly. It was blank, completely empty, like a mask someone had forgotten to put features on. I asked him if he saw which tire it was, trying to keep my voice steady, and he just tilted his head slightly to one side without answering. The next few seconds happened so fast that my memory has broken them into fragments, like photographs shuffled out of order. I remember turning back toward our car, wanting to put distance between myself and this man whose whole demeanor had shifted into something predatory. I remember seeing Nora's face through the windshield, her eyes wide with alarm as she watched the scene unfold. And then I felt a hand grab my shoulder from behind, thick fingers digging into the muscle hard enough to leave bruises I would still have a week later. I spun around and saw something metal flash in the dim glow of the headlights, a blade about 6 inches long that he had pulled from somewhere inside his jacket. He did not say a word. He just swung at me in a horizontal arc aimed at my throat, and the only reason he missed was because I stumbled backward and tripped over my own feet. I hit the gravel hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me, and I heard Nora scream from inside the car. The man stepped over me like I was nothing more than an obstacle, his boots crunching on the frozen ground as he walked calmly toward the driver's side door, where Nora was fumbling with her phone. I scrambled to my feet, yelling for her to run, to get out the other side and run into the darkness where he could not follow. But she was panicking, her fingers not cooperating as she tried to unlock her phone and call for help. The man reached the car and slammed his fist against the window so hard, I thought the glass would shatter. Nora screamed again, and finally threw herself across the center console toward the passenger door. But she was tangled in the seatbelt she had forgotten to unbuckle. I ran at him from behind, not thinking, just reacting on pure adrenaline and terror. I tackled him around the waist and we both went down onto the pavement, the knife skittering out of his grip and sliding somewhere beneath our car. He was stronger than me, much stronger, and within seconds he had flipped our positions and pinned me to the ground with his knee on my chest. His face was inches from mine, and I could smell cigarette smoke and something sour on his breath as he wrapped both hands around my throat. The world started going gray at the edges, sounds becoming muffled and distant, and the last thing I saw before my vision tunneled was Nora finally bursting out of the passenger door and running toward the empty highway. Then his weight suddenly lifted off me, and I heard his footsteps pounding away in the direction she had gone. I lay there gasping for air, my throat burning and my vision slowly coming back into focus. Every breath felt like swallowing broken glass, and when I tried to call out for Nora, only a rasping whisper came out. I forced myself onto my hands and knees, then staggered upright using the side of our car for support. The highway stretched out in both directions, empty and silent except for the wind howling across the open plain. I could not see Nora. I could not see the man. The darkness beyond our headlights was absolute, a wall of black that could have been hiding anything. I stumbled forward, following the direction I had seen her run, my legs barely cooperating as the adrenaline started to fade and the pain set in. I called her name over and over, my voice getting stronger with each attempt, but the only answer was the wind. About 200 yards from the car, I found her shoe, a white sneaker she had been wearing since we left Denver, lying on its side in the middle of the road. I picked it up and kept walking, kept calling, kept praying to a God I had not spoken to in years. I found her maybe 50 yards further, just off the shoulder where the gravel gave way to scrub brush and frozen dirt. She was lying on her back, completely still, her eyes open and staring at the stars. The front of her sweatshirt, my old college sweatshirt, was dark and wet in a way that I understood immediately but refused to accept. I dropped to my knees beside her and grabbed her hand, and it was still warm, still felt like her, but there was no pulse beneath my fingers. I kept saying her name, kept telling her to wake up, kept promising that help was coming and everything would be okay, but she did not blink. She did not breathe. The wound across her throat was deep, almost surgical in its precision, and the blood had already stopped flowing because there was none left to flow. I do not know how long I knelt there holding her hand in the freezing dark. It could have been 5 minutes or an hour. Time had stopped meaning anything at all. At some point, I became aware of headlights approaching from the north, a semi-truck that slowed as it passed our abandoned car, and then pulled onto the shoulder when the driver saw me kneeling in the brush. He was a heavy-set man in his 60s named Hank, and he called 911 while wrapping his own jacket around my shoulders because I had started shaking so violently I could barely speak. The police arrived first, 2 state troopers in separate vehicles with their lights painting the desert in alternating flashes of red and blue. Then came the ambulance, then more police, then a detective in an unmarked sedan who introduced himself as Sergeant Philip Reeves. I told them everything I could remember, my voice hollow and mechanical as I described the truck, the man, the fake warning about our tire. They took photographs of the bruises on my throat, the scrapes on my palms from hitting the gravel, the shoe I was still clutching in my hands like some kind of talisman. Someone draped a thermal blanket over me and guided me to the back of an ambulance where a paramedic checked my vitals and shined a light in my eyes. I watched from there as they set up a perimeter around Nora's body, as they photographed the scene from every angle, as they eventually covered her with a white sheet that seemed to glow against the dark ground. I kept expecting to wake up, kept waiting for the nightmare to end and find myself back in our apartment with Nora beside me, complaining that I had stolen all the blankets again. But the cold was too real, the pain in my throat too sharp, the image of her empty eyes burned too permanently into my memory. The investigation moved faster than I expected, though the days and weeks that followed are mostly a blur of police stations and funeral arrangements and phone calls I do not remember making. The pickup truck was found abandoned 2 days later at a rest stop near Santa Fe, wiped clean of fingerprints but not clean enough to erase everything. Forensic technicians pulled DNA from a cigarette butt in the ashtray, and a partial fingerprint from the rearview mirror that the killer had missed. They matched both to a man named Boyd Driscoll, 44 years old, with a record of assault charges in 3 different states and a warrant out of Texas for a similar attack on a couple near Amarillo 2 years earlier. That couple had survived, barely, because another driver happened to pull over before Driscoll could finish what he started. The FBI joined the case when they connected him to at least 2 other highway attacks across the Southwest, a pattern of violence targeting travelers on isolated stretches of road late at night. They found him 17 days after Nora died, hiding in a trailer park outside of Flagstaff, Arizona, living under a fake name and working cash jobs at a nearby ranch. He did not resist when they came for him. According to the agents who made the arrest, he smiled when they read him his rights, like the whole thing was some kind of game he had finally gotten tired of playing. The trial took place in Albuquerque the following spring, and I sat in that courtroom every single day for 3 weeks straight. Nora's sister sat beside me, her hand gripping mine so tight it left marks, and together we listened as prosecutors laid out the evidence piece by piece. The DNA, the fingerprints, the testimony from the couple in Texas who identified Driscoll as the man who had attacked them on a lonely highway outside of Amarillo. I had to testify too, had to sit on that stand and describe every detail of the worst night of my life, while Driscoll watched me from the defense table with that same blank expression I remembered from the road. His lawyer tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial, that someone else could have been driving that truck, but the jury saw through it. They deliberated for less than 4 hours before coming back with a guilty verdict on all counts, including first-degree murder. The judge sentenced him to life without the possibility of parole, and when they led him out of the courtroom in handcuffs, he turned and looked directly at me. He did not say anything, did not smile, just stared for a long moment before the bailiffs pushed him through the door. I have seen that look in my dreams more times than I can count. It has been almost 2 years now, and I still cannot drive at night without feeling my chest tighten and my breathing go shallow. I sold the Subaru, sold our apartment, moved to a small town in Vermont where Nora and I had always talked about retiring someday. Her sister checks in on me every few days, sends me photos of her kids who are growing up so fast, reminds me that Nora would want me to keep living even when living feels impossible. I go to therapy twice a week and take medication that helps me sleep without dreaming. Some days are better than others. Some days I can almost convince myself that I am healing, that the weight on my chest is getting lighter, that eventually I will be able to remember Nora without seeing her lying in that frozen dirt with her eyes full of stars. But then I will hear a car horn honk unexpectedly, or see a dark pickup truck in a parking lot, or notice someone walking a little too close behind me, and all of it comes rushing back like it happened yesterday. I am sharing this because I need people to understand that these things happen to real people on ordinary nights, when they are just trying to get from one place to another. If someone flags you down on an empty road, do not stop. Keep driving. Call 911 and let them check it out. Because the 5 minutes you save by being a good Samaritan might cost you everything you have ever loved. Carla had been asleep for the last hour when everything changed. We were driving from Portland down to Sacramento for her cousin's wedding, a long haul we had decided to tackle in one shot to save money on a motel. She and I graduated together from Oregon State in 2015, got married 2 years later, and between her nursing shifts and my work as an electrician, we rarely found time for road trips anymore. That Thursday morning we left before sunrise, loaded the Subaru Outback with snacks and luggage, and watched the Pacific Northwest fade into California's Golden Hills. September had brought that perfect kind of weather, where the sun warms everything without making you sweat, and I drove with the window cracked open, listening to a true crime podcast while Carla napped with her head against the glass. We had planned everything down to the rest stops, charging cables and a cooler full of sandwiches. For the first 6 hours, the trip felt almost peaceful, like a small vacation before the chaos of wedding festivities. We were somewhere past Redding, deep into that desolate corridor where gas stations become rare, and the landscape turns to dry brush and brown hills, when I noticed the man on the shoulder. A silver pickup truck sat with its hood propped open, and beside it stood a figure waving his arms slowly, almost tiredly, like someone who had been at it for a while. I eased off the gas and Carla stirred awake, squinting through the windshield at the scene ahead. He looked ordinary enough: jeans, a flannel shirt with rolled sleeves, a faded baseball cap pulled low over graying stubble, maybe mid-40s, with the kind of weathered face you see on guys who work outdoors. His truck had California plates and a gym bag sat at his feet. Carla gave me a questioning glance, that silent conversation married couples have, and I pulled over about 50 feet past him. Broad daylight, cell service on my phone, and the guy seemed genuinely stuck. When I rolled down my window, he approached with a relieved expression and explained his fuel pump had failed, leaving him stranded for nearly 2 hours with nobody stopping to help. His name was Greg, or at least that is what he told us. He said he was heading to Stockton to visit his daughter, that he had been driving since morning and the truck just died on him without warning. The way he spoke seemed calm, polite even, with a slight southern drawl that made him sound friendly. He asked if we could give him a ride to the next town with a mechanic, maybe 20 or 30 miles down the road. Carla looked at me, and I could see her doing the mental math. Daylight, public highway, 2 of us versus 1 of him. I told Greg to grab his bag and hop in the back seat. He thanked us repeatedly, almost too much, and settled in behind Carla with his gym bag on his lap. As I pulled back onto the interstate, I caught a glimpse of him in the rear-view mirror, adjusting his cap and looking out the window. Nothing alarming, nothing strange. Just a guy who got unlucky with car trouble, or so I convinced myself in that moment. The first 15 minutes passed without incident. Greg made small talk about the weather, asked where we were headed, and mentioned he used to work construction before his back gave out. Carla, always the friendly one, engaged him with questions about his daughter, and he answered with the kind of vague details that seemed normal at the time. She was in college studying something with computers, lived with her boyfriend in an apartment near downtown. He spoke slowly, deliberately, and I noticed he kept glancing at my phone mounted on the dashboard, watching the GPS map as it tracked our route south. At some point, he asked how far we were from the next exit, and when I said about 12 miles, he nodded and went quiet. Carla shot me a look through the corner of her eye, the kind that said she was paying attention too. The silence in the car grew heavier, and I found myself gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary, though I could not pinpoint exactly why. Things shifted when we approached the exit for a small town called Cottonwood. I signaled to take the off-ramp, figuring this would be a good place to drop Greg off and let him find a mechanic or call a tow truck. But before I could merge into the exit lane, his voice came from the back seat, sharper than before. "Keep going straight," he said. "This town is no good. Nothing open on Thursdays." I glanced at Carla, who had turned slightly in her seat to look at him. I told Greg this was the exit he had asked for, the next town with services, but he shook his head and insisted we continue to the one after. Something about a friend who worked at a garage there, someone who would give him a deal. His tone had changed, the friendly drawl replaced by something flatter, more insistent. I missed the exit, merging back into the flow of traffic, and watched in the mirror as Greg settled back into his seat with his hands resting on the gym bag. Carla reached over and squeezed my knee, a silent message that I understood completely. The next 20 minutes felt like hours. Greg started giving directions unprompted, telling me which lane to stay in, pointing out upcoming signs as if I could not read them myself. When I mentioned that the GPS showed a rest stop ahead with gas stations and food, he dismissed it immediately, saying those places were overpriced tourist traps and we should keep moving. His voice carried an edge now, not quite threatening, but firm in a way that left no room for discussion. Carla tried to ease the tension by offering him a bottle of water from our cooler, but he declined without looking at her, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I noticed his right hand had slipped inside the gym bag, resting there casually, and my mind started racing through possibilities I did not want to consider. We were in the middle of nowhere, miles from any town, with a stranger in our back seat who no longer seemed interested in being dropped off anywhere. I decided to test him. I announced that we needed gas, that the tank was getting low, and I would have to stop at the next station regardless of his opinion on tourist traps. Greg leaned forward between the seats, close enough that I could smell cigarette smoke on his clothes, and looked at the fuel gauge on the dashboard. "You got enough to make it another 40 miles, he said, his voice low and steady. "Trust me, there is a better spot up ahead. Cleaner bathrooms, cheaper gas, you will thank me." The way he said it was not a suggestion. Carla had gone rigid in her seat, her hand still on my knee but gripping harder now. I kept driving, my mind working through options that all seemed to end badly. If I pulled over and demanded he get out, what would he do? What was in that bag? The highway stretched ahead, empty and endless. No other cars in sight, just brown hills and dead grass under a sky that suddenly looked too big and too indifferent. I thought about my phone, about calling 911, but Greg was right there, watching everything, and I could not risk making him feel cornered. He started talking about his life, unprompted, in a way that felt like a warning wrapped in conversation. He mentioned he had done time, casually, like he was discussing the weather. Said he had made mistakes when he was younger, got mixed up with the wrong people, spent a few years in a facility up north. "People judge you for your past," he said, staring at the back of Carla's head. "They see a record, and they think they know who you are. But sometimes a man just needs a break, you know? Sometimes he just needs people to help him get where he is going, without asking too many questions." Carla nodded slowly, not turning around, and I could see her chest rising and falling faster than normal. I mumbled something agreeable, playing along, buying time. Greg smiled at that, a brief flash of teeth in the rearview mirror, and patted the gym bag on his lap like it was a pet. "You two seem like good people," he continued. "Smart people. The kind who understand that some situations are better handled quietly." I felt sweat forming on my palms despite the air conditioning blowing cold, and I realized with horrible clarity that we were completely at his mercy. We had been driving for another 15 minutes when I spotted something ahead that changed everything. Red and blue lights flickered in the distance, a cluster of patrol cars parked along the shoulder with officers standing outside, setting up what looked like a checkpoint. My heart jumped, and I saw Carla sit up straighter, hope flashing across her face for the first time in an hour. But Greg saw it too. He cursed under his breath and leaned forward again, his hand now fully inside the gym bag, gripping something I could not see. "Take the next exit," he hissed, his voice completely different now, all pretense of friendliness gone. "Do it now, before we get any closer." I looked at the GPS and saw an exit approaching in half a mile, a rural route that led into empty farmland with no towns marked for miles. My hands trembled on the wheel as I weighed my choices. If I took the exit, we would be alone with him on a deserted road with no witnesses. If I kept driving toward the checkpoint, I had no idea what he would do, what he would pull from that bag in desperation. Carla made the decision for me. She pointed at the dashboard and said, loud enough for Greg to hear, that the engine temperature was spiking, and we needed to pull over immediately or risk blowing the radiator. It was a lie. The gauge was fine, but she sold it with convincing panic in her voice. I understood instantly what she was doing. I flicked on the hazard lights and started slowing down, pulling toward the shoulder about a quarter mile before the checkpoint, close enough that the officers could see us but far enough that Greg might feel he had a chance to run. "What are you doing?" he demanded, his voice rising. I told him the car was overheating, that I had no choice, that we would be stuck on the highway if I did not stop. He looked at the police lights ahead, then at the open fields beside us, calculating his options. For a long, terrible moment, I thought he was going to do something violent. I could feel it in the air, that electricity before a storm breaks. Carla was pressed against her door, ready to jump out the second the car stopped, and I had already decided I would throw myself at him if he made any move toward her. The car rolled to a stop on the gravel shoulder, and for 3 seconds nobody moved. Greg stared at the police lights, then back at us, then at the open field stretching toward a line of trees maybe 200 yards away. I kept my hands visible on the steering wheel, trying to look as non-threatening as possible, giving him no reason to escalate. "Stay in the car," he said quietly, almost to himself, and then he grabbed his gym bag and opened the rear door. He did not run at first. He walked quickly but deliberately, heading away from the highway toward the tree line without looking back. Carla grabbed my arm and we both stayed frozen, watching him go, neither of us willing to move until he was far enough away. When he reached the edge of the field, maybe 50 yards out, he finally broke into a jog and disappeared into the brush. I exhaled for what felt like the first time in an hour. Carla was shaking beside me, her face pale, and I pulled her into an awkward hug across the center console. We sat there for a minute, just breathing, just being alive and together and safe. One of the officers from the checkpoint approached our car a few minutes later, a tall woman with a calm demeanor who asked if we were having car trouble. I told her the truth, that we had picked up a hitchhiker who had grown threatening and had just fled into the field. Her expression changed immediately, and she radioed to her colleagues while asking us for a description. We told her everything we could remember: the flannel shirt, the baseball cap, the gym bag, the silver pickup truck with California plates abandoned back near Redding. She listened carefully, taking notes, and then told us something that made my entire body go cold. They were looking for someone matching that description in connection with an armed robbery 2 counties north, a gas station holdup where the clerk had been badly beaten. The man had carjacked a truck to escape and had been last seen heading south on this very highway. We had been driving for over an hour with someone capable of real violence, sitting 3 feet behind my wife. The officer took our contact information and told us we might be called as witnesses, then let us continue on our way. Carla and I did not speak for the next 50 miles. We just held hands across the console, the radio off, the only sound the hum of the engine carrying us toward Sacramento, and away from the worst day of our lives. Corey swore he could drive through anything, and we were all dumb enough to believe him. March 2023, spring break, and our little group had been on the road for almost 9 hours. Me riding shotgun, Corey behind the wheel of his dad's old Suburban, his girlfriend Megan in the middle row, and Dante and Lila crammed in the back with all our bags. We had graduated together the year before, class of 2022, and this Austin trip was supposed to be our big farewell before adult life pulled us apart. The plan seemed brilliant at the time. Drive through the night, skip the motel, save $100. The weather had started getting ugly somewhere past the Texas-Oklahoma border, but Corey just turned up the radio and Dante cracked open a bottle of whiskey he had smuggled from his older brother's cabinet. I took a drink when it came my way, felt the burn go down my throat, and laughed at something stupid Lila said. We were young, we were together, and the storm outside felt like nothing more than background noise to our little adventure. The rain got heavier around midnight. I was sitting in the front passenger seat, watching the windshield wipers struggle to keep up. The road we were on, some state highway I cannot even remember the number of now, was pitch black except for our headlights. No street lamps, no other cars, just endless darkness on both sides. Corey had been driving for almost 5 hours at that point, and I noticed his eyes were getting heavy. He kept rubbing his face and rolling down the window to let the cold air hit him. Megan suggested we pull over somewhere and rest for a few hours, but Corey waved her off. Said we were only 3 hours out. That stopping now would be stupid when we were so close. Dante laughed from the back and made some joke about Corey being a lightweight, and that was when Corey grabbed the whiskey bottle and took a long drink just to prove a point. I should have said something. I should have grabbed the wheel or demanded we stop. But I just sat there, watching the rain pound against the glass, telling myself we would be fine. Around 1 in the morning, Lila fell asleep against the window in the back. Megan had dozed off too, her head resting on a bundled-up jacket. Dante was scrolling through his phone, the blue light making his face look ghostly in the darkness. I remember feeling my own eyelids getting heavy, that dangerous pull of sleep when you have been awake too long. The heater was blasting, the car was warm, and the sound of the rain had turned into this constant white noise that made everything feel dreamlike. I pinched my arm a few times to stay alert, kept checking on Corey. He was blinking too much, that rapid flutter people do when they are fighting to stay conscious. I asked him if he wanted me to take over, told him I could drive the rest of the way. He shook his head, said he was fine, said we were almost there. The GPS showed 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining. I remember that number exactly because I stared at it, wondering if we would actually make it. The curve came out of nowhere. 1 second we were on a straight stretch of highway, and the next the road bent sharply to the left. There was a yellow warning sign, I think, but the rain was coming down so hard that Corey did not see it until we were right on top of it. He yanked the wheel, overcorrected, and suddenly the Suburban was sliding sideways across the wet asphalt. I heard Megan scream from behind me, this piercing sound that cut through everything. The tires made a horrible squealing noise as Corey tried to regain control, pumping the brakes the way you are not supposed to do on a slick road. Time stretched out in that weird way it does during a crisis. I could see every drop of rain frozen in the headlights, could feel my body pressing against the seatbelt as we spun. Then we hit the guardrail on the right side of the road, and the impact threw me forward so hard I thought my chest would cave in. The car did not stop at the guardrail. We went through it or over it, I still do not know which. All I remember is the sensation of falling, this sickening drop in my stomach as the Suburban left the road entirely. We rolled at least twice, maybe 3 times. Glass shattered everywhere. I heard Dante yelling something, heard metal crunching and twisting around us. My head slammed against the window, against the dashboard, against something hard that split my forehead open. Everything was spinning, tumbling, a chaos of sounds and pain and absolute terror. When the car finally stopped moving, we were upside down in a ditch, the engine still running, the headlights pointing at nothing but mud and broken branches. I was hanging from my seatbelt, blood dripping from my face onto the ceiling below me, and for a few seconds I could not hear anything except a high-pitched ringing in my ears. The first thing I became aware of after the ringing faded was Megan crying. Not screaming anymore, just these broken, gasping sobs that sounded like she could not catch her breath. I called out to Corey, but he did not answer. His body was slumped forward, held in place by his seatbelt, and his arms were dangling limp toward the crushed roof beneath us. I could see blood on his face, a lot of it, but I could not tell where it was coming from. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely find my seatbelt buckle. I kept pressing the button, over and over, but it was jammed or bent or something. The rain was still pounding outside, coming in through the broken windows, mixing with the blood on my face. I finally got my belt undone and dropped hard onto the ceiling, landing on broken glass and pieces of plastic from the dashboard. The pain in my shoulder hit me then, this sharp burning sensation that made me want to throw up. I think I dislocated it in the crash, but I did not know that yet. All I knew was that something was very wrong with my left arm. I crawled toward Corey first because he was closest. The whole front of the car was caved in, the steering wheel pressed up against his chest in a way that made my heart seize up. I grabbed his face, slapped his cheek a few times, kept saying his name like that would somehow wake him up. His eyes were closed, and there was a deep gash running from his hairline down to his eyebrow, blood pumping out in a steady rhythm that scared me more than anything. He was breathing, though. I could see his chest rising and falling in shallow little movements. Behind me, I heard Dante groaning and Lila calling out for help, her voice high and panicked. Megan had stopped crying and gone quiet, which was almost worse. I did not know what to do, did not know who to help first. We were in the middle of nowhere, upside down in a ditch, and none of us had any idea if help was coming or if we would just bleed out there in the dark. Dante managed to kick out the back window. I heard the glass give way and then saw him crawling out into the mud, dragging himself on his elbows because something was wrong with his legs. He was cursing the whole time, a steady stream of words I could barely make out through the rain. I turned back to check on Megan, and that was when I saw her arm. It was bent at an angle that arms do not bend, the bone pushing up against the skin like it was about to break through. She was conscious, but her eyes had this glazed, faraway look, like her brain had shut down to protect her from the pain. Lila was the least injured somehow, just cuts and bruises from what I could see. She climbed out after Dante and immediately started screaming for help into the darkness, her voice swallowed up by the storm. I stayed with Corey and Megan, trying to keep them both awake, talking to them about anything I could think of. I told Corey about the time we skipped class freshman year to go fishing. I told Megan about how Corey had talked about proposing to her after they both found jobs. Stupid things, desperate things, anything to keep them with me. My phone was destroyed. The screen cracked into a spider web of broken glass. Dante's phone had flown out of his hand during the crash and we never found it. But Lila still had hers, somehow, tucked into the pocket of her jacket. She called 911 and tried to explain where we were, but none of us knew. We had been on some state highway heading south toward Austin, but we could not remember which one or how far we had gone. The dispatcher kept asking for landmarks, for mile markers, for anything that could help them find us. All Lila could say was that we were in a ditch, that it was dark, that her friends were dying. That last word hit me like a punch to the chest. Dying. I had not let myself think it until she said it out loud. The dispatcher told us to stay on the line, said they would try to trace the call, told us to keep everyone as still as possible. The rain kept coming down and the minutes stretched into something that felt like hours. I held Corey's hand and watched his chest rise and fall, counting each breath like it might be his last. The ambulance took 47 minutes to find us. I know because Lila's phone showed the call duration when they finally arrived. 47 minutes of sitting in the rain, in the dark, watching my best friend slip in and out of consciousness. At some point, Megan started shivering uncontrollably, her whole body shaking despite the fact that it was not even that cold out. Shock. I know now. Her body was shutting down. Dante had dragged himself to a tree and was leaning against it, his face pale and his lips turning a bluish color that terrified me. When I finally saw the flashing lights up on the road, I started crying. Not quiet tears, but ugly, heaving sobs that came from somewhere deep in my chest. The paramedics had to rappel down into the ditch because it was too steep for a stretcher. They put a neck brace on Corey and strapped him to a board, and it took 4 of them to carry him back up to the road. I refused to leave until everyone else was out. Stood there in the mud with my dislocated shoulder and my bleeding head, watching them pull my friends out of that hole one by one. The hospital is a blur of fluorescent lights and antiseptic smell, and people asking me questions I could not answer. They popped my shoulder back into place without warning, and I screamed so loud a nurse came running from down the hall. 13 stitches in my forehead, a concussion, 2 cracked ribs I did not even know I had. But I was the lucky one. Dante had shattered both his kneecaps and needed surgery that same night. Megan's arm was broken in 3 places, and she had internal bleeding that required emergency surgery. Lila had a fractured collarbone and whiplash so bad she could not turn her head for weeks. And Corey, the one who had sworn he could drive through anything, was in a medically induced coma for 4 days. Traumatic brain injury, they said, swelling in his skull. They had to drill a hole to relieve the pressure. His parents flew in from Michigan, and his mom grabbed me by the shoulders in the waiting room, asking me what happened, asking me why we did not stop, asking me questions I have been asking myself every single day since. Corey woke up on the 5th day. He did not remember the crash, did not remember the curve or the rain or the guardrail. The last thing he recalled was passing the Texas border and Dante handing him the whiskey bottle. The doctor said that was normal, that the brain protects itself by erasing trauma. I wished my brain would do the same. Instead, I remember everything. The sound of Megan screaming, the way the car felt when it left the ground, the smell of blood and gasoline mixing with rain. Corey spent 3 weeks in the hospital and another 2 months in physical therapy, relearning how to walk in a straight line. Dante still walks with a limp, and probably always will. Megan never got full range of motion back in her arm. She and Corey broke up about 6 months after the accident, not because of any fight, but because every time she looked at him, she saw that night. That is what she told Lila anyway. Some things just break in ways that cannot be fixed. It has been almost 2 years now and I still cannot drive at night. The moment the sun goes down and I am behind a wheel, my chest gets tight and my vision starts to tunnel and I have to pull over before I have a full panic attack. I take medication for it, see a therapist every other week, do all the things you are supposed to do. But some nights I still wake up at exactly 1:47 in the morning, the time the crash happened according to the police report, and I am back in that ditch, hanging upside down, blood in my eyes. Corey not answering when I call his name. The 5 of us do not really talk anymore, not because anyone is angry, but because being together means remembering, means looking at Dante's limp or Megan's stiff arm, or the scar on my forehead and reliving the worst night of our lives. We saved $100 by not stopping at that motel. We saved $100 and it cost us everything else. I tell this story now because I need someone to understand that it can happen to you. One bad decision, one moment of thinking you are invincible and suddenly you are upside down in the dark, wondering if you are going to die. Pull over, get the motel. It is not worth it. Nothing is worth it. Patty and I had been married for 41 years. When we finally decided to take that cross-country trip we kept postponing, since our youngest graduated college back in 2008. I had retired from the Postal Service 2 years prior, and she had just finished her last semester teaching 4th grade at Ridgemont Elementary. Our granddaughter Ellie was turning 5 in Arizona, and our son Craig kept insisting we make the drive out instead of flying. He wanted us to experience the open road, see the landscapes we had only talked about over dinner for decades. So we bought a used camper, a 2014 Winnebago Adventurer that still had good bones despite the faded exterior. We spent 3 weeks getting it road ready, checking every seal, every hose, every belt. Patty picked out new curtains, pale blue with little white flowers, and I installed a better radio system so we could listen to her audiobooks during the long stretches. We mapped our route carefully, planning stops at national parks and small diners that had good reviews online. We left Cedar Falls, Iowa on a Saturday morning in late September, the kind of day where the air smells like wood smoke and fallen leaves. Patty made egg sandwiches wrapped in foil for breakfast, and I filled 2 thermoses with black coffee. Our neighbors, Harold and Deb Winslow, waved from their porch as we pulled out of the driveway, the camper groaning slightly under the weight of everything we had packed. Behind us, we towed our old Subaru Outback, figuring we would need a smaller vehicle once we arrived at Craig's place for day trips and grocery runs. The first 2 days went exactly as planned. We stopped at a campground near Omaha the first night, grilled burgers on our little portable stove, and watched the sunset paint the sky orange and pink. Patty fell asleep reading her mystery novel while I stayed up listening to the crickets and feeling genuinely happy for the first time in months. I remember thinking that this was exactly what retirement was supposed to feel like. I had no idea that within 72 hours, everything would shatter into something I still cannot fully explain. By the third day, we had crossed into Colorado and were making our way through some of the most isolated stretches of highway I had ever seen. The landscape shifted from flat farmland to rugged hills, dotted with scrub brush and red rock formations. Cell service became spotty around noon, and by 2 in the afternoon, we had no signal at all. Patty kept checking her phone, wanting to send pictures to Craig, but eventually she gave up and just started taking photos to send later. We stopped for gas at a small station outside a town called Elwood Springs, population maybe 300 according to the faded sign. The station was one of those old-fashioned places with just 2 pumps and a little convenience store attached. A man came out to help us, which surprised me since I had not seen full-service gas in years. He was tall and wiry, maybe in his 50s, with deep lines carved into his face from sun exposure, and a faded denim jacket despite the warmth. His name tag said Roy, and he smiled at us in a way that seemed friendly enough, though his eyes lingered on our camper and the Subaru behind it a little too long. Roy asked where we were headed, and I told him Arizona to see family. He nodded slowly, wiping his hands on a rag that looked like it had never been clean. He mentioned that the route we were taking, Highway 84 through the Canyon Pass, had been having some trouble lately. When I asked what kind of trouble, he just shrugged and said folks had been reporting car problems out there, breakdowns in spots where tow trucks took hours to arrive. He suggested we take the longer route through Millbrook instead, adding maybe 2 hours to our trip but keeping us on busier roads. Patty and I exchanged a look. We had planned this route specifically because of the scenic views through the canyon, and 2 extra hours meant arriving at Craig's place well after dark. I thanked Roy for the advice but told him we would stick to our original plan. He did not argue, just handed me my receipt and said to be careful out there. As we pulled away, I saw him in my side mirror, still standing by the pumps, watching us until we disappeared around the bend. Patty mentioned that he seemed nice, just a little odd. I agreed, though something about the encounter sat uneasy in my chest, a feeling I pushed aside because I did not want to ruin the mood of our trip. Highway 84 wound through the canyon like a gray ribbon draped over ancient bones. The rock walls rose on either side of us, striped with layers of orange and brown and deep purple, where the shadows pooled. Patty had her window down, snapping pictures every few minutes, marveling at formations that looked like castles, or sleeping giants depending on how the light hit them. The road was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass, and I found myself gripping the steering wheel tighter than usual as we navigated the curves. We had not seen another car in over an hour. The camper handled well enough, but towing the Subaru made everything feel heavier, more sluggish. Around 4 in the afternoon, I noticed a white pickup truck appear in my rearview mirror. It stayed far back at first, just a speck against the canyon walls. But over the next 20 minutes, it gradually closed the distance until it was maybe 50 yards behind us. I could not see the driver clearly through the glare on their windshield, just a dark shape behind the wheel. Patty noticed me checking the mirror and turned around to look. She said it was probably just someone else heading through the canyon, nothing to worry about. I nodded, but I kept watching. The pickup stayed behind us for another 30 minutes, never passing even when the road widened enough to allow it. When I slowed down, it slowed down. When I sped up slightly, it matched my pace exactly. Patty stopped taking pictures and started watching the truck too, her earlier cheerfulness fading into something more guarded. I suggested we pull over at the next scenic overlook and let them pass just to ease my mind. She agreed quietly. About 10 minutes later, we reached a small gravel pullout with a wooden sign marking it as Canyon Ridge Viewpoint. I eased the camper off the road and came to a stop, expecting the white pickup to cruise past us and disappear around the next bend. Instead, it slowed down as it approached, almost to a crawl, and I got my first clear look at the driver. He was a younger man, maybe mid-30s, with a shaved head and a thick beard that covered most of his face. He wore dark sunglasses even though the sun was already dipping behind the canyon walls. He stared directly at us as he passed, his head turning to follow our position, and I saw his lips move like he was saying something or maybe counting. Then he accelerated and vanished around the curve ahead. Patty grabbed my arm and asked if I saw that, if I saw the way he looked at us. I told her yes, I saw it. We sat there in silence for a long moment, the engine idling, the wind whistling through the canyon like a low moan. I wanted to turn around. I told Patty we should head back to Elwood Springs, find a place to stay for the night, and take the alternate route in the morning. But she pointed out that we had already driven over an hour into the canyon, and going back would mean losing most of the daylight we had left. The map showed a small town called Hadley about 45 minutes ahead, and she suggested we push through, get to Hadley, and stop there instead. It made sense logically, and I told myself the man in the pickup was probably just some local who was curious about out-of-state plates. People in isolated areas noticed strangers. It did not have to mean anything sinister. So I put the camper back in drive and pulled onto the highway, checking my mirrors constantly, scanning the road ahead for any sign of that white truck. For the next 20 minutes, the drive was uneventful. The canyon walls began to shrink as we climbed higher, and patches of pine forest started appearing on the slopes. Patty relaxed a little, commenting on how pretty the trees looked in the golden afternoon light. I let myself breathe again. Maybe we had overreacted. Maybe the guy was just odd, nothing more. Then we came around a sharp bend and I had to slam the brakes so hard that Patty lurched forward against her seatbelt, and our coffee thermos flew off the dashboard onto the floor. The white pickup was parked sideways across the road, blocking both lanes completely. The driver was standing in front of it, arms crossed over his chest, watching us approach. He had taken off his sunglasses, and even from 50 feet away I could see his eyes were pale, almost colorless, like dirty ice. Behind him, two other men emerged from the tree line on the right side of the road. One was short and stocky, wearing a camouflage jacket and carrying something in his right hand that I could not identify at first. The other was taller, thinner, with long greasy hair pulled back in a ponytail and a cigarette hanging from his lip. They walked slowly toward the pickup, flanking the bald man, and all three of them stared at our camper with expressions that held no friendliness, no curiosity, only a kind of flat anticipation. Patty whispered my name, her voice tight and thin. I threw the camper into reverse, my foot already pressing the gas pedal. But before I could move more than a few feet, I heard the sound of another engine behind us. I looked in my side mirror and saw a rusted brown sedan pulling up to block our retreat, stopping about 20 yards back. A fourth man stepped out, older than the others, with gray stubble and a hunting rifle resting casually against his shoulder. We were boxed in completely, trapped in a stretch of canyon road with rock walls on one side, thick forest on the other, and men who clearly had been waiting for us to arrive. Patty begged me to do something, anything, but my mind went blank with a kind of terror I had never experienced before. 41 years of marriage, 2 kids raised, a whole life built on routine and predictability, and none of it had prepared me for this moment. The bald man started walking toward us, his boots crunching on the gravel, and he motioned for me to roll down my window. I did not move. He stopped about 10 feet from my door and tilted his head like he was studying an animal in a cage. Then he spoke, his voice calm and almost friendly, telling me that we could do this the easy way or the hard way, and that the easy way meant stepping out of the vehicle with our hands visible and cooperating. He said they were not going to hurt us if we behaved, that they just wanted the camper and whatever cash we had, and then they would let us walk to Hadley on foot. I wanted to believe him. Part of me was desperate to believe that this was just a robbery, that we would lose our belongings but keep our lives. But I looked at the other men, at their faces, at the way the stocky one kept tapping whatever was in his hand against his thigh. and I knew in my gut that they had no intention of letting us walk anywhere. Patty knew it too. She reached over and squeezed my hand so hard I felt her rings dig into my skin. I made a decision in that moment that still haunts me. I told Patty to hold on, and then I floored the gas pedal in reverse, aiming straight for the brown sedan behind us. The older man dove out of the way, dropping his rifle, and I heard the sickening crunch of metal as the Subaru we were towing slammed into the sedan's front end. The impact jolted us hard, and I heard glass shatter somewhere behind me, but the sedan spun sideways just enough to create a gap on the left side of the road. I threw the camper into drive and cranked the wheel, tires screaming against the asphalt as I tried to squeeze through. The bald man lunged at my window, his fist connecting with the glass and leaving a spiderweb crack across my line of sight. The stocky one ran alongside us, and I finally saw what he was carrying, a crowbar which he swung at the camper's side panel with a sound like a thunderclap. But we were moving, gaining speed, and I kept my foot pressed to the floor even as the camper rocked and shuddered from the damage. In my mirror, I saw the men scrambling back to their vehicles, and I knew we had only bought ourselves minutes at most. Patty was crying, asking if I was okay, asking what we were going to do, and I had no answers for her. All I could do was drive. The camper was struggling. Whatever damage the collision had caused, I could feel it in the way the steering pulled hard to the right, and the engine made a grinding noise that had not been there before. The Subaru behind us was dragging badly, one of its front tires blown out and scraping against the pavement in a shower of sparks. I knew we could not keep going like this for long. Patty checked her phone again, praying for a signal, but there was nothing. The road climbed higher, twisting through dense pine forest now, the canyon walls long behind us. I checked my mirrors every few seconds, expecting to see headlights, but the road behind us stayed dark. Maybe we had disabled their vehicles enough to slow them down. Maybe they had given up. I did not believe either possibility, but I let myself hope. About 15 minutes later, the camper started shuddering violently, and a horrible burning smell filled the cab. Patty pointed at the temperature gauge, which had climbed all the way into the red. The radiator must have been damaged in the collision. I had no choice but to pull over before the engine seized completely. I found a dirt road that branched off the highway, partially hidden by overgrown brush, and I turned onto it, driving about a quarter mile until we were out of sight from the main road. Then I killed the engine and we sat there in the sudden silence, listening to the ticking of hot metal and the distant sound of wind moving through the trees. I told Patty we needed to abandon the camper. On foot, in the dark, we might have a chance of hiding until morning, and then we could find our way to Hadley or flag down a passing car. She did not argue. We grabbed what we could carry quickly, water bottles, a flashlight, her phone even though it was useless, my wallet with our cash and cards. I thought about the Subaru, but one look at its mangled front end told me it was not going anywhere. As we climbed out of the camper, the forest around us felt enormous and alive, every rustle of leaves making my heart pound. We started walking deeper into the woods, away from the dirt road, trying to move quietly through the underbrush. Patty held my hand so tight I could feel her pulse racing against my palm. We walked for maybe 20 minutes, stumbling over roots and rocks in the fading light, until we found a small ravine with a rocky overhang that offered some concealment. We crawled underneath and pressed ourselves against the cold stone, barely breathing, waiting. The darkness came fast, swallowing the forest in shades of black and gray. And then, from somewhere back toward the highway, I heard the sound of engines. More than one. They had found us, or at least found where we had turned off. Patty buried her face against my shoulder to muffle any sound, and I wrapped my arms around her, feeling her whole body tremble. Headlights flickered through the trees in the distance, sweeping back and forth like searchlights, and I heard men's voices calling out to each other, though I could not make out the words. We stayed under that overhang for hours. I do not know exactly how long because time stopped making sense in the darkness. At some point, the voices faded and the headlights disappeared, but neither of us dared to move. Patty fell into a kind of fitful half-sleep against my chest, whimpering softly every few minutes, and I stayed awake watching the shadows for any sign of movement. My legs cramped. My back ached from pressing against the stone. Mosquitoes found us and bit every inch of exposed skin, but I did not swat at them because even that small motion seemed too risky. Around what I guessed was 3 or 4 in the morning, I saw an orange glow rising above the tree line in the direction where we had left the camper. It flickered and grew brighter, and soon I could smell smoke drifting through the forest. They were burning it, destroying any evidence of what they had tried to do, or maybe just taking out their anger on our belongings since they could not find us. I held Patty tighter and watched the glow pulse against the sky until it finally began to fade with the first gray light of dawn. When the sun came up enough to see clearly, we crawled out from our hiding spot, stiff and exhausted and covered in dirt and bug bites. We started walking east, toward where I thought the highway should be, moving slowly and stopping every few minutes to listen for any sounds of pursuit. It took us almost 4 hours to reach a paved road, and another hour of walking along its shoulder before a truck driver spotted us and pulled over. His name was Glenn Barker, and he was hauling lumber down to Phoenix. He took one look at us, dirty and scratched up and clearly terrified, and told us to get in without asking any questions. He drove us straight to the sheriff's station in Hadley, and from there everything became a blur of statements and interviews and phone calls to Craig, who drove through the night to be with us. The police found our camper 2 days later, burned down to the frame in the spot where we had abandoned it. The Subaru was discovered about 6 miles away, stripped of its plates and anything valuable, left on the side of a logging road. They arrested a man named Wesley Grubb 3 weeks later, the bald one with the pale eyes, after he tried to pull the same scheme on another couple passing through. He had a record going back 20 years, armed robbery, assault, vehicle theft, and he was linked to at least 2 other disappearances in that region where the victims were never found. The other men scattered and were never identified, at least not that the police ever told us. Wesley never confessed to anything, never explained what they had planned to do with us if we had cooperated that day on the canyon road. I think about it sometimes, late at night when Patty is asleep beside me and the house is quiet. I think about what would have happened if I had not slammed that gas pedal in reverse, if I had believed his lie about letting us walk to Hadley. We would be 2 more names on a list of people who vanished on a lonely stretch of highway, and our son would have spent the rest of his life wondering what happened to his parents. We never took another road trip after that. The Winnebago was gone, and neither of us had any desire to replace it. Some roads are not meant to be traveled, and some memories cannot be left behind no matter how far you drive. Around 2 in the morning, my buddy Grant and I were about 6 hours into what was supposed to be a 12-hour drive from Denver to Kansas City. We had left after his shift ended at the warehouse, figuring we could split the driving and make it by noon the next day. Neither of us had slept much the night before, him because of work, me because my mind was racing about seeing my dad in the hospital. Grant was behind the wheel when he started drifting, just slightly, toward the shoulder. I told him to pull over before he killed us both. We had passed the last real rest stop maybe 40 miles back, but there was this little turnoff coming up on the right side of the highway. No sign, no lights, just a gravel patch carved into the trees. Grant pulled in and parked near the edge where the gravel met the grass. The plan was simple: sleep for 2 or 3 hours, then keep moving. We both got out to stretch. The air was cold for September. That kind of cold that sneaks into your jacket and sits against your skin. Grant walked toward the tree line to take a leak while I paced around the car, trying to shake off the stiffness in my legs from sitting for so long. Our headlights were still on, cutting 2 pale beams into the darkness ahead. That was when I noticed the ground. Right there, maybe 20 feet in front of our car, the gravel was torn up. Fresh tire marks, deep ones, like someone had peeled out in a hurry. The soil next to them was disturbed too, pushed around in uneven mounds. I remember thinking it looked wrong, like someone had been digging or dragging something heavy. I called out to Grant, told him to come look at this. He zipped up and walked over, and we both just stood there staring at the ground, trying to make sense of it. Grant pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam was weak, but it was enough to see more than we wanted to. The tire marks were fresh. I mean, really fresh. The edges of the grooves were still sharp, not worn down by wind or rain. Whoever made them had been here within the last hour, maybe less. We followed the tracks with the light, and they curved hard toward the tree line before disappearing into the grass. That was when I caught the smell. It was faint at first, kind of sweet and chemical, like gasoline mixed with something else I could not identify. Grant smelled it too because he stopped moving and just stood there with his phone pointed at the ground. Neither of us said anything for a few seconds. We were both thinking the same thing, but neither of us wanted to be the one to say it out loud. I took the phone from his hand and walked a few more steps toward where the smell was coming from. About 10 feet from the edge of the gravel, half hidden in the tall grass, I found a pair of gloves. They were the disposable kind, latex or nitrile, the type you see doctors wearing. One of them was inside out, like someone had ripped it off in a hurry. I crouched down to get a better look, and that was when I saw the jacket. It was maybe 5 feet further into the grass, bunched up like someone had thrown it there. Dark colored, looked like denim or maybe canvas. I moved the flashlight beam across it and my stomach turned. There was a stain on the back, a big one, dark and wet looking. I have never seen that much blood on anything in my life, not even in movies where they exaggerate everything. This was real. The fabric was soaked through in some places, and there were smears leading away from it, deeper into the brush. Drag marks. Someone had been dragged from this spot into the woods. I stood up so fast I almost lost my balance. Grant was right behind me, looking over my shoulder, and I heard him whisper something under his breath. A curse, a prayer, I do not know. My mind was racing, trying to process what I was seeing, trying to come up with some innocent explanation that would make all of this okay. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe hunters had been here and dressed a deer or something. But hunters do not wear latex gloves. Hunters do not leave behind jackets soaked in blood. And those drag marks were wide, too wide to be an animal. The grass flattened in a path that was clearly made by something human-sized being pulled through it. I turned the flashlight off and grabbed Grant by the arm. "We need to leave," I told him. "Right now." He did not argue. We both started walking back toward the car, trying not to run, trying not to make noise. Every sound seemed amplified in that darkness. Our footsteps on the gravel, our breathing, the rustle of wind through the trees. I kept expecting to hear something else, footsteps that were not ours, a voice, something. We were maybe 15 feet from the car when Grant stopped walking. He grabbed my shoulder and squeezed hard, not saying anything, just pointing. I followed his finger toward the tree line on the opposite side of the rest area, the side we had not explored. There was a light. Faint, yellowish, barely visible through the branches. It looked like a flashlight beam, but it was not moving. Just sitting there, pointed in our direction. I could not tell how far away it was. 50 feet, maybe 100. The trees made it impossible to judge distance. We stood there frozen, staring at that light, waiting to see if it would move. It did not. But then it turned off. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone, and the darkness that replaced it felt heavier somehow. Grant and I looked at each other. I could see the fear on his face even in the dim glow from our headlights. Without a word, we both broke into a run toward the car. I got to the passenger side and yanked the door open while Grant fumbled with his keys. My hands were trembling so bad, I could barely get my seatbelt on. Grant dropped the keys once, picked them up, dropped them again. I wanted to scream at him to hurry, but I could not find my voice. Finally, he got the key in the ignition and the engine turned over. He threw the car into reverse and we shot backward, gravel spraying everywhere, the tires spinning for a second before they caught. I twisted around in my seat to look out the back window, and that was when I saw the figure. A person, just standing there at the edge of the tree line where that light had been. I could not make out any features, just a shape, dark against darker, watching us leave. Grant must have seen it too in the rearview mirror because he said something I will not repeat and floored the gas pedal. We hit the highway going way too fast, the back end of the car fishtailing before he got it under control. Neither of us looked back again. We drove in silence for the first 10 minutes. I kept checking the side mirror, expecting to see headlights behind us, expecting someone to be following. The road was empty. Just us and the dotted yellow line and the black wall of trees on either side. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Grant's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, his jaw clenched tight. I wanted to say something, anything to break the tension, but every time I opened my mouth, nothing came out. What do you even say after something like that? We just found evidence of what looked like a murder or an assault or something terrible, and there was someone in those woods who saw us find it. Someone who watched us discover what they did. I kept thinking about that light turning off. Whoever was holding it made a choice in that moment. They could have stayed hidden, waited for us to leave, but they wanted us to know they were there. They wanted us to see them watching. About 30 miles down the highway, we found a gas station that was still open. One of those 24-hour places with fluorescent lights buzzing overhead and a bored-looking guy behind the counter. We pulled in and just sat there for a minute, engine running, neither of us wanting to get out. Grant finally turned to me and asked what we should do. "Call the police," I said. Obviously, we have to call the police. But even as I said it, I felt this knot forming in my gut. What were we going to tell them? We found some gloves and a bloody jacket at an unmarked rest stop somewhere on the highway. We did not even know exactly where we had been. There were no signs, no mile markers that I remembered. Nothing to identify that turnoff. I pulled up maps on my phone and tried to scroll back along the route we had taken, but every stretch of that highway looked the same. Trees, road, trees, road. Grant suggested we just keep driving, get to Kansas City, forget about it. I told him we could not do that. If someone was hurt back there, if someone was dying in those woods while we sat here debating, we had to do something. I called 911 from the gas station parking lot. The dispatcher sounded tired, like she had already dealt with 100 calls that night and mine was just one more. I tried to explain what we had found. The tire marks, the smell, the gloves, the jacket with blood on it, the drag marks. She asked me for a location, and I told her I did not know exactly. Somewhere between mile marker 80 and 120 on the highway heading east from Denver. That was the best I could do. She asked if we had touched anything, and I said no, which was true. She asked if we had seen anyone, and I hesitated. I told her about the light in the trees, about the figure standing there when we drove away. There was a pause on the line. She asked me to describe the figure, and I said I could not. It was too dark. I just saw a shape. She told me to stay on the line while she contacted the state patrol. Grant and I sat there in that parking lot for almost an hour, waiting for someone to call us back. When they finally did, it was a trooper who said they were sending units to check the area, but that it might take a while to locate the exact spot. We made it to Kansas City around noon the next day. I spent 3 days at the hospital with my dad, barely sleeping, jumping at every noise. Grant stayed with his cousin in the city and we texted back and forth but did not really talk about what happened. It was like we had made some unspoken agreement to pretend it was just a bad dream. On the 4th day, I got a call from a detective with the state patrol. He said they had found the rest area we described. He said they had found evidence of what he called a violent incident. He would not give me details over the phone, just asked if I would be willing to come in and give a formal statement when I got back to Denver. I said yes. When I asked him if they found anybody in the woods, he went quiet for a second. Then he said they were still investigating and could not comment on an active case. The way he said it, the weight in his voice, told me everything I needed to know. They found something in those trees, or someone. And I do not think whoever it was made it out alive. I gave my statement a week later. The detective showed me photos of the rest area in daylight and it looked so ordinary, so harmless, just a patch of gravel and grass next to the highway. He confirmed that they had recovered the jacket and gloves, that the blood was human, that they had found other evidence deeper in the woods that he could not discuss. He asked me again about the figure I saw, and I told him the same thing I told the dispatcher. Just a shape, too dark to see anything else. He nodded like he expected that answer. When I asked if they had any suspects, he shook his head. No witnesses except us, and we had not seen enough to help. That was 6 months ago. I still check the news sometimes, looking for any update, any arrest, anything. There has been nothing. Whoever was in those woods that night is still out there. Sometimes when I am driving at night and I see a dark turnoff on the side of the road, I feel my chest tighten, and I grip the steering wheel a little harder. I think about that light turning off. I think about that figure standing there watching us leave, knowing we had seen what they did. And I wonder if they ever think about us too. Five of us crammed into my buddy Garrett's old Chevy Suburban that Friday night in March 2024, heading from Austin to New Orleans for a bachelor party weekend. My friend Milo was getting married in 2 months, and we had rented a house in the French Quarter, pooled our money for the trip, and taken the day off work. I had just turned 26 the week before, still working as a paralegal at a small firm downtown. And this trip felt like the kind of escape I desperately needed after months of grinding through case files. Garrett drove first shift, Milo rode shotgun handling the playlist, and the rest of us, me, Owen, and Lucas, spread out in the back 2 rows with a cooler of sodas and enough snacks to survive an apocalypse. We left around 8 in the evening, figuring we would drive through the night and arrive by early morning. The energy in the car was electric. 5 guys in their mid-20s acting like teenagers again, laughing about old college stories and roasting Milo about finally settling down. We had been on the road for maybe 3 hours when we crossed into Louisiana, somewhere past the Texas border on a stretch of Interstate 10 that felt increasingly desolate. The billboards disappeared, replaced by dense walls of black trees pressing close to the highway. Traffic thinned out until we were often the only headlights visible in either direction. Garrett had the cruise control set at 72, keeping us just above the speed limit, but nothing crazy. Owen had fallen asleep against the window, and Lucas was scrolling through his phone with the brightness turned way down. Milo and I were debating whether to stop for gas at the next exit or push through another hour, when Garrett suddenly sat up straighter and squinted into the rear-view mirror. Red and blue lights had appeared behind us, flickering through the back window with an intensity that made me instinctively reach for my seatbelt to check if it was fastened. Garrett muttered something under his breath and started slowing down, pulling toward the shoulder, as the vehicle behind us followed, its lights painting the dark trees in alternating splashes of color. The first thing I noticed when we came to a complete stop was the vehicle itself. It was a dark-colored SUV, maybe black or deep navy, but it had no clear markings on the side, no sheriff's star, no state trooper emblem, no police written anywhere that I could see. The light bar on top looked almost homemade, like someone had mounted it themselves, and it sat slightly crooked on the roof. Owen woke up and asked what was going on, his voice groggy and confused. Lucas leaned forward between the front seats, trying to get a better look. We all just sat there in silence for what felt like forever, watching the figure inside the SUV through our mirrors. The driver's door finally opened, and a man stepped out, but he did not walk the way cops usually walk during a traffic stop. He moved too quickly, almost eagerly, and he approached the driver's side window without that cautious, hand-on-hip posture you see in every police procedural on television. He was carrying a flashlight, but he kept it pointed down at the ground instead of into our vehicle. Garrett rolled down his window about halfway, and the man leaned in close, closer than any officer had ever gotten during the few traffic stops I had witnessed in my life. He was wearing dark clothing, something that looked like a uniform but not quite right. The shirt was plain black with no badge, no name tag, no department patches. He had a belt with various items attached, but in the dim light I could not make out what they were. His face was gaunt, with deep-set eyes that caught the red glow from his own taillights, and he had a patchy beard that looked like it had been growing unchecked for weeks. The man smiled at Garrett, but it was the kind of smile that did not reach his eyes, the kind that made you want to look away. He asked for license and registration in a voice that was too casual, too friendly, like he was greeting an old neighbor instead of conducting an official stop. Garrett handed over his documents, and the man took them without even glancing at them. just held them loosely in his hand while he scanned the inside of our vehicle with those hollow eyes. He started asking questions, but none of them had anything to do with why he had pulled us over. He wanted to know where we were headed, which I guess was normal enough. But then he asked how long we planned to stay. He asked if anyone was expecting us, if we had told our families about the trip, if anyone knew exactly which route we were taking. Milo shifted uncomfortably in the passenger seat and said we were just going to New Orleans for a weekend trip, trying to keep it vague. The man nodded slowly like he was cataloging every word. Then he pointed his flashlight directly at Lucas in the back seat and asked him specifically if he had a girlfriend waiting for him at home. Lucas stammered out a confused yes, and the man asked if she knew where he was right now, if she would notice if he did not text her tonight. The question hung in the air like something rotten. I could feel my pulse in my throat, and I exchanged a look with Owen that confirmed we were both thinking the same thing. Something was very wrong here. Garrett finally asked what this was about, what he had been pulled over for, and the man just chuckled and said he would get to that. The man stepped back from the window and walked slowly around the front of the Suburban, dragging his fingers along the hood as he went, like he was inspecting it for dust. He stopped at the passenger side and tapped on the window with one knuckle, signaling for Milo to roll it down. Milo hesitated, looking at Garrett, who gave a small nod because what else could we do? The guy had lights. He had pulled us over. We were stuck on the side of a dark highway in the middle of nowhere, Louisiana. Milo cracked the window just a few inches, and the man bent down to peer inside, his face uncomfortably close to the glass. He asked Milo to step out of the vehicle. Just like that, casual as anything, like he was asking him to pass the salt. He said he needed to speak with him privately, that it was standard procedure, that it would only take a minute. My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. Milo asked why, asked what he had done, and the man's expression flickered. Just for a second, something cold and irritated passed across his face before the fake friendliness returned. He repeated that he needed Milo to step out, and this time his voice had an edge to it. That was when Garrett did something that probably saved us. He pulled out his phone and said he was going to call 911 just to verify the stop. Said he had heard about fake police incidents and wanted to make sure everything was legitimate. He said it calmly, almost apologetically, like he was embarrassed to be cautious. The man outside straightened up fast, and I watched his whole demeanor change in an instant. The fake smile vanished completely. His jaw tightened, and he took a step back from the vehicle, his eyes darting toward his SUV parked behind us. He told Garrett that would not be necessary, that he was wasting everyone's time, that we were free to go. Just like that. No ticket, no warning, no explanation for why he had pulled us over in the first place. He did not even hand back Garrett's license and registration. He just dropped them on the ground next to the driver's side door and started walking back to his vehicle. His pace was quick now, urgent, completely different from the slow, predatory approach he had used when he first got out. Owen whispered for Garrett to go, to just drive, and Garrett did not need to be told twice. Garrett threw the Suburban into drive and pulled back onto the highway, accelerating faster than I had ever seen him drive. Nobody said anything for at least a full minute. We just sat there in the glow of the dashboard lights, breathing hard, trying to process what had just happened. Lucas was the first to speak, asking if that guy was even a real cop, and none of us had an answer. I turned around in my seat to watch the SUV behind us, half expecting it to follow, but its lights suddenly went dark. The red and blue stopped flashing, the headlights turned off completely, and the vehicle just sat there on the shoulder like a dead thing. Then it made a U-turn across the median, which no police officer would ever do, and disappeared in the opposite direction without any lights on at all. We watched until it vanished into the darkness, and then we all started talking at once, our voices overlapping with fear and confusion and adrenaline. Milo kept saying he had almost gotten out of the car, that he had actually reached for the door handle before the man's questions got too strange. That thought made me feel sick in a way I cannot fully describe. We drove for another 40 minutes without stopping, checking the mirrors constantly, jumping at every pair of headlights that appeared behind us. Garrett kept his speed exactly at the limit, terrified of getting pulled over again, but also terrified of staying in that stretch of highway any longer than necessary. When we finally saw a well-lit gas station near the next exit, we pulled in without even discussing it. The fluorescent lights felt like a sanctuary after all that darkness. We parked close to the entrance where other cars were filling up, where there were cameras and people, and the ordinary sounds of a convenience store operating in the middle of the night. I got out on shaky legs and just stood there for a moment, breathing in the smell of gasoline and fried food from inside, grounding myself in something normal. That was when we noticed a Louisiana State Trooper vehicle parked on the other side of the lot, a real one with proper markings and a uniformed officer sitting inside doing paperwork. Owen suggested we go talk to him, tell him what happened, and after a brief debate we all agreed. We needed to know if what we had experienced was as wrong as it felt. The trooper's name was printed on a tag pinned to his chest, and he looked up from his clipboard with the kind of tired patience that comes from working night shifts for years. We must have looked rattled because he immediately asked if we were all right, if there had been an accident. Garrett explained what happened: the SUV with no markings, the crooked light bar, the man in plain black clothes asking invasive questions, the attempt to separate Milo from the group. The trooper's expression changed as Garrett talked. He went from politely attentive to genuinely concerned, leaning forward in his seat and asking us to describe the vehicle again, to describe the man, to pinpoint exactly where on the interstate this had occurred. When Garrett finished, the trooper was quiet for a moment. Then he told us something that made my stomach turn to ice. He said there was no authorized unit operating in that area tonight. No sheriff's deputies, no state troopers, no federal vehicles. He said we needed to file an official report immediately, and his voice had a gravity to it that told me this was not the first time he had heard a story like ours. We spent the next 2 hours at a state police station off the highway, giving statements and descriptions to a detective who recorded everything on a digital device. She asked us to recall every detail we could: the shape of the light bar, the exact wording of the questions, the way the man had moved, anything distinctive about his appearance or his vehicle. Lucas remembered that the SUV had a small dent on the front bumper, driver's side. Owen recalled that the man had been wearing boots that looked military, not the polished shoes a real officer would wear. I remembered his hands, how his fingernails were long and dirty, how he had a faded tattoo on his left wrist that looked like numbers or letters, but I could not make it out in the dark. The detective wrote everything down without expression, but when we finished, she thanked us in a way that felt heavy, significant. She said our description matched 2 other reports from the past 18 months, incidents on the same stretch of highway, involving a similar vehicle and a man fitting the same general appearance. She did not tell us what happened in those other cases, and I did not ask. I was too afraid of the answer. We made it to New Orleans by sunrise, but the bachelor party felt hollow after that. We went through the motions, the dinners, the bars, the laughter that came too loud and faded too quickly. But none of us could shake what had happened on that dark stretch of Interstate 10. Milo kept coming back to the moment he almost opened the door, kept saying he could feel the handle under his fingers, kept wondering what would have happened if he had stepped out into the night with that man. We never found out who he was. The detective called Garrett a few weeks later to say they were still investigating, that they had increased patrols in that area, but no arrest was ever made as far as I know. Sometimes I search online for news stories about that highway, about missing persons or attacks on travelers in rural Louisiana, and I find enough to keep me awake at night. I think about how easily we could have become one of those stories. I think about how the only thing that saved us was Garrett's instinct to reach for his phone. And I think about that man, still out there somewhere, waiting on a dark shoulder with his crooked lights flashing, hoping the next group of travelers will be a little less cautious than we were. That morning marked the 3rd stretch of our drive across a wide, quiet part of the country, where towns felt more like suggestions than places. The trip was meant to reset things for us. a low-budget escape after months of stress, juggling work deadlines and school schedules. We were tired of chain hotels and figured a small roadside lodge would give us a story to laugh about later. The listing promised clean rooms, hot showers, and old-fashioned quiet, which sounded perfect after hours of engine noise. My partner Sarah was scrolling reviews while I drove, and none of them raised obvious alarms. The kids were restless but excited, counting down miles like it was a game. When the GPS told us to turn onto a narrow gravel road, I remember thinking how empty everything looked. Fields stretched out on both sides, and the silence pressed in the moment we slowed down. The lodge came into view like something paused in time, sitting back from the road with faded signage, and windows dulled by grime. Paint peeled in long strips, and weeds pushed through cracks in the parking lot as if no one bothered fighting them anymore. No cars were parked outside, not even near the entrance, which felt strange for mid-afternoon. A single figure stepped out from the office door, a man with a stiff posture and clothes that looked slept in rather than worn. He spoke politely but didn't offer small talk, keeping his answers short and his eyes drifting past us instead of meeting them. The air smelled faintly of damp wood and something sour I couldn't place. Inside the office, half the lights were off, and a dusty fan hummed without moving much air. We exchanged a glance, the kind that says you're noticing the same thing but don't want to scare the kids yet. The room itself was functional but unsettling, like it had been cleaned just enough to pass a glance. The curtains were heavy and blocked most of the daylight, making the space feel smaller than it was. While unpacking, I noticed a thudding noise coming from somewhere behind the building, irregular and low, as if something heavy was being shifted around. Sarah tried opening a side exit near the vending machines, only to find it locked from the outside, which didn't make sense for a guest area. Another door near the back stairwell was blocked the same way. When I stepped out to get fresh air, I caught sight of items tucked behind a dumpster. A worn backpack, a single sneaker, and a phone case cracked down the middle. They weren't trash, not arranged like garbage, but hidden, pushed out of sight. The noise started again, closer this time, and the skin along my arms prickled despite the heat. We didn't announce our decision, but it happened all at once. Sarah quietly told the kids to put their shoes back on and grab their bags without asking questions. I walked to the office to return the key, and the man looked surprised, almost annoyed when I said we were leaving early. He didn't ask why, just took the key and slid it into a drawer, already full of them. Back outside, the sky was beginning to shift toward evening, shadows stretching longer across the empty lot. As we drove away, I checked the mirror more than necessary, half expecting headlights to appear behind us. None did, but the sense of relief didn't hit until the lodge disappeared from view. We never reported the place, mostly because we didn't know what to say without sounding paranoid. Even now, I think about those hidden belongings and wonder who they belonged to, and whether leaving before nightfall was the only reason we got back on the road safely. We kept driving until the road finally led us to a stretch with actual traffic, the kind where headlights pass often enough to remind you other people exist. No one spoke for a while, not even the kids, which told me more than questions ever could. The radio played softly, some talk show fading in and out as hills interrupted the signal. Every now and then, Sarah would glance at me like she wanted to say something, then stop herself. My thoughts kept circling back to the locked exits, the way they weren't jammed or broken but deliberately secured. That detail stuck with me more than the noise or the empty lot. It suggested planning, not neglect. By the time the sun dipped lower, the tension inside the car felt heavier than the luggage in the trunk. We pulled into a small gas station just before dusk, the kind with buzzing lights and a single cashier behind thick glass. While filling up, I noticed my hands still weren't steady, even though we were clearly out in the open. Sarah took the kids inside to use the restroom, and I stayed by the pump, scanning the lot out of habit. A family minivan rolled in, then a pickup truck, and the normalcy of it all felt almost unreal. Inside, Sarah mentioned that one of the kids had asked why the doors at the lodge were locked, and she'd brushed it off as an old building issue. The lie sounded thin even to her own ears. We agreed not to stop anywhere isolated again that day, no matter how tired we got. As night settled in, the image of those items behind the building kept replaying in my head. They weren't weathered enough to have been there long, and they didn't belong together, which made it worse. I thought about going back earlier, convincing myself we were overreacting, but the idea of returning after dark made my chest tighten. At one point, Sarah suggested calling a non-emergency line just to report the locked exits and the abandoned feel of the place. We talked it through and realized we had no concrete proof of anything, just instincts and fragments. Still, instincts exist for a reason, and ignoring them had never ended well for anyone I knew. We decided that if we saw the lodge listed again during the trip, we'd leave a warning review without accusations, just facts. We reached a busier town late that evening and checked into a chain hotel that smelled like bleach and coffee. The relief was immediate and almost embarrassing, like we'd escaped something without knowing exactly what it was. The kids finally relaxed, laughing at the TV while eating snacks from a vending machine that actually worked. Sarah and I stayed up longer than usual, replaying the day in quiet voices, making sure our memories matched. Nothing else happened that night. No calls, no strange encounters. Just sleep that came hard but stayed. Even now, years later, I can't explain what that lodge was really used for. All I know is that leaving when we did felt like a decision that closed a door we were never meant to open. The next morning, the drive resumed under a pale sky, and the previous day felt unreal in a way that made details sharpen instead of fade. Every time we passed a turnoff toward open land, I felt a small spike of tension, like my body remembered something my mind wanted to shelve. The kids asked if we could ever go back to a place like that lodge, curious in the way only they can be, and Sarah answered quickly that some places just aren't meant for families. I replayed the man's expression when we returned the key, the way he didn't bother pretending to care. It wasn't hostility exactly, more like impatience, as if we'd interrupted a routine he expected to continue. That stuck with me more than the noise ever did. Routine implies repetition, and repetition implies others. A few days later, once we were back home and the trip had officially ended, I tried to look the lodge up again. The listing was still there, photos unchanged, descriptions still cheerful and vague. I scrolled through recent reviews and noticed something unsettling. Gaps. Weeks with nothing. Then a sudden short, overly positive comment that read like it was written to fill space rather than describe a stay. I wrote a careful review of our own, sticking to what we experienced without speculation. I mentioned the lack of guests, the locked exits, and the belongings behind the building, choosing words that couldn't be brushed off as dramatic. Hitting post felt heavier than it should have, like tossing a note into deep water and hoping someone else would find it. Not long after that, the listing disappeared entirely. No explanation, no archived page, just gone. Sarah noticed it first and called me over, and we stared at the screen longer than necessary. I checked other booking sites, different spellings, even the map location itself. The place still existed on satellite view, but no accommodation information came up anymore. That was the closest thing to an answer we ever got, and it didn't feel comforting. If anything, it confirmed that something about that lodge didn't survive attention. We talked briefly about contacting authorities again, but with no listing and no new information, it felt like chasing a shadow. Life moved on, as it always does, but that day still surfaces in quiet moments. Sometimes it's triggered by a roadside sign advertising cheap rooms, or by a stretch of road where the silence feels too intentional. I don't tell this story to scare people away from travel or small towns. I share it because sometimes the safest decision doesn't come with proof or validation, just a strong internal warning. We trusted that warning and left while the sun was still up. Whatever happened at that lodge after dark, or before we arrived, remains unknown to us. And honestly, not knowing feels like the best possible outcome. That stretch of road sits in my memory like a long breath I never finished exhaling. I was on a road trip with my friend Logan, heading across the state to clear my head after a messy few months at work. At the time, my life felt paused, like I was drifting between decisions, filling days with movement just to avoid sitting still. We weren't rushing anywhere, just driving, talking, stopping for gas when the tank dipped too low. The highway thinned out as the afternoon went on, the scenery flattening into fields and distant tree lines. Radio stations faded one by one until static filled the car. It felt normal in that rural, middle-of-nowhere way you don't question until later. Looking back, the quiet should have registered as a warning, but it didn't. The car gave out without drama, a sudden loss of power followed by a gentle roll onto the shoulder. Logan tried the ignition a few times while I popped the hood, even though I know nothing about engines. The air smelled hot and dry, and the wind carried dust from the road into my mouth. My phone showed no service, not even a flicker of signal. Logan checked his too, then laughed it off, saying it was kind of nice to be unreachable. We decided to wait, figuring someone would pass eventually. Cars were rare out there, which made each one feel louder and more noticeable. That's when the pickup appeared for the first time. It came from behind us, dark-colored and older, with a rattling sound that lingered after it passed. The driver slowed just enough to look, his head turning toward us before the truck picked up speed again. A few minutes later, the same pickup came back from the opposite direction, slowing even more this time. Logan joked that the guy must be lost, but his voice didn't sound convinced. The third pass was slower than the second, the tires crunching on gravel near the shoulder. I noticed how the truck stayed aligned with us longer than necessary. When it finally pulled ahead, the quiet afterward felt heavier than before. We stopped joking then. The pickup returned again and didn't pass this time. It pulled over a short distance ahead of us, hazard lights blinking in an uneven rhythm. The driver stepped out slowly, wearing a ball cap pulled low and boots that looked too clean for roadside work. He asked if we needed help, his voice calm but oddly flat, like he was reading lines he'd practiced. Logan thanked him and said we had someone coming, even though that wasn't true. The man lingered, offering tools, a ride, anything that would get us into his truck. His eyes kept moving between us and our car, never settling long enough to feel normal. When we refused again, his expression hardened just a little before he nodded and walked back to his pickup. We waited until the sound of his engine disappeared before either of us spoke. We sat in the car with the doors locked, the windows cracked just enough to let air in. Time stretched in a strange way out there, every minute feeling both slow and rushed. I kept checking the road in both directions, expecting the pickup to reappear at any second. Logan tried to keep things light, talking about food we'd get once we reached civilization again, but he kept glancing at the rearview mirror. Another vehicle eventually passed, a sedan that didn't slow down at all, and for a moment that felt worse than being noticed. The sun started sinking lower, pulling long shadows across the asphalt. I realized how exposed we were. Two people stranded with nowhere to go if someone decided to stop again. The pickup came back just as the light began to soften into early evening. This time it slowed even more, almost crawling past us before stopping several car lengths behind. The driver didn't get out right away. He sat there with the engine running, window halfway down, watching us through the side mirror. Logan whispered that we should stay put and not react. When the man finally stepped out, he didn't smile or speak at first. He walked closer than before, close enough that I could smell oil and cigarettes on his clothes. He repeated the offer to help, his tone sharper now, less friendly. We told him again that we were fine, that assistance was on the way. He stared at us for a long second too long, then returned to his truck without another word, and drove off fast enough to kick dust into the air. After that, neither of us talked much. The silence felt intentional, like speaking might invite attention back to us. Eventually, a roadside service truck appeared from the opposite direction, its lights flashing in a way that felt unreal with relief. The driver was all business, hooking up the car and asking quick questions while I kept scanning the highway. I half expected the pickup to roar back into view before we left. As we pulled away, I looked back at the stretch of road shrinking behind us, trying to memorize every detail in case it mattered later. Logan let out a long breath and said he hadn't realized how tense he'd been until that moment. We ended up at a small town not far from there, waiting in a diner while the car was looked at. The place smelled like grease and burnt coffee, comforting in its familiarity. While Logan talked to the mechanic, I scrolled through local news on the diner's weak Wi-Fi. That's when I saw it, a short article buried near the bottom of the page. It mentioned a string of recent roadside robberies along a nearby highway, all involving stranded drivers and a dark pickup that would circle back before the attacks. The descriptions matched too closely to ignore. I read it twice, then a third time, my chest tightening with each detail. I showed the article to Logan and the color drained from his face as he read. The robberies hadn't happened far from where we broke down, and the pattern was almost identical. Victims had accepted help or rides thinking they had no other option. The article didn't say whether anyone had been caught. We paid our bill and left without finishing our food, both of us quiet during the rest of the drive. Even now, I think about how easily things could have gone differently if we'd made one small choice. That day taught me how thin the line is between an inconvenience and something much worse, especially when you're alone on the road. The rest of the drive felt longer than the miles on the map. Every pickup truck we passed made my shoulders tense, even hours later when the scenery changed and traffic picked up. We didn't play music. We didn't talk about what almost happened. It was like acknowledging it might give it more weight than we were ready to carry. When we finally reached our destination, exhaustion hit all at once, the kind that comes from being alert for too long. That night I kept replaying the man's pauses, the way he lingered, the fact that he'd come back more than once. None of it screamed danger on its own, but together it formed something unmistakable. In the days that followed, I couldn't stop checking news updates from that area. A few more reports surfaced, then nothing. No arrest, no closure. Logan and I talked about it once more, sitting in silence afterward, both of us knowing how close we'd come without ever agreeing on the details. He admitted he'd considered getting into the truck just to end the waiting. That scared me more than the stranger ever did. It made me realize how vulnerability changes your judgment, how exhaustion and isolation can make bad ideas feel reasonable. I started carrying extra water, a paper map, and a roadside kit after that trip. Not because I thought preparation would make me fearless, but because I never wanted to feel that powerless again. Sometimes I still picture that highway, how wide and empty it was, how easy it would have been for something terrible to unfold without witnesses. The scariest part wasn't the man or the truck, but how ordinary it all felt while it was happening. No dramatic moment, no clear signal, just a slow, tightening sense that something wasn't right. To this day, I don't know what the driver intended or how many people didn't get as lucky as we did. Maybe he was involved, maybe he wasn't. All I know is that we left that road intact because we trusted our instincts and stayed put, even when waiting felt unbearable. That experience changed how I see quiet places and helpful strangers. Some stretches of road don't forgive small mistakes, and some warnings don't come with sirens or signs. They come as repetition, patience, and the feeling that someone is watching a little too closely. Early that morning, the trip still felt simple and almost boring, the kind of drive meant to clear your head. The plan was to cross a few states in one stretch, just me, Mason, and Riley rotating the wheel, chasing that loose feeling you get when the road keeps unspooling ahead of you. Life at that point was steady but numb, long work weeks, cheap takeout, and the sense that every day looked the same. A road trip felt like pressing pause, even if only for a weekend. The car smelled like gas station coffee and the citrus wipes Riley kept using on the dashboard. We joked about playlists, missed exits, and how the GPS always sounded annoyed. Nothing about the day hinted that it would stay with me this long. By late afternoon, the highway thinned out, traffic dissolving into long gaps of silence between passing cars. The GPS rerouted us without warning, insisting we take a narrow exit that cut through farmland instead of staying straight. At first, it felt harmless. Rolling hills, endless fences, and fields that looked abandoned rather than worked. Cell service faded bar by bar until the screen showed nothing but the map and our blinking dot. Mason tapped the phone like that would fix it, laughing it off. But the laugh didn't last long. The road narrowed, asphalt cracking into uneven patches, and the sky started turning a heavy gray. We passed no houses, no stores, just mailboxes leaning at odd angles. Eventually, we reached a small cluster of buildings that barely qualified as a town. A gas pump with peeling paint, a diner with one flickering light, and a handful of trucks parked like they'd been there forever. We pulled in, relieved to see people at all. Inside the diner, the air smelled like old grease and burnt coffee, and conversations died the second we walked in. The locals stared openly, not curious, just watchful. I asked an older man behind the counter how to get back to the highway, keeping my tone friendly. He didn't answer right away, just looked past me toward the window, then muttered something about taking the long way around. Another woman shook her head, whispering that the roads weren't safe after dark without explaining why. When we stepped back outside, the sun was already sinking, shadows stretching too fast across the dirt lot. Mason pointed out that one of the trucks had started its engine as we left, the sound low and deliberate. As we drove away, another set of headlights appeared in the rearview mirror, then another farther back. No one passed us, no one honked. They just stayed there, matching our speed. Riley tried the GPS again, but the screen stayed frozen, useless. The silence inside the car felt heavier than the night settling around us. That was the moment the trip stopped feeling like an escape and started feeling like a mistake. The farther we drove, the more deliberate it felt, like the road itself was closing in. The pavement thinned into gravel in places, tires crunching louder than they should have. The vehicles behind us multiplied until I counted 3 sets of headlights, spaced evenly, never drifting. Mason kept glancing at the mirrors, jaw tight, saying they were probably locals heading home, but his voice didn't match the words. Riley suggested turning around, but the idea of going back past that diner made my chest tighten. There were no streetlights, just our headlights carving a narrow tunnel through the dark. Every farmhouse we passed sat far back from the road, windows black, as if no one lived there at all. We slowed near a fork in the road, unsure which way to go, and that's when one of the vehicles behind us flashed its high beams, sharp and sudden. Another did the same a second later, like a signal. Mason accelerated, dust kicking up behind us, and the headlights closed the distance almost immediately. One truck pulled alongside us just long enough for me to see a silhouette leaning toward the window, arm resting out the side, before dropping back again. No one tried to pass. They didn't need to. They seemed content keeping us where we were. My thoughts kept circling the same question. Why not just let us leave? Riley spotted a faded sign half buried in weeds pointing toward the highway, or what we hoped was the highway. Mason took the turn without slowing, the car jolting as we hit a rougher stretch of road. The vehicles behind us hesitated for the first time, engines roaring louder as they adjusted. One peeled off, disappearing down a side road, but 2 stayed with us. The road climbed a small hill, then dipped sharply, trees closing in on both sides. For a moment, the headlights vanished behind a curve, and the silence felt unreal, like holding your breath underwater. That relief shattered when the headlights reappeared closer than before. Mason pushed the car harder than he ever had, the engine whining in protest. The road straightened, and ahead, faint but unmistakable, were the reflective markers of the highway. As soon as our tires hit smooth asphalt, the vehicles slowed, then stopped altogether, their headlights cutting off one by one. We didn't slow down. We didn't look back. The rest of the drive passed in a haze of adrenaline and disbelief, each of us replaying the same images in our heads, trying to make sense of something that refused to feel random. Once we stopped at a rest area, none of us got out of the car right away. The lights buzzed overhead, bright and sterile, and it felt wrong that other travelers moved around like nothing had happened. Mason finally killed the engine and just sat there, hands on the wheel, breathing slowly like he was trying not to shake. Riley broke the silence by saying the whole thing sounded insane out loud, which somehow made it worse. We replayed every second, the looks in that diner, the way the trucks moved in sync, the silence when we asked simple questions. No one had a theory that made sense. We agreed on one thing only. That wasn't random. Later that night, at a motel we hadn't planned on stopping at, sleep didn't come easily. Every headlight passing outside the curtains made me tense up, listening for engines slowing down. I started searching online, not knowing exactly what I was looking for, just typing fragments of what we experienced. Buried in local forums and old news posts were mentions of stranded motorists, assaults that never led anywhere, people found injured on back roads with no memory of who helped or hurt them. The locations were vague, unnamed, but the details lined up in uncomfortable ways. The comments were worse than the articles. Locals warning outsiders not to wander, not to trust detours. Seeing it written by strangers made my skin prickle. The next morning, we decided not to report anything. That choice still bothers me, but at the time, we couldn't explain what happened without sounding unhinged. No plates, no faces, no clear crime, just fear and instinct. Instead, Mason altered the rest of the route manually, triple-checking every stop. Riley barely joked anymore, staring out the window like the landscape itself might turn on us. We stayed on major highways, ignored every suggested shortcut, and didn't stop unless there were crowds around. The trip ended early, not because of distance, but because none of us wanted to keep pretending this was still fun. What sticks with me isn't just the fear, but how coordinated it all felt. Those people didn't panic or rush. They controlled the pace, the silence, the road itself. Whatever happens out there doesn't rely on luck or opportunity. It relies on travelers trusting a screen to guide them somewhere unfamiliar. I still take road trips, but I plan them like a paranoid person now. Offline maps, printed routes, and a hard rule to never follow a detour once service drops. Some places don't want visitors, and they make that clear in ways that never show up on a map.